Oh my goodness, good morning everybody. Hello. Oh, good morning, good afternoon. What's up everyone? Thanks for tuning in. Oh my goodness, we are off to a strong start on this Monday. Let me, oh my goodness, let me turn that down. Alrighty, some of this will jump scare, invariably. And, oh my goodness, it's Gedster, dude! Oh my goodness. Oh, that warms my heart. Is Elderhood a word? I've made it one. I'm old enough, I think, that I can use my elder authority. Do we get the Husky VOD today? No. With any luck, that's happening tomorrow. Fast, yeah, they are fast. Oh my goodness. Lord the mod me. Oh yeah, I can mod you. Give me one sec. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna come to regret this. Thank you, Thethan. No, thank you. Thank you. Bro's like 26 at most. No, I'm so old. We're gonna hit 845 million here in just a little while. Guys, whoa. Oh my goodness, what a warm reception. But I'm gonna keep it a stack with you guys. My brain is not even on today. We are VOD reviewing all stream tonight. Today. And it looks like we're gonna lose a couple of chatters. Knackman and Dow are probably gonna die. Dow, I don't even know if Dow's gonna get a chance to finish the semester before he perishes. That's a little unfortunate. Knackman, that reminds me of is that Breaking Bad or Better Call Saul? When you've got Hector Salamanca. He's like, "It is personal." What a legendary scene. Ah, what a legendary actor. Actually, need to go through and watch some of the old stuff that he was in. Now I have one more final. Let me live. It was BCS. Okay, gotcha. I haven't gotten to watch BCS in a little while. I didn't get to finish it. I made it about halfway through. Bro is not Hector Salamanca. No, I'm not. Stop stalling. Ah, you're right. We have VODs to get through. Oh, God. We have, like, way too many VODs as well. Oh, I didn't say it earlier because I don't know how to say it, but Silvally, Silvally user, thanks for the follow. Oh, my goodness. Hey, we finally got most of my little emotes and stream assets all set up where you guys can see the little animations play. Alrighty, guys. Before we go live with our first VOD, let's just do a little quick tea check. Make sure you guys got your refreshing beverages or snack if it's what you need. Dude, Getster, if you're still around, bro. Oh my goodness, I missed you so much. And wow, thanks for stopping in. Rosebud Tea, hey, that's awesome now. Oh, that's what a dub that must be. And yeah, wow, congrats, Mudkip. Woohoo! You are a free man. There's some really dramatic music for something as celebratory as finishing the semester. Alrighty. Here's where I want to, I want to start off warming up the brain. I have the need for speed. I'm gonna start by warming up the brain. Last week, actually, one of the last codes that we tackled last week was a Watchpoint Gibraltar code that I ended up passing over in favor of another one. Dow, you're around, and if you're studying, well, stop that right this instant. Pay attention. I'm kidding. Please don't stop studying. Please keep that up. Keep working hard. If you're not playing Overwatch for me, like, dude, at least let's make sure you can play Valorant. No, Dow, please. All right. So we got to go back and we got to finish Dow's VOD review. It's actually, I think, yeah, we passed over Dow. We were tackling this replay code last week. We had just gotten into it, and then someone else that I knew I wanted to VOD review showed up in the chat, and I was like, oh, well, Dow's my player, and you aren't, so we'll just afford you the luxury of cutting to the front of the line. And that's what we did. It's Goat on Genji? Yeah, we'll see about that. My A levels start in a week. Should I keep playing Overwatch or go revise? I don't know what that means. Oh wait, that's Power. Oh, hello, Power. I couldn't tell you and Patience names apart there. Okay, my A levels start in a week. Should I keep playing Overwatch or go revise? You probably revise. You probably revise. Don't listen to my morons in the chat like Dow. Dude, Power, thanks for swinging by. Oh my goodness. Exams you take at the end of school in UK? Oh, okay, gotcha. Oh my goodness, oh, that's so cool. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, definitely worth revising. Dude, Power, thanks for hanging out with us, man. Oh my goodness, there's no one cooler than the people who come hang out with us. Oh my lord, there's Eternal Parody. I think... Oh, Eternal Paradox? Yeah. No, it is. Alright. I thought you were naming a song there, Power. And I went to check and I was like, wait, no, this is not... This is like Allegro option, all the traditional classical music terms. Okay, alright, we're looking at some Genji right now. This is my player, this is Dao. He's my burgeoning Genji OTP. We've actually had him in Sojourn Prison. He was tried, convicted, and placed into like basically a Sojourn internment camp. We kept him there. I need an earbud in my working ear for that. Fair enough. Dashbot Dow, yeah, a little bit. Oh my goodness, hit a Shuriken. And so Dow eventually kind of broke out of Sojourn camp, and ventured into the Genji. I actually have, I think, a total of 3 Genji players on my roster, at least as it is heading into the summer off season. Holy smokes, guys! Thank you guys so much for watching. I did not think that we were going to be this poppin' for a Monday afternoon. You guys are so cool. So, anyways, I think I have 3 Genji players on my roster, and I've had even more as the years have gone on. So, everyone on our team except for James, yeah, pretty much. I mean, Godspeed plays Genji. Yo Mushroom, yo Corrupts, what's up? Hey, thanks for hanging out with us. Oh my goodness. It's so unsurprising, but it just makes me giggle to have to see yo, what's up, you old shroom, in the chat. So I love that. What rank is this? Oh my goodness, I do need to put the rank icons up, don't I? Here, I actually need to do the the ranky one because I actually forget. So this is diamond. So we actually we got to put our diamond indicator on the screen here. Oh my goodness. I'm so glad that someone asked because because otherwise I was going to forget. I even told myself not to forget going live. Okay, all right, there we go. We should have Henry up on the screen. It stream preview. There we go. Yeah. Hi, Diamond Low Masters. Yeah, we're putting Henry up there. I'm not... Who's my Masters icon? Yeah, we're not putting Ewan McGregor up there. I'm sorry, Dow. Not quite Ewan McGregor worthy. Probably lower Diamond. Okay, guys. Alright, Dow. We haven't actually done any VOD reviewing. It's because I haven't seen anything particularly or notably egregious from you. I've liked the dashes. I've liked the low HP engages. I like where you're setting up as well. I generally haven't had any qualms with how you're playing this. And, I mean, this is probably an ego VOD. I have the wrong icon up. It's supposed to be Hugh Jackman. It is not supposed to be Hugh Jackman. Diamond is... Oh, I get what you... Okay. Yo, Rainy, it is Monday. You can pull those jokes on me on, like, Thursday, and I will be able to, like, actually... Oh, thank you for pinning that, Mudkip. That actually helps me. That's more helpful to me than it is to anyone else. You can pull those jokes on me on Thursday, and I'll have a response for those, Rainy. But on a Monday, guys, if you try to be silly and goofy with me, you're gonna get me. You're gonna... No, it's Flap again. What's up, Flap? Where the e-girls at? Bro, they were all here. I am telling you. Please spare me tomorrow. No, you sent me an ego VOD. I know for a fact that you sent me an ego VOD because that's actually all that you, for some odd reason, are able to send me, Huxkey. No, Flap, you gotta hear me out. Hold on. Stick around for like 2 seconds. They were all here. And then they disappeared. Like, literally right before you showed up. I don't know why. I don't know where. But they left. And we were going to go hunting for them, for all of the e-girls that left the chat right before you joined as soon as we finished VOD reviewing today. That was the plan. So if you want to stick around and hang out with us, Flaps. Oh, no. It's the never-ending quest. The never-ending search for the ever-elusive e-girl. I ate them. Oh, man. Power. We asked you not to do that. Oh, no. That's Ethan talk for don't be mean. I'm hungover. You got banned from Frogger? Isn't it? Don't you have to, like, work for that? That's an achievement, isn't it? Never gonna find the girls. Don't fill a mangoes. Oh my goodness, black tea is so good. Almost as good as the e-girls. Am I right, Flap? You know what? I actually, I said, well, you know, that's starting. Things are becoming more focused now. They're coming into picture. You don't want to eat girl unless you enjoy having mental instability. Yo, IQ, you watched the same Muujin video that I watched this weekend, and you're based for it. Oh my gosh, IQ, holy smokes. Sorry, guys. We haven't done any VOD reviewing yet, by the way. Dao has been a glorified, Friends episode in the background. Yeah, so I'm sorry to slow us down. Yo, Jungle, dude, wow, from, like, the bottom of my heart, with every fiber of my being, I miss you. I miss you a lot. Didn't even know that I did until I saw you pop in. But I don't talk to Kami anymore. Kami, like, it just kind of, like, disappeared. He's off doing his own great things, I know. But I think about, I think about you and him and the whole crew that we had going back in the day. Overwatch 6v6. Oh, my goodness, Intelligent. Thanks for swinging by. Oh, you are my goat. All right. You guys have been so distracting. I don't even do it. Have to spread some positivity. That's true. You do have to be positive. You do have to, tell people how much you love them. Maybe there's a better way to do it, Flap. But honestly, man, don't even play Overwatch anymore. Hey, that's A-okay. Hey, you're probably better off for it, IQ. But the fact that you don't even play Overwatch anymore, and you're still finding a couple of seconds to come and hang out, say hello, is incredible. You got into motorsport? Ooh, okay. At some point, maybe this week, IQ, we should call and catch up, bro. Yeah, let's go back and take a look at the blade, actually. I wanted to take a look at the at this one. I don't actually know why this falls apart. Oh, okay. It's actually just Dao's the last one alive. Oh, okay. Can mess with me on Discord whenever. Okay, gotcha. I'll see if I can still find you in my DMs. I'll just search you up and shoot you a message. IQ. Yeah, thanks for hanging out with me, man. I have, so I press. Yeah, that is the way to go. Alrighty. Dao, is this an ego VOD? Oh, you don't deflect that? That's crazy. Do you have it? Oh, you don't even have it. That's okay. Like dash the carry and then use blade to finish, and dash reset back to point if you want to try and win that. I think you're probably right about that, Power. Because what did you have? You had the Freya, the Diva, and the Kiri. Yeah. I think that's as close as you're gonna get, Power, to something that you could try there. Let me see. Let's go back. Oh yeah. Yeah, you could see about finishing the carry there. Because even if you don't get the dash reset, you could possibly see. It's no problem. I enjoy the streams. Just work a lot. Hey, that's okay. Oh, I know it's busy out there. Oh man, I know it's so busy. Now you gotta hold that ult until Overwatch 3. No, I see what you mean, Power. Yeah, about staying on top of the Kiriko. And then maybe it's not even necessarily about getting the dash reset off of her, but rather getting the cooldown out of her, right? So that then you can blade and go chase. But honestly, if you have a reason to get the dash, or to dash and get that reset, it is kind of nice. Yeah, I like your thinking, Power. Let's go. Who's that on the bottom left? That is Henry Cavill. He is he's Superman. Well, not anymore, but he was. I actually really liked Henry Cavill's Superman. I like Henry Cavill in general. It's a little bit sad that he got cooked on The Witcher. Or that The Witcher got cooked by its writers. Superman. Yeah. We got a lot of we got some really fun ranked icons. I need he looked sick though as The Witcher. Yeah, absolutely. Oh my gosh, he looks so good, bro. He loved that project too. He loved that project so much. I understand that my Warhammer goat. Yeah, actually. Oh hey, Bananakin. No, you know, I think that you know, there's a lot of movie stars and celebrities who actually do have it a lot easier than or as easy as people think. Henry Cavill actually, I don't think is one. He's one of the like celebrities who I feel like actually has it really hard because he's such a nerd and he loves this nerdy stuff that he does, and then it just gets, you know, it gets dumpstered by its writing teams, or it gets, you know, it gets trashed by the fans and stuff like that. So I don't know. I feel like Henry Cavill's actually one of those actors that, like, man, he's a little bit unlucky because he's super talented and he's really passionate. And the stuff that he touches, it doesn't die because of him, but like it's dead and he's in it. All right, what are you doing here, Dow? Yo, they nanoed your diva instead of you. Oh! Okay, yeah, no, I see what you do there. You should just dash up to the high ground there. I mean, wide peeking that, and then running right back out. I like how ready they are, not only for your diva. He will be okay, bro's a gazillionaire. Yeah, that's where Krups we get back to. Ooh, nice deflect. Oh my goodness. Yo, nice compensations for the fact that, like, you dashed down an angle that your diva also got slept, that they were more than ready for not just one, but both of you two. Oh my goodness. And you're hard marked in a way that, that just keeps you from being able to engage. Oh my lord. Yo, think about taking an angle that they ain't gonna check first. Yeah, Krups, that's where we get to the, yeah, you're totally right. He is gonna be A-okay. Still though, in a perfect world, man, you would think that you'd be able to make, you know, the gazillions, and the projects that you're a part of that you really like also aren't getting messed with. But you know, if I made as much as Henry Cavill, I probably wouldn't be too dissatisfied with my life. All right, don't you just die on the point there, Dow? Isn't that our principle? Or or is this part of your, like, I'm not dying as much as I used to, like, arc? KDA player? Yeah, I'll get it. I'll get it. Oh my lord, what are you doing? VOD view my races? That'd actually be a blast. That would be so much fun. I can't wait to pick your brain a little bit on the motocross and learn a little bit about it, because I don't know anything. I got a couple of friends who are really into the races though. Learn from Matt? Yeah, I know. Bro, raise your crosshair a little bit. It's kind of bugging. It's bugging me how many crits you're not hitting, because you're just like sitting right at the clavicle level. I understand if that's your thing, but like, their eyes are up there now. Are you not just doing exactly what this tracer wants you doing? All right, that's fair. All right, bro. Surely there's something else you could be doing. I don't do motocross. I do karting IRL, and eventually we'll do car racing once I get a track car. I move countries. Oh my goodness! So you have to buy another car to race. Interesting. Oh my goodness. Well, that's so cool, bro. Oh my goodness. Yo, Dow, I just think you should be on the diva here. Like helping your monkey. I mean, obviously, like, in the context of, like, this is you and James playing, right? Like, there's never an instance where we sick you over on this corner. Where instead, I have this corner hard marked by, you know, by Voltar Apollo. So, I mean, you know where this falls out of line with, like, where I would have you. This is a solo queue ranked lobby, so you do have to mark her, but it's interesting how your Winston gets forced out, and like the Diva's built ult, she's looking a-okay. It's actually, they're like, how much of that was nano? Yeah, they build nano and almost finished building Kitsune off of her. It's not necessarily that you can do much, right? But I think that it's interesting to consider the ultimate generation and healing penalties that are imposed onto their team, their formation, and what resource strains that causes in the later stages of the fights. Because remember, we're always playing for those latter fight phases, if we can sustain long enough to do so. What kind of penalties do you impose just by being with your monkey there? Oh, nice! I love that. I want to see these shurikens. This was so mid. Like, this carry should die. Okay. Your crosshair's too low. Oh, my lord. They're jumping over your shurikens, bro. Nice. Yo. Okay. I wonder when you reload that's different. Your chat is safe under my watch. And we say, thank you, Mudkip. Have it, so use it. I understand why not to. Have it, so use it. Down? Yeah, we'll see about that. I know, Goose. I know. Goose, thanks for hanging out with us, by the way. I know I didn't reply to your message last night, but I'll get around to it. I appreciate all of you guys being very, very patient with me while I figure out, you know, how to get people's DMs organized, how to get my spreadsheet oriented. Very, very thankful for all of you guys in that regard. Alrighty, guys. Tell you what, we are going to take a very short break. I am going to I'm gonna grab just a little bit more honey into my tea, and while I do so, I'm gonna go ahead and run a quick ad break. So when we come back, we'll be taking the other half of this VOD review. We're gonna wrap this one up pretty quickly. There's some pretty exciting gameplay to cover, and Dow, there's nothing that I'm gonna tell you from this that I'm not gonna tell you from every single VOD. So I'll be right back, guys. Stick around through the ad, and when we come back, we'll be taking a look at the rest of this one and moving on. Alrighty, we are back in it. Thanks for hanging around, guys. I appreciate y'all. Let's see. I will say in my karting ventures, there's a professional driver who races there, and has a best lap time of 23.674 seconds. 23 seconds? And your personal best is 24. Holy smokes. That's a snail inspirational. Okay. I actually never watched Turbo either. That's pretty funny. I do remember the premise, though. It seemed like a cute movie when I was a kid, but I actually forgot it existed. Watch the movie and you'll get 21. That's why it's only 24 seconds. Okay, yo, Goose knows the secrets, I think, of the universe. Not a bad idea to do a little bit of cinematic research. Dude, IQ, yo, 23 seconds is insane. I couldn't imagine moving anywhere or to any point at any speed in 23 seconds. It takes 23 seconds for me to, like, muster up the will to start moving my legs out of bed. So, like, that's incredible. Only thing is, I don't know is how to talk to women. You know, it's it's a good thing that you know, all the e-girls bounced then, right before Flap joined us. Oh, Kami, I love you. Oh my goodness, Kami, I love you so much, bro. That is a lie. That is a lie. Kami is also Josh, by the way, guys. Josh is Kami. Oh. I wanna say that you're lying, even though I think that you're probably not. You could probably prove me wrong. But, oh man. Kami, I love you so much, bro. Let's go. IQ's got one for the team. Let's go. Alrighty, down. We'll get back on track. Nice. I don't mind where you're at. Yeah. We love moving the objective. Okay. Alright, yeah, just a little bit too much damage. Nice deflect. I love that. Into the Mega Pack. And then you're looking to carve out a new space. Okay. Out in the middle of the open, I don't really care for. But I like forcing the Kiri dash out. Or the Kiri TP out. I wonder if you stay on her. I even have a shirt. Oh my goodness, that's amazing. Oh, what a meaty anti-nade. Nice dash. Oh my goodness, dash bot Dow. Yeah, actually, DBD for short. Wait, I don't think we can use that acronym actually. That one might actually be an award-winning video gaming IP. Oh my goodness, yo. Double jump bot. DJB. Uh-oh. He knows you're deflecting that. He wants you deflecting that, you freak. It's not ego if you win. Yeah, you know what? That's true. Nice. Oh, it makes me think of Nice from To Be Hero X. Nice! Alrighty. Yo, do you get, like, absolutely stonewalled here for the rest of the map down? And the next step is to be normal and not be a weirdo. Oh my goodness. Actually, you know... Oh, they brought out the Zarya? Oh no, where'd you dash? You know, apparently, I wouldn't have guessed this, right? I wouldn't have guessed it, but apparently it's actually a little more... Oh my goodness, you just dashed right into the ground. You were trying to get... Fat finger? Oh, interesting. Okay, gotcha. How do you guys remember what the fat fingers are in these games? Wasn't this code submitted to me like a week and a half ago? Okay, they brought out the Zarya. I would have thought it would have been easy, but it's apparently very, very challenging to be normal, to not be weird. I like dodging the Deadeye there. All right, Dow, let's go. Bro, you're still spending a little too much time out in the middle of the open. Alrighty. I'm actually so glad, though. I'm actually so glad to be done with some Watchpoint Gibraltar VODs. Hey, Krubs, are you still around? I think that I can pull up your replay code here. And if you're still around, then I think that booting it up would be a lot of fun. There's other replay codes to definitely get to. Back to studying, yeah. Good luck, Dow. I once explained the Batman lore while drunk at a party to a girl. I think that was when I realized I was on. Yeah. That's a pretty reliable indication. I gotta get you a code. I gotta start playing again though. You stopped playing? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Judd. Oh, no. Replay codes like yours? Yeah, I've actually still got yours, Knackman. I don't know that we'll get to it today. I have you on my spreadsheet for Wednesday. There's always the Legacy Dorado game. Yeah, I actually do need to get around for that. What, hold on. Because I have that one dated as well. Love what you're doing for the community. Can't wait till they get to mine. 7th fail. Hey, thanks so much for the comment. And holy smokes, if you think that that you love what I'm doing here, oh my goodness, you got to take a seat in the coaching chair because it is so much fun. I love what you guys have done for me. So right back at you. Alrighty, Crops. Whether you're here or not, it actually isn't too bad. I do want to take a look at this one. This one helps to lighten on my spreadsheet, so it's convenient to cover. And it's some Diva gameplay on Antarctic Peninsula. Hey, Crops, welcome. And let me double check. I want to double check that you didn't give me any pertinent background info. So let me take a look at this one. Oh my goodness, yo, Apollo, thanks for the code. I actually can't wait to get to this one. We're gonna have to wait until later this week. But what is the date today? 5/12. But oh my goodness, I'm actually so excited for this. Yeah, Apollo, I'm so sorry. We won't be able to get to it until later this week. But thank you. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. Just wondering if it's really all about swapping. Ooh, that's a really good question. Yeah, absolutely. Because, okay, here's the interesting thing, guys. We have not actually, like, a single time talked about swapping. Yeah, because you mentioned was stacking with friends, and oh no, I'm so sorry. Blame for nearly every loss. That actually sounds like there's begging me to swap, and it tilts me. Gotcha. Yeah, I understand. Yeah. No, hey, it sounds like your friends sound like me whenever I'm playing with like Knack and Root Beer. It never is my fault, and it always has to be one of theirs. So I kind of understand your position from the opposite perspective. So let's see if anything is playable anywhere if you're good enough. Yeah, that's always been the philosophy. And we've not talked about making swaps before. It'll be interesting to have a VOD review where we do talk about making swaps. If we get that opportunity. I prefer to focus mostly on mindset, decision making, reading the rules, and making sure that we're making observations and doing things that are based in intentional decisions for Overwatch. What I would want to see to justify a swap is like, yeah, I don't talk swaps. I don't talk swaps like ever. So let's think. What is the environment? What are the conditions what are the rule sets that I would say, yeah, you definitely need to swap here? I definitely think that if you are playing so incredibly well that all of them are not looking just to counter your hero, it's your playstyle. Okay, that's part of it. If they're countering your playstyle as opposed to just your hero, then like I'm absolutely having you consider switching. It's not necessarily that swapping to a different character immediately gives you access to that different playstyle. I've had VOD reviews where we look at Cassidy players who are playing Tracer, and I'm like, yo, you're playing Tracer like Cassidy. Stop doing that, right? So sometimes swapping a character doesn't actually do anything because you play the characters the exact same way, right? But if you're like really intentional about your swap, then you can also understand how your playstyle needs to swap with you, right? So when it comes to swapping, I guess one condition that I would see acceptable to have met to justify a hero swap or a compositional swap is not because they are countering you, but to make a different playstyle more accessible. I want to read some of these comments before we jump in. Into the swapping, in my opinion, the swapping mentality should be determined by map and comp of the enemy team and your team. Okay, yeah, I get that. You don't get value, and there's an option which can get more value without sacrificing the integrity of your comp. I like that thought as well. Winston on circuit, BS Tor Bastion, Sigurd swap. Yeah, versus, yep. At least we are talking, if we are talking single swaps rather than full team swaps, that is, like, if you don't get the value and there's an option. Yeah, I absolutely understand that. I want to be careful at the same time of just, like, saying value TM, right? And that being what we use to justify the swap, because value, it's very, very different depending on the context. I think of the swapping to enable a certain advantage rather than to reduce a disadvantage. Yeah, that's very much in line with your principles as well, Mr. Stealth. Which also happens to align with mine. IQ Jungle. Oh, all right. Let's see what the non-Overwatch player has to say. Hold on. This guy was an Overwatch player. He was actually peak too. He was so good. Swapping, but he's just not been in the game. So I want to know. Swapping, that also isn't talked about, that you may not be doing amazing yourself. But if you're adding tremendous value in other ways, then it's worth it. Like, you don't need to always kill everyone to provide value, especially if you keep your team alive, for example. Swapping, that also isn't talked about, that you may not be doing amazing yourself, but if you're adding. Yeah. That's a really good point. Absolutely. You know, sometimes I may not feel that it's easiest to play the game with my Genji on my team, right? But at the end of the day, if he's getting some big blades and some nice deflex, then maybe the thing to change is the way that I'm playing, right? Support the Genji instead of asking him to swap. Yeah. Whoa, careful, patient. Don't ask about the Knicks. All right, Krups. Let's get into it. And you get into them. So it's a little bit of early aggression that you're going to have to back out from. Okay, so we're thinking about a later phase of the fight. You're basically reset to your cooldowns. No, I never support a Genji. Yeah, fair enough. So you're thinking about how we are... our cooldowns are basically at the start of their cycle. We don't have DM. So just keep in mind that, like, if we are engaging this the same way as we did before, they're going to be ready for it. So we get hooked in again. I love the idea, as opposed to bouncing back over here to stabilize and then push in from there. I like the idea of flying, of being up here, pushing up here, and then flying out and just, like, hanging in a spot that your supports can get to you. You don't want to, like, you don't want to push them all the way up, but they also can just move over here to help you. So this way, you guys are stabilizing outside of the LOS of the red team. And that might give you guys a couple of advantages, not the least of which is scouting while being unscoutable or less scoutable, and also being in positions to start fights and stabilize without those fights starting not on your terms. So, like, do I have you engaged the same way twice into this fight? Farron, are we winning? No, not quite yet, but, well, actually, I mean, I'm winning because I'm getting to watch some really, really fun Overwatch gameplay. But we haven't taken any award-winning insights out quite yet. Thanks for swinging by, Farron. Do I have you engage into this fight the same way, 2 times, even though those are 2 completely different consecutive fight phases? No. I definitely have you playing differently. But I think that that's the point, actually, is that I have your whole team here playing differently, Krups, on a macro level. I don't want to pay too close attention to the macro level, and I do exist to validate you, Krups. So I want to make sure that we're getting you insight. We're also getting the validating, and going from there. I'm like 513 the last 3 days. Oh no! Unfortunately, can't stay more than like an hour. That's okay. That's all right. But I'll lurk as always. Thanks so much, Farron. It was 21-23 last week. Oh my goodness. You're gonna get back up there, Goose. All right. I really like the setup here. Be careful that you're not taking too much damage and using too much of your defense matrix early on. If you are having those used, right, then I would see you establishing traits where you are also trading for those resources, right? So we lose a little bit of the DM, but we're losing it to venture spam as opposed to any particular cooldowns that we definitely want out. Just to elaborate more on what I said, I've had DPS players who kill the entire team, but only after our entire team dies. What's the value in that if we just get rolled the next fight? Yeah, thanks for the clarification, IQ Jungle. Because, yes, absolutely, if your DPS players are getting tons of kills, but it's not in a way that you know, your team can really utilize during those important fight phases, right? Because guys, the closeout of a fight that you've lost isn't necessarily important, an important phase to get picks in, right? You're totally right, IQ. Oh, that's so funny. I love it. I love how right you can be without even being immersed in Overwatch entirely. That's awesome. I'm attempting to hold on a D5. Yeah, same. It is. It's been an unlucky week, Der. Matchmaker's a little bit silly and goofy lately is what it feels. So yeah, Krups, I just have you making sure that that if you're losing health, if you're using DM, right, that you're trading, right? What kunai are you getting out? What orb are you forcing? You know, what rotation are you making them go for, right? You could exist just to draw attention, right? And exist up here, start up here, and then jump back here. And then they still have to look at and shoot you, right? You could also swing over their heads, right? And they would have to turn around, and they would have to figure out for themselves. They're like, do we want to chase the diva or move on to the objective? And you're in a powerful position just because you force them to do that. If we're looking at the rest of your team, so this is really funny. I'm not going to go into this too in depth. At one point, you know, if we want to talk about Brig-Ana relationships, then let's just get some Brig-Ana replay codes submitted. There's probably already a couple in the pipeline. But I am not a fan. I'm not a fan. I don't like the idea of letting our tank be the only one who is aggressive while the rest of us play, like, really passive positions, especially if we have the Brig on our team who, like, Brig needs to get in. Like, it is actually such a myth and a legend. I could play some Brig? Yeah, actually, you should. I wonder where you could find it on a code. I also wonder, Knackman. He goes me into bronze. I did. So yeah, especially, like, a Brig wants to get in. Like, there's actually just never a reason for Brig to be on her Ana as far away from the fight for as long of the game as possible. So, I don't like the idea that you've pushed the folds of you guys' formation forwards, and the rest of our formation isn't correspondingly moving with you, right? Now, you take a ton of damage. You're not equalizing a lot of these traits. You're kind of sacrificing positions, HP, and resources. That is your defense matrix, micro missiles, cooldowns, boosters uptime, boosters damage, like knockbacks and melee damage, right? Something that you might have wanted to have to more easily burst this Mora down, although there's no guarantee that you're able to kill her at this point, right? It's not necessarily that you guys can do anything at this point to win the fight. I think that what you guys are able to do to win the fight a lot earlier is, you know, I don't know, the entire team can just play this corner, and you can be in, jump over their heads, they turn and look at you, you're on a nades, the people who are turned, you turn back, because the idea is to just jump over here and make them turn around, and then to booster right back, right? Because it is easier to predict than to react, and that is to understand that we can predict reliably that our Ana will want to anti-nade our threats and our targets to make it easy for us to zoom on right back. Am I on for today, by the way? Farron, let me look, actually. I think that I do have a code. Yes, I do have a code. I'm going to try to, I'm going to get to it next. So you might end up having to bounce, like, halfway through it. But yes, we do have a code. And I'll make sure I'll send you the VOD as well. It's going to be late tonight. That's uploaded to YouTube. W? Yeah. W, Farron. No, W. Haha. No, W, Farron. You guys are, it's me testing my new sense, and it feels so slow. Okay. Oh, neat. Okay, Goose. Yeah, go ahead and send that way. Lord the freaking go. No, like I said, it's you guys. You guys are too kind. You guys are too good to me. Okay, I like where you're at. Same kind of deal. I kind of wish, I kind of, like, would have your whole team being in a position that you guys can all, I'm going to make up a word, advantagize this. But that's okay. Ultimately, if your team isn't necessarily ready for you to engage, then I don't have you engaging too early. And if your team is ready to engage, right, is ready to burst down the hog, then I possibly have you play a little bit safer. It's interesting, Krups, I think that you're boosting out a lot when you may just be able to take a couple of steps backwards. Sorry, I should be more family-friendly. No, Farron. You are A-okay. I'm not going to regulate you guys here. Look at the PG-13. You know, I actually originally thought that I was going to be a sailor on stream. And there are actually a couple of moments that I'm definitely a sailor. Yeah, Krups, I just have you taking a step back so that you have boosters to get from this point back up here, and get some knockbacks, get some good melee damage. You have options for mobility, but you're also still within line of sight of your supports. In fact, your breaker should... I think if you're not backing up all the way with your boosters in that moment, I think that it would be easier for me to justify saying that Quo like should be looking to off angle with you, so that they're safe playing aggressive because you are also ready to be aggressive. So I don't like the boosters to get out. I feel like walking away is a good bet. Yeah, no, I originally figured that I was going to be a sailor on the stream, and just kind of realized that like apparently it's not my style when I'm on broadcast, which also makes sense. I've got a couple of years of broadcasting experience, and so whenever we get up on the air, it's not necessarily sailor hours, and so I probably fall back into some old habits. You do not need to be family friendly, Farron. Oh my goodness, my tummy's gonna start aching because of the black tea. I gotta set that aside. Ignore my sappy messages, guys. Interesting. Interesting. You're already out here. You've got damage and health. You have a health budget. I've actually really liked talking about the health budget. No, yeah, now that you know he's nice. No, you guys don't actually know. You guys don't know how much of an asshole I am. Love it, love it. And so, you know, it's interesting. No matter what, you get this, and it's possible that actually, if you are playing aggressively over here, the Mercy is you got a cast game. I would love to see it. I've got a different code that I was prepared to pull up for you today, Farron. But if you prefer to look at the oh, it's Bug with Masters. Ooh, okay, that actually might be a fun. So it's possible that if you're playing really aggressive here, that the Mercy. Hold on, guys, we need the music playing. That the Mercy. Actually doesn't play like you're not gonna die for, right? So ends up working out really, really well. But I thought it was interesting. You're already here, you're already aggressive, you're already boosted out, and then you walk away there just to end up getting pushed back out into this area. I think you can stick with your good ideas. I think that they're good. Okay, but you are now playing against a Zarya. You got the Venture as well. The Life Weaver is going to make things a little bit more complicated. I think that they were on Moira and Kiriko the round before, so they've changed to this triage support lineup that really just wants to live as long as possible. This is really interesting. This is not a good composition, but it kind of is a good composition. So let's see. Oh my goodness, the Lego with the Mercy wings is so terrifying. I hate that power, but I love it. Oh my goodness, thank you for that gem. That one is, wow, that one's getting saved. I'm gonna clip art something together. It's got a lot of good DPS playing from both teams. Okay, yeah, okay. Send it over. I'll take a look at that one first. I love that. Stay on the Czar, stay on the Czar, stay on the Czar. Oh, she's getting, like, fully healed. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Okay, so you chase the Mercy, you pick the cast, which is good. Okay, so you're really looking, you're thinking, where's my mega pack? Where's my health pack that I need to get to? So this is actually probably the instance where I'm like, I actually do like the boosters back. I like the boosters back, or I like the boosters to draw angles or draw aggro pressure. You know, honestly, actually, what you might have been able to do, you were low HP, they get the revive. I wonder what, because I was wondering what mega packs you could go for there. Depending on what code you have planned, it could be better. Let me take a look at my spreadsheet. I have the code that, I have the WFYSSF code. I don't know which one that is. But that's like one of 3 or 4 that I have. And I've got looking at your codes, over the next, like week and a half or so. And getting myself a Farron code like every other day. It's kind of like digital source. You know, we'll put his code up on the, you know, as like a warm-up sometimes. I like that DM. Yeah. So I came back here to understand, you know, actually, could you just, could you actually just boost back to the Mega Pack and then bounce back over here to Diva? Or, I'm sorry, to Mercy. Because there's health back. It makes sense to anchor to your supports. I don't mind you disrupting for space. Ultimately, they're going to probably win this fight, and you want to, you just want to make sure that you're stalling out on the objective. Don't want to be out of the fight too long. Yes. Yeah, I love that. The reason that I love that is because that is a, oh man, I've realized I swing the hammer down on you guys a little bit more lately, where you guys will share, like a legitimately, you know, just a legitimate point of feedback where I'm like, yeah, you know, I don't want to be able to fight that long. Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about getting melted, right? I kind of love these opportunities to be like, yes, that is self-deception. You don't want to be out of the fight that long. You actually, that is us not realizing how much time you actually buy yourself to just grab the health packs immediately and then go back. The cast code is going to be a lot better. Okay, gotcha. Farron, if you would, go ahead and, perfect. You've DM'd that to me. And what I'm going to do is we are just going to move that. Okay, perfect. All right, yeah, I'll take a look at that. So I think that you're deceiving yourself a little bit, right? When you're like, I don't want to be out of the fight for that long, right? And really, it is actually more that you're out of the fight for so much longer if you don't just go grab the megas, if you don't take that extra second. I was talking to my buddy late last night, and we were talking about, you know, like, how do people, you know, like, actually do their assignments and projects and homework on time? And I'm like, well, you know, they probably start well in advance, right? And we've been VOD reviewing the last 2 weeks or so, and the conclusion that we've been frequently coming to is plan that out. Know 7 seconds in advance that you want, you know, that you're going to want to get more health, right? So the way that you actually make sure that you're not out there for too long, right? The way that you actually make sure that you're able to do everything as quickly as possible is to know to do things in advance so that you spend less time thinking about to do them or how to do them, and you're actually just able to do them in a way that and it's not even like you're doing these things in a way that helps you get back, right? It's not even like boosting over here and then boosting over here and cutting as few corners as possible and traversing as much distance while facing as forward as you can, right? Because you move. Homework's only an issue 10 minutes before. Yeah, you see, Banana, I think you were the kind of player, the kind of person that we were thinking about last night. Slow is smooth and smooth is fastest. Yes. Why wait and panic about it? I should do all my work ahead of time and use the remainder to relax or maybe correct my work. Yeah, exactly, right? You can do things in advance and it helps you do things faster, right? I have to take a look, Krups. This is actually oh, this is okay, perfect. Yeah, so this is is this diamond? I wanted the rank icon, but I actually like Henry Cavill up on my screen. Consistency is key. Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just needs to get done, right? M4. Okay, perfect. Actually, yeah. I want to update that. So what I have all of our players understanding is that, there we go, Ewan McGregor. We can put him up. He's our Masters icon. What I have you understanding is that you're not even necessarily doing this in a way that, like, makes you fast to come back to the fight. It's just that, like, it's just you give yourself more time. You said it in the chat, that you buy yourself more time in the actual fight itself, and that makes sense. I'm glad that it makes sense. I'm also glad that you're willing to accept that, like, that is self-deception. That is a little bit of self-deception. Us telling ourselves, I have to, I must, I'm the only one who can, right? When we're thinking about, like, our ultimate usages and the 1v5s and the last point touches, and we've also got, we've also got these instances where I'm like, I don't want to be out of this fight too long. I don't want to miss something, right? And it's like, wait, no. Think clearly, right? You have the time. And if you don't have the time, you can make it. Guess what? You're playing like one of the most busted characters that has ever been released to any video game ever, right? And that's actually the case for like every single character in Overwatch. That's why in 2016 it was an international phenomenon, right? Outside of the fact that it was after Activision Blizzard. I mean, first new IP in like what, over a decade? That was a big deal. All right, let's see how we settle for this fight. We know that they have ults, by the way, so just never play a fight where we know they have ults as if they don't have ults. I miss old Overwatch. I don't, IQ. I do miss a lot of parts of it, though. I miss a lot of parts of old Overwatch. In particular, I miss the two tanks. I really liked playing tank in Overwatch 2 for a little bit, and then I just kind of like fell out of love with it because it was lonely. It was lonely. Kind of like, what happens in this game, with Krups. You just kind of get blamed by your team, even though there's like so much that the rest of us could be doing, right? So I ended up getting lonely. I miss being able to do stuff in queue. Yeah. I meant 2016. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Old Overwatch. Oh, my goodness. Did you ever play IQ? They released like a patch where it was like the day one patch in the Overwatch 2 engine. It was crazy. It was amazing to like stand completely still as Roadhog again while taking a breather. Okay. Big. I don't mind going a little bit deeper, a little bit sooner. You don't have any targets that you can like authentically dive. I don't even mind being Blade for playing bad, but just pretending that the solution is to swap annoys me much more. Like how we swap our approach instead of swapping our tank. Yeah, absolutely. I'm all about the mindset change. I'm all about the playstyle adjustment, right? Because it is a lot harder to counter a playstyle than it is a character, right? If someone rolls out on Monkey, then I can actually just sit there and be like, oh yeah, I can, oh nice, okay. I can just play the Reaper guy. I can just play the, you know, the Bastion fella, right? But like if someone is like genuinely like playing around me and my timings and my timers, right? At that point, it is it's very hard. It's very hard to counter. So yeah. Also send me a frag again. Yeah, thank you. I just added that to my spreadsheet actually while I was yapping. That's why I slowed down for a minute there. So yeah, I don't mind you being a little bit deeper, a little bit earlier on. I also don't mind you continuing to push the cast instead of bouncing back for the supports. You guys have already killed the Zara. You do want to disrupt the revive, actually. So I actually really like you being on the supports. It's interesting how it's actually the threat that you guys end up needing to worry about is the Venture. What are our supports doing all the way back? All right, yeah. So, once again, I am here to also validate you, Krups. It is part of the reason that I want you pushing it is because it is almost never nearly as safe out as it is in. It is always safer in than out. And so seeing our supports back up in a fight, are we proccing Inspire off of this? Oh, man. Like any other day, actually, any other day, I am such a huge Quo fan as well. Okay, big Inspire. Oh man, we're away from corners, walls, covers, and we're not pushing in, and we're backing up. So, right, like, if we're looking at the relationship between Ana and Brig, like, if Brig backs up, what do you think Ana's going to do? And if Ana's backing up, how helpful to our D.Va do you think that is? And if our Ana's backing up and that's not helpful to our D.Va, then, like, how on earth is our Tracer going to have any space to play in? Doesn't she die here? No, it's our supports who die, because they're out instead of in. Yeah, like, I appreciate the, safer in than out knowledge. Yeah. The monkey swap. See, this makes sense still, right? There's a lot that you can't do about the Venture on D.Va, although you can definitely do some chasing. Sometimes, oh man, sometimes these games really do just like boil down to like team just needs to live long enough for D.Va to like create enough openings in enough places that the enemy formation just kind of crumples in a way that the rest of our blue team heroes are able to run in. So I understand the Winston swap. You have to understand that the Winston swap is a way to make the in then out playstyle more accessible, right? It's even more of the turning around. It's even more of the dive prioritization. I love the monkey emote. You are looking to do all of the things that I'm looking for you to do on D.Va, and it should be easier as Winston. So we are pretty far in, but we're far in a position where they all can turn around and shoot us. So I actually don't mind even traversing this high ground a little bit longer to get a more complete scouting profile, so that maybe you can just drop, they all turn around, and then you can jump and bubble, right? Maybe you're jumping and bubbling onto their core. Maybe you're jumping and bubbling for yourself to lock down another like safe position on the map. I don't have you being inactive here. I definitely have you looking to be active. But do you think that this bubble can be used by the rest of your team who is also looking to be active, right? If part of what we're looking to accomplish on the D.Va, right, as I talk about our supports needing to be in, right, as I talk about, you know, what we need to do on the D.Va, creating pockets of safety for our other initiators, right, then I need you creating a pocket of safety. And one way to help contribute towards that is to force out a little bit more from them. And you can do that by traversing the map a little bit longer. Playing a slightly longer setup phase. See how they're reading. I think that you end up giving your time a little more team. You give your team a little more time to set up for that as well. Mercy can get the reviving in Valk anyways. My personal philosophy here is like it's just not even worth. She's gonna revive that. Like if you guys are like absolutely insane, that's gonna be awesome. But like they've got Zara, they've got Lifeweaver, and honestly. You know, could I be more disruptive to the people who are looking to enable the Mercy than I could to a Mercy whose like entire ultimate and gimmick is to be less disruptible than the other characters that I would have an easier time disrupting, right? So same kind of deal. It's the exact same way that I would have you playing on Diva as well, no less, right? So it's interesting. Yeah. We're calling for the swaps. But it is actually just embracing this playstyle that it doesn't necessarily get us winning, because this actually seems like it's pretty hard. The way that they're playing, I feel like, is pretty good. You guys say something like halfway through crops and like light a fire under their ass or something? No, my goodness, they want to win. Oh man, we need to die so much earlier. How long are we staggering after you're gone? It's a really tough setup as well. Oh, man, we staggered for so incredibly long. Yeah, I just gotta get out and die. Just get out and die. Just die. Oh, my God. We needed ourselves. We recalled. Oh, no. Oh, Lord. My Tracer knows their tank, so I guess their tank wanted to show off. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. That's funny. Interesting. Okay. There's a lot that we could talk about. You play quite well. Yeah, I get that. I feel like everyone in this lobby is playing pretty well. There's definitely a lot of things that changed from both teams. I don't even play ROM, by the way. Okay, gotcha. All good. Like moving on to supports. Nice. Oh, that's a fun little animation bug there. I like the idea of you staying on the Weaver. I really like the idea of you keeping pressure on upon him. I think it's so funny when I have my supports who are like, bro, Zarya's just walking on me. And I'm like, yeah, that's what she does. I have jobs to do. I have places to be. I have people to punch. I have cooldowns to force. I have ultimates to generate, right? I don't have a Zarya to keep from walking at high energy that I'm not necessarily contributing the most towards. That honestly, my team should be knowledgeable of the Zarya rule set, which is get high energy and walk. It's almost as if her playstyle has been like just as obnoxious from Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2, where in Overwatch 1 she was this off-angle nuker, right? Get energy from her core and then start opening up off angles for her DPS players and forcing things out for her main tank. Now it is very much a be the core, move the core, Zarya kind of playstyle. It's just as obnoxious as it ever was. And for all of my support players, if you are dying to Zarya, then spacing is your problem, right? I mentioned timing, map control, the 3 rule sets. If you die to a high energy Zarya who has been walking at you for like 30 meters at this point, I'm sorry, that's on you. As a DPS player, as a Sojourn OTP, right? As someone who loves the Hanzo, who loves these big impact burst damage DPS style characters, right? Until the Zark gets a Lucio. See, I also sit there and I wonder, I'm like, shouldn't you know that she's gonna walk faster? And so you should be even further away or be around an additional corner, right? Yeah, like, yeah, until she gets a Lucio, but like, you can't keep them from running the Lucio. You can't stop the Zarya from walking on you, even with the damage that I can deal. If I'm hitting every single headshot, she still has 2 bubbles, and her support's behind her, right? Oh no, it's an ad! That's okay, we're not talking about anything important. I'm just saying that, like, anyone who dies to Zarya, like, you asked for it. You asked for it by playing within her comfortable range, within her effective range. Stop doing that. Stop doing that. If you see a high-energy Zarya, move away from her, because by moving away from her, you force her to make decisions. And you can just move away from her and be like, whoa, hey, guys, I got forced out by this Zarya. She looks a little bit scary, and she's looking at me like I'm very handsome, right? And so the, Yeah. I hate the idea of you being prevented from doing the things that you need to do on the tank role because your teammates are saying we are unable to maintain distance against the Zarya. The funny thing is that even if the Zarya has a Lucio, you can still turn around and walk away, and you just might be able to move fast enough early enough, right? Because you move faster walking in the direction that you're facing. So. I'll let you know if you miss anything, Crops. No worries, no worries. All right, so we get the dive onto the soldier. Careful about the right-clicking on the dive. So I like being able to just dive and immediately go for cleave damage. So don't overvalue the right-clicking. It's an excellent poking tool, but you're not really poking for long as Winston. Okay. Diving the Mercy is a little bit haphazard, but you do force the Grippy, which is very, very nice. I'm here. Very nice. 9 ads! Oh, my lord! That is terrible. That's where the corners become your best friend. I know. No, it's so good. Nice. Okay, big. Big Lee Monkey gameplay. I like it. I like it a lot. Okay, they're on the hog now. Okay, that's perfect. So we just know that, like, we want to play away from the hog. Your cast gets hooked. Bubble, it just isn't worth it. Your cast has already been hooked. He's already going to die. And, like, could you... Oh, okay, we're reviving. But it's interesting that the bubble, like, still doesn't help us with the revive. Because we're putting our bubble, like, down, like... Are we putting it down to protect the cast? Are we getting it down for a revive? Are we putting it just because we exist here in this position and it's getting used by the revive, right? So, like, it's in... Oh, man. Yeah, like, of course that's going to happen. Of course, when... Oh, man. It's easier to predict than to react. Like, so... We're holding tab. We understand they've made a tank swap. So, you know, maybe we're doing a little bit of scouting before we're just, like, peeking this angle for no reason, right? I mean for no reason, too. Like, we're close enough to our ultimates that we don't need abundant scouting info. Was a late bubble for the cast? Yeah, I understand that. But he's already hooked. And bubble isn't really for your cast after he's been hooked anyways, right? If we're thinking about the rule sets of our character, right? Like, he's dead. He's dead. He's dead as soon as... I'll tell you when he's dead. I'll tell you when I know that he's dead, as Winston. For one, I hear the hog, and I'm like, oh, shoot. Okay, all right, gotcha, right? You hear him, too, and you immediately peek. You immediately, like, move how you need to move, right? This is excellent stuff from you. This is scouting, right? This is exactly what I'm talking about I need from, like, all of my, like, GM players, right? We've actually we've had a couple of GM VOD reviews where, like, we walk away with the conclusion, holy smokes, you're GM and you're not scouting? Right? So, it's my fault on Diva not to dive him. I'm not on Diva to DM him. Yeah, I guess so, right? So this is interesting, right? You scout. You hear him, right? You hear his stomps, you hear his gun, right? And you're like, that's a Roadhog, right? What are the rules of playing against Roadhog? Well, for one, playing 20 meters away from him at all times, right? Because that's the hook length. It's 20 meters and some odd change, right? It is to dodge the ability, to not play in his ranges, to be wary of him, and also sometimes not even take fights with him, right? Sometimes you're looking to do other things besides actually competing with him, right? So as soon as I see the what does R mean? That's funny. Baldus playing in a match today. I think you guys can see it over on twitch.tv/the esport company. It should be a fun game. And I think I got my buddy's cast in that game too, so. So as soon as I see the hook go out on this Cassidy, by the way, I know he's dead. As soon as I see the hook. Hold on, let me go freeze frame that one. Yeah, right here. I know he's dead. I know that I want to be looking to do anything other than, like, something that just absolutely won't work. Cassidy dies. But you could be jumping. You could be disrupting, right? Could be on the Mercy. Could be zoning off the soldier. I benefits from the soldier. You shouldn't be on the Venture. No reason to be out, then in on the Winston. We place the bubble. And this is what I really wanted to talk about. Intentions. Intentions, actions, decisions, they've all got to line up. We placed the bubble for our cast, but, like, that violates the rules. We can't help him. And we could have helped this Mercy if we were a little bit more patient with the bubble. If we had a better intention, a more intentional bubble than just, my cast got hooked, I must use my defensive utility, right? The fact is that we shouldn't need the defensive utility in the first place, and if we can't afford the defensive utility to prevent this this catastrophe, right, from playing out before our eyes, then we really should be preparing our defensive utilities for offensive measures to equalize pressure or establish advantages, right, and prevent disadvantages from being posed. But the easiest way to do that is by going in and killing them. So it's interesting. We lose our Mercy because, like, across the board, we mismanage our bubble, right? You use the cooldown incorrectly, 100%, but it's also utilized by your team incorrectly, right? Your Cassidy plays out in the middle of the open as if he has a bubble before you place it. Your Mercy reses the bubble as if it is a corner bubble after you place it, after the Hog has gotten his pick and started moving in, instead of looking to, I don't know, move somewhere with your team. Look at where you guys are on this. Look at where you guys are on the map. Oh my gosh. Oh my lord. This is not how you win. This is, hey guys, take a quick screenshot if you would like. I'll take one. I'll send it to you, Krups. And I'm being so mean right now. Holy smokes, by the way, because I love macro VOD reviewing, and I macro VOD review in the context of my collegiate teams. And so usually when I'm macro VOD reviewing with my teams, I don't mind holding back. Love it. Oh my goodness, guys, there's actually such a treat on the horizon. Real authentic flame reviews by someone who is even a little bit nicer than myself, who is not afraid to appear as an asshole on stream. I'm actually so excited for you guys to experience that. But that's like a week or two from now. And it's not me actually run it. It's a totally different streamer. I'm so excited. Anyways, yeah, take a screenshot, Krups. Send it to your friends. Tell them, like, an actual collegiate professional level coach told us or looked at this and was like, wow, that's like definitively how you set up to lose this fight here, right? We could talk about where I put my other pieces. I don't really care. We're looking at your VODs, and I need to get to Farron's anyways, because Farron's already gone, and is just lurking. And honestly, oh my goodness, we have so many VODs to get through today, and we've already been live for an hour. Okay. Just guys that forced out. Yeah, just die on the point. It's safer, better. Oh, safer. Oh, you're here? Oh, hello, Farron. We're getting to your VOD here in a little bit. Have to leave in like 35 minutes. Yeah, that's all right. That's all right. Nah, I'm sorry, Farron. You're gonna love that VOD though. You're gonna love watching that YouTube video. I like this dive. Pull out the primal. Don't save it. Just pull it out. Whip it out and start forcing adaptations, changes out of that Weaver. Earlier primal, possibly draw some aggro from the Hog, right? Yeah, you're not on Diva to DM the hook. It's interesting, actually. You actually do DM the hook with your primal, right? Time to speedrun my game. Good luck, Farron. Set a record today. So it's actually interesting, right? You're not on the Diva, but you accomplish a similar thing by an earlier ultimate here. So, if you have it, use it. We were flaming Dow earlier, because Dow had his ult and used it, and it was a 1v3, and he dies on the point, and everyone, we're all like, oh my god, yeah, like, it's so not worth it to go for that ult, right? But, like, if you have it, you should use it. Because you know what we got out of that is we got power in the chat saying, hey, I think that you can actually like stay on the Kiri, force out dash, and then go for the dash blade on her, start with that, and it's possibly a little bit better, right? And so we get an awesome point from power earlier where it's like, yeah, you shouldn't really go for that blade, but like, here's a way to make it a little more doable, right? So blade, every single time, oh my gosh, blade, primal. Yes, and don't just primal because it's being forced out of you. I want you doing it on your terms. Yo, Krups, I know that you are talented. I see it. I can witness the decisions being made firsthand. I see you chuckling at your silly, goofy friends making the silly, goofy mistakes, right? In real time in this VOD review, right? And I just don't want you making decisions in Overwatch that have bases in the way that the enemy team is playing. That doesn't make sense to me, Krups. Sorry. Whoa, holy rude, coach. Oh my goodness. Someone get this guy a Snickers bar. I know, right, Krups? This guy's a tyrant. All right. I don't hate where you're positioned. I wonder if there's a spot that you could end up in that's a little more active. You're chasing the Mercy, though, so I don't mind that. Brings you to this corner. You could probably save the bubble a little bit longer because you're at this corner, right? If your team needs the bubble, I think that it makes sense to place it. You actually don't need it yet. Benefit of hindsight kind of shows us that this is a bubble that you guys, you're not carving up the map. You know, there's no, like, really clear intention for this bubble besides, like, you have it, so you'll use it. And that's a good principle. That's a good philosophy. But I also have you using it. I have you looking for reasons to use it as opposed to just plopping it down, right? So understanding that, like, I'm diving the Mercy, you know, her team's going to turn and help her shoot me when I land. But actually, Mercy doesn't want to fight you in a bubble with her team. She wants to just glide away, right? So you can chase the Mercy, know that she's going to glide away, and then understand, okay, Mercy's out, I can save my bubble. I've forced a change in their positioning, so now on my next leap, I have a way to stay more engaged with them. If the bubble helps to carve up the map, then use it to carve up the map. If the bubble mitigates damage, then use it to mitigate damage. And if it helps you create a pocket of safety for you and your team while you're engaged on targets, then I see you bubbling while you're engaged on targets, as opposed to when you think you will be tethered to the Mercy, right? So it's almost like you commit the bubble. It's almost like you commit the bubble. You know that you're no, I'm sorry. You commit to the decision of the bubble before actually seeing the environment that that justifies saving the bubble, right? Yo, Krups, excellent VOD review. Do you want me to go back? Did you get your screenshot? Because I'm actually not joking, bro. Well, I'm joking. But like this is just like this was really messy. This is like really bad. And I understand it, right? Because again, like we got a little bit of a glimpse, right? Krups, you're talking about how like, oh, my friends are sometimes kind of annoying because they tell me that like I needed to swap, but like, bro, they walked out on Hog after I rolled out on Monkey, right? And I just want to understand how necessary the swap really is. It felt so winnable. Even on Monkey versus Hog. It was very winnable on Monkey versus Hog. Yeah, it absolutely was. Does a swap make playstyles accessible? Yes, it does. Does a swap make it easier to adapt to different advantages or prevent other disadvantages? Yes, 100%. I don't think that I can scroll all the way up to what JCV Stealth said. I actually can. I think I'm swapping to enable a certain advantage rather than to reduce a disadvantage, right? So I'm not swapping because they walked out on Hog, right? I'm not primaling in this corner because he's whole hogging me. I swap because there's something that I want to do, and the easiest means by which to do it is on this character with these rule sets, right? With these interactions. So was it winnable on Monkey versus Hog? Yes. Was it winnable on Diva versus Arya? 100%, right? For you and your friends for the next session, it is almost always safer in than out. Holy smokes. Absolutely never a reason to be backing up into I lose positions while the fight is still unresolved. So here's, let's see it. Here's your screenshot. Unacceptable. And especially for like a Masters lobby. You know, if this was one of our scrims, right? Actually, it's so acceptable for a Masters lobby because, guys, hey, plot twist, Masters players and low GM players, they're very bad. And I can speak with that on a great authority. I've been a Masters low GM player for a very long time. And you guys know I'm bad. So for Masters lobby, this is beyond acceptable. If this were a scrim lobby of thanks, I'm still diving. No, bro. Wait, no, you're so talented. You guys will have to stick around long enough to hear my opinions on the low GM players versus the rest of the ladder. I actually think everyone else is more talented than low GM players. But again, I have very strong opinions, very unbased opinions. I'll focus on intentionally on patience with my bubble. Seems to be the biggest way I can improve right now from what you said. Yeah. What I wanted to get to was the aggression, the uptime. How do your bubbles help facilitate that? Being a little bit deeper, a little bit earlier, not necessarily fully engaged in the fight, but looking to set up and carve up the map, right? It was actually the playstyle that you just needed to fully embrace, or more fully embrace, on the Diva and the Winston there, in order to get that. So, like I said, if this was a scrim lobby of the same rating, this would be terrible. I would be fuming. And so. So really, at the end of the day, do you need to be swapping? No. Does it make it easier? Maybe, depending on what you're looking to do. But based on what you were looking to do, I don't actually think that you made things easier on yourself. I think that you and your friends just end up kind of self-deceiving, and that's an easy way to lose Overwatch. So, hey, Krups, thanks for the VOD review. I love that. I love the opportunity to talk about swaps. We've never talked about swaps on the stream. So really good to have the fact that we haven't talked about swaps and the reason that we haven't talked about swaps. It's very good that we've had that affirmed. You've given us an excellent opportunity. I appreciate the review. Yeah, Krups. It was less of a review of you as well. You know, when we get a really good... oh, man. Hold on, guys. This is actually kind of important. Okay, alright. That's a little bit upsetting. I've watched this team for like 3 years. They were really excited to get a dub today. Yeah. Yes, often Mozart are my goats. Yes. Haha. This one's actually Brahms. I need to update my playlist. Farron, you might actually need to yeah, have a good night, ball diff. Bronze. This is bronze. This is bronze. No, I think this is actually still masters. All right, fair. Wait. Mazort. Okay. Mazort and who else did you say? Yes off? Okay, gotcha. Which one are you? Which one are you, Farron? Are you Felcat? Red Widow? Okay, yep. Okay, alright. I love Widow gameplay. Oh my goodness. It's so fun and patient. We are 14 seconds into the match, and we have just used Venomine. Whip that shit out as soon as you can. Just yeet it. Look up some, like, lineups or something like that. So sad about the miss? Ah, that's alright. That's okay. You got to get a couple of misses in. And honestly, I think it feels like the reason that you're missing is because, like, you're not fully prepared to, like, hit the shot. Like, your movement or your, like, peak timing is just, like, ever so slightly off. Now, that's not necessarily what is causing the missing, but it definitely is one of the variables that isn't necessarily making it easier, right? So that's A-okay. Just, like, really prepare to make those shots, right? I like to get up on an angle and just sit there and hold, and then, honestly, guys, it's actually a secret, but here it is. I arbitrarily start a 3 count, and then I just pull my finger on 1. If I miss, if I hit, sometimes I've hit, guys, and it's, I feel like a god when that happens, and I have to then immediately get humbled, by like, the enemy mercy, out of Valk, by the way, and then I'm reminded that I'm just a very old mushroom, but like, yeah, I love arbitrarily just starting a 3-2-1 count, making sure that I'm aligned with my own timings, right, so... I'm not too worried about those misses, you know. Ooh, be careful. Mazort is looking to push something here. You do want to mark the Tracer, but, like, you also want to mark the Tracer in the context of a team that is making it easy for you to mark the Tracer. If everyone turns around and your Kyrie and Ana start backing up while your Hog tries to push it, we're looking at, by the way, like, literally the exact same kind of, like, formation tearing that we watched in the last game, right? So, like, seeing how, like, you guys are pushing the Fulci formation in a way that actually exclusively benefits the Tracer and not you guys? Interesting. And it makes your job harder, too. Isn't it just easier if your whole team moves in, occupies this corner, starts filtering out of the space, and Tracer has to chase you around this corner or walk through here, right? Don't you know when she's popping out? Don't you know where she's popping out? And so all you can do is just sit here, hold your crosshair at Tracer head level height, and go 3, 2, 1. Man, I love it when Overwatch players make shit hard on themselves. It makes it easy for me to win. I gotta stop cursing. Oh my goodness. I gotta stop doing that. Bro, you are chasing the Tracer! Stop! Stop it! Ooh, nice shot. You're fighting on her terms. You're fighting on her terms in her arena. She had the Mega Pack. It's her health control. Map control. It's her health. I made my life impossible in Overwatch. Bro, I made my life impossible in real life. I might have you trumped, Goose. Oh no. That's okay. Stop playing by her rules. Bro, you can set those terms. Okay. I can't believe I whiffed the 2 shots. I can. You were making that so hard for yourself. Oh, Farron, my goat. Oh my goodness, you stand still at one of those corners on an angle that you know the Tracer has to, like, be playing into you on top of a health pack that you are going to grab as soon as she grabs, as soon as she, like, even, like, grazes you with a bullet, because you know, at the very least, if she's going to chip you down from, how much health do you have? 275 to 268, you grab the Mega. At the very least, you know that she isn't able to grab that health pack herself. I like to be difficult. Me too, Farron! Wait, I don't know why I yelled at you for that. I think I just resonated very strongly with that. I also like to make things much more difficult on myself than they need to be. So, you know, honestly, by my metric, Farron, you're doing the right things. Oh, stop it! She wants you shooting at her! I was egoing things a lot this game. I love it. I love that nade. Oh my goodness. Do you cook yourself with your pathing? Bro. Something casual, Pugs. Yeah, absolutely. Oh my goodness, you even get the flash on her. Take the step to the right! That's so funny. Farron, thanks for letting me flame you, bro. You're so fun. Oh! Nice. That's awesome. Excellent, excellent. Farron. I thought she would swing left. With what movement, bro? Did you not hear the Cassidy voice line? You're hindered, right? Or was it the other one? Does he go, stop moving? It was one of those. You know, he gets those new voice lines. Got to take the honorable duel by swinging left? What is this? The old Western that you're living in right now? You're doing 30 paces out and then turning and facing? Is there a bow involved as well? I would ban you if I could, Ethan. Oh my god, yeah. We actually that would free up our stream key to be sent to Deacon, my unfunny man, my very serious business casual professional. I miss Deacon today. Oh my gosh, I wonder where they are. You're marking the Tracer? Farron, I'm gonna lose it. What are you? Oh, you flash first with zero scouting info. I hope you die. Ah! All right. That's fine. That is A-okay. Oh, you need to get rolled in one of these. Oh my god. That will bring me a great level of catharsis to see you absolutely dumpstered at some point, Farron. Totally planned? Yeah, you know what? You know what? No, I'm taking this out on you, Farron. We're taking down Ewan McGregor. We're taking down Ewan McGregor, and we are putting Hugh Jackman on. Yeah. Let's get a ranky. There we go. Hugh Jackman on the screen. No. You do not get to have Ewan McGregor up on there. No, Goose. We lost the privileges. We are Hugh Jackman now. If you fight this Tracer. Oh, I'm gonna lose it. If one of my replays would be reviewed today, I would love to swap it out for a new one and push the older further back. I feel like I can't win today. I would say I did a lot in the game. Yeah. Dirt, send me over the replay code that you want to exchange. Let me double check my spreadsheet here real quick. Since we're having a lot of fun right now. Oh my goodness. Where are you, Dur? I've got your next replay code for tomorrow, Dur. So let me do this. On a row above. Yeah. And go ahead and send the replay code. I've got a blank section above the list that I've got. So that way I'll be able to push your code right up to the top there. And I'll be doing that after stream. So go ahead and send me the code in Discord DMs, and we'll be all set. Okay. All right. Back to Obi-Wan, my beautiful king, bro. we would have Obi-Wan up here if Farron wasn't acting like a Padawan in this game. We can put Orlando from my Dorado game. I actually should be. Would I get more value just fighting main and shooting the support Stank Genji? Yes. Is this more fun? Well, I love it, Farron. Guys, at the end of the day, I am about having fun in Overwatch. Like, it's a video game. Like, oh, is that the right-click perk? Oh my goodness, Farron might go. I love that perk. I love the right-click perk. I love the right-click perk because it is fun. I was going to go on a huge rant about Overwatch and doing it for fun. It's just a video game after all. And oh, it's fun being at the top, but it's also, like, not fun, like, losing what the point of the game is. And so, wow. And then you have the right-click perk, the Fan the Hammer perk, which, by the way, I go for every single time. That other Deadeye perk is just absolute trash. That's awesome. Oh, man. How fun. Dude, what are you doing? Shouldn't you be, like, inting and feeding and dying? Dude, like even the Lightfoot stepping around on the on the high ground, like, isn't enough to juke out the hog trap. God, I love that perk. I love that perk so much. Controlled fan the hammer shots are underappreciated by the community. You guys actually underestimate how powerful this perk is. I get that we like the Deadeye, like, I guess being refreshed. You know, guys? Hold on, what's this Cassidy perk? What's the other Cassidy? Hold on. Google Cole Cassidy perks. Overwatch. What's the other perk? Let's see. Cassidy. Overwatch. Where's his perks? Alright, so his minor perk is the regenerate 20 health per second for each enemy targeted by Deadeye. And at one point, it was like, it would give you Deadeye charge refunded or something if you didn't. Yeah, Deadeye heals. Okay, gotcha. And it was refunded. Okay, yeah. Very cool, guys. I also like getting the perks that, you know, buff the worst ultimate in the game to the point that it's, still the worst ult in the game. It's trash. No, I love the Fan the Hammer one. Oh, the Fan the Hammer one is so good. I love the Fan the Hammer. I don't know why everyone is looking at... I actually don't know why. You guys have tilted me now. I don't know why people are like, I want to make the worst ultimate in the game. Like, in the... across the game's entire history, consistent through era after era. I want to make that ult finally, like, not as dog shit ass as it used to be. Like, it's still bad, guys. You multiply something by 0, and guess what the value is? Oh, I'm so glad you died. We gotta settle down, chat. Oh, my lord. At least 7. Okay, wait. I don't... Goose, you might need to hit the uni classes. Uh-oh. That's a nice shot on the Genji. I like that. Oh my god, nice juke on the hook. I am not gonna admit that that was intentional, but... if I was playing, if I was the Cassidy, that would have been an intentional dodge. Onto something? No, on something. Oh, god. You saw her take the health pack. You took the health pack. Dude, I did not know that you were Sombra. Your presence hacks the health pack. It regenerates faster. Rip the reload. Yeah, actually. You kill her, bro. You kill her if you don't have to reload there. I know it. Oh boy. Oh. Can he? Can he really hope that the Mega Pack regenerates in that time? I guess so. Oh, what a blast. What an absolute blast. I love it. I love having a VOD. High noon to cancel reload. Don't think it would have saved it. Maybe not, actually, but I really like that idea. I didn't even realize that we had Deadeye there. And that would have been fun. Here's where Mazort becomes the GOAT. Okay, gotcha. Dude, oh my lord, the dementia kicked in there early. I thought you were talking about musical artists. All right, let's see it. I like the spam, the pot shots. I like the pressure timings. Careful now that you know there's a widow. You are not looking to play that angle. Okay. You're so cheeky. You're so cheeky. I can't wait for that to not work out for you that same way. And you actually have to, I don't know, like think about your crouch timings and your WASDing. Here's where you were cooked anyway. You were looking 180 in the wrong direction. Yeah, that was after that was after her recall though. That's after her recall. Oh, nice shot. Oh my goodness. Dude, I also love landing bullets on the easiest character. I'm kidding. That's Genji. That's Genji who's the easiest here on the game. No, your shots are actually so clean, Farron. I could probably hang out for hours just watching the cast. Ooh! Oh my goodness, your peak timings are so haphazard. Clean that shit up. Okay. That's not bad. What are you doing? What are you doing? Stop that right now. Oh, I like going up to the icon here. I very much like changing it up. Wait, what is wrong with them? I know, they should have killed you, right? Is that what you're about to say? Like, you should have died like 8 times. Oh, Lord, the ad? No! That's okay. That's alright. Wait, how are you getting an ad, Farron? I don't know that you could get ads. I don't know how it all works. I thought that you got the icon that means that you can't get ads. Oh, man. For 2 minutes? I'll have to talk about something for 2 minutes. I'll buy us some time. Oh, we're back on the Widow. I have plenty of time to buy. Have you guys seen the latest episode to Be Hero X? Oh, my goodness. That show is peak. I'm actually so excited. I do writing as well. And I have been very closely analyzing To Be Hero X. That show is so incredibly good. And they nail it with the writing, the characters, the story. I'm very big on storytelling. And I also think that, like, holy smokes, I actually think that, like, storytellers are really irresponsible with the obligations, moral, social, ethical obligations that they have to their cultures and eras. And I think To Be Hero X is part of the reason it's so peak. Not gonna lie, I forgot I went Widow. This was... we'll take a look. Part of the reason I think To Be Hero X is so peak is because I think that they're telling a story that kind of needs to be told, and they're telling it very responsibly as well. All right, now that I bought a little bit of time. Oh my goodness, yo, you can just keep your crosshair head high. Oh my lord. Let's see. You got this. Oh my god, a frail? Oh man, you guys make me want to go play Overwatch right now. We still have several hours left of the stream. We still have several hours of VOD reviewing. Okay, that's fine. Okay, good. Yo, Farron, just be ready to hit these shots. Your movement is cooking you. I said earlier that, like, you're not missing those shots necessarily, like, because, like, correlation, not causation. No. I'm going to say it. Your movement is cooking you, bro. Oh, my lord. It's awesome. Your aim is so precise, but, like, your movement, your legs are, like, flailing around. You look like a spider crawling around, which I guess is in character, but, like, can you stand still like a human? You may have a tip for me to get me to play the game. I can't get myself to start. I always have the urge to play, like right now, but I just sit here watching streams or videos and I don't know how to get myself into the game. Yeah, summoning an invigorating passion and letting it well up within yourself you're not creating ambition, right? We're already born with that, right? We're born to be ambitious and to hope. Play arcade/QP. Yeah, I love starting with my Mr. Heroes lobbies. Usually, if I'm looking to play Overwatch and I'm, like, not kind of feeling it for the grind, I start with something that, like, I actually enjoy, which is Mr. Heroes. Actually, you guys can see it on my little career profile. I have the Shapeshifter tag, and that's the Mr. Heroes tag. So, I love my Mr. Heroes game mode. So sometimes I'll start by doing something that's fun. I'll re-immerse myself in, like, what is that actually brings me to the game, for the first place. Worked for a total of, like, 3 games 2 weeks ago, and then I stopped. Yeah, that's fine. Dur, I would say you gotta connect to, like, what is fun in the game, right? If you see Overwatch like a work, like a job, you're just going to end up feeling like it's a huge slog. I do have fun when I play, but I just can't start. It sounds like you're fighting through a little bit of anxiety. Do you only play ranked? I'm not diagnosing, by the way, but me when I'm going to play Overwatch competition, my opponent is a kidding. What? You talking about a kitty toe? Nice. Ooh, I like the shots at the end there. Oh, really nice, Farron. Excellent stuff. Oh my goodness. Your VOD is fun. Your VOD was a lot of fun, Farron. Thank you for submitting that. Oh my lord. Yo, get your ego in control. Holy smokes. Oh, what a blast. Yo, thanks for the submission, Ferret. And yeah, Mazort the GOAT, 100%. So Mazort was doing some heavy lifting for y'all. Let's go. All right. I want to take a look at All right. Hopefully power's around. If not, that's a-okay. I can send a real serious one if you would like. Yeah, go for it. I like the fun ones just as much, though. I like all of them a ton. And so, yeah, absolutely send me the super serious ones. But holy smokes, don't stop from sending me the fun ones, too. Actually, the fairy one would probably be good. Okay, gotcha. Hey, I've got them all in my spreadsheet. Just until they get invalidated is the window of time that we have. So that's a-okay. Okay. We have an Apollo in here. I've got an Apollo on my team. All right, we got power. Yeah, power. Oh god. Oh god. Let me pull up the let me pull up your DMs. I might have to remind myself which rank this is. Let's see. And this one is the Circuit Royale game. You said both are close. One says a 5-4 win on Circuit, where I felt I played to my standard, but struggled to win fights overall, and adapt to the fact that we had a Life Weaver. Okay, gotcha. Oh my goodness. Wait. No, Power. I've been so excited to take a look at this one. If you're around, remind me what elo this one is. So that I can make sure that I got the right icon. Because people might get the wrong idea, seeing Hugh Jackman up there on there, and seeing the professional standard of gameplay from you. They're like, wait, isn't this silver? So Masters. Okay, perfect. Yeah. Let me. Oh, that's nice. Oh, chat is gonna be so happy about you and McGregor being back up on there. Some fraud possibly incoming? No, don't worry. Guys, actually, the standard of gameplay for Masters and low GM has, it's not great. So, in these lobbies where you guys feel fraudulent, I just want you guys to understand, I am also a fraud, And my Mr. Stealth, my top 10 all roles player, right? He is also a fraud, right? And we've both been frauds for years, but we're all just pretending like we're making it work. And you know who else pretended like they were making it work for years at a time? Kefri, right? And look at that guy now, right? So, like, don't you think he's a fraud? Are you more of a fraud than Kefri? I doubt it, Power. So, yeah. I love watching you guys ranks. Go watch a super video that has PGE in it. Yeah, 100%. Oh, that's so great, Dirt. Yeah, you're absolutely correct. Yeah. No, Power, I understand what you're saying. But I would never limit what you guys can talk about in this environment that we've constructed together. But you can't call yourself a fraud in my chat. You just can't. That's not allowed. I won't stand for it. I went Zarya the first fight just to phase off the sim because he was begging the Zarya ban the game before. Okay. Me and Pig Boy. Yeah, absolutely. Oh my goodness. You want to talk fraudulent? Holy. Yeah, just a little early on the bubble. That's A-okay. It's just reliable to proc it when you're doing when you're taking the damage there. I like it. Oh my goodness, standing your ground, holding against the ROM, you get the energy from the, oh, beautiful stuff. Excellent, Power. Adjust to the sim, break the turrets, well, okay, I understand why you don't, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, this is actually A-okay, especially since both of your supports are leading ult charge against the sim. How do I improve your movement? Closer walls, covers, and corners, fair. Actually, just like as a really, really quick, easy point. Like what bad and correctable things was I doing? So part of it was like one step in the wrong direction, where like you are moving in a way that doesn't help, like doesn't construct the angle that you need to reliably land that bullet. You weren't doing a lot of ambient jumping, which was really, really nice. I see a lot of players lose, miss their shots because they're jumping. But for you, it was actually just like you're not in the corner. It's like as you're walking through, you turn around and look at the tracer. When really, I just want you to get to this corner and understand that she's going to like walk around and try to chase you. So it's not even necessarily that like your movement during the duels is cooking you. A little bit of it is your pathing as well. How are you setting up to take that duel, and what angles, what corners, and what walls and covers are you looking to manipulate as part of that duel, right? Especially against a character like Tracer, you really want to manipulate that. There's a really example right now because I'm like right in the middle of the open. Yeah, that's okay. With our tank heroes, it can be justifiable. So Farron. For me, what I saw mainly was the movement. And again, that's partially like how are you setting up for these fights, and then also so more cover and playing angles better as opposed to just taking a fight in an empty space. Yep. That's it. It's super easy. It's super easy to say as like a bullet point. And super hard and nuanced and complicated to work on. So that's why I'm really excited to look at the Freya code. Farron, we're probably gonna get some like really authentically directive insights from that one. Farron, I'm so thankful that you were just willing to have fun with us today. And we do still get uncook your movement out of it. But we'll have more precise. We will have a more precise understanding of how that looks from another replay code. Thanks for having fun with me today, Farron. It was actually so much fun to flame you, and you're such an excellent sport. Oh my goodness. You remind me of some of my players, and how excellent y'all are. Oh, my tea is cold, but that's okay. It might not hurt my tummy anymore. All right. Mm-hmm. I love that you aren't testing your limits here. Not necessarily that limit testing here is a bad idea. How often do I get Somer gains? Did I eat anything before trucking D? No. I just made my black tea and started drinking it. Is that gonna make my tummy hurt? How often do I get Sombra games? Almost never. Sombra's one of my favorite characters to play too. I actually love playing Sombra. So if you get Sombra games, please send them. They're about just through through that fight. Oh yeah, the ante, and then just like living out in the middle of the open there. Oh my goodness, has window too. Yeah, really interesting. You know, this entire time, even as early as when you before you get the Baptiste and the Sojourn here, I don't commission you to move across, but I wonder how wide, how open you can make the map, and I wonder how, you know, by going how far left here do you make things a little bit easier for yourself to play aggressive while also avoiding the damage. You do everything right here. I really like it. I'll get one or two from you. Also one of my favorites. Yeah, I love Sombra. Get something in my tummy? No. Do you leave the teabag in the glass? I do. Yep. I like it steeping over time. That probably doesn't help me though. But that's also because I sometimes make a second cup and I use that that first teabag. And let it steep for even longer. I definitely reload too much on SAR. Yeah, maybe. I was talking to my you know, my JCV stealth. That could actually lead to tummy aches. Oh, interesting. Okay. Interesting. I didn't realize that black tea would work against me. Yeah, Power, I was just talking to JCV Stealth the other day about too many right clickies. Too much downtime because, like, you're going for too many right clickies, so you have to reload too often. Yeah, oh my gosh. You do reload very often. I forgot my AutoZone card. Oops. That's alright. Looking around. I don't mind playing a little more aggro. Yeah, because you guys have tree. Yeah. So, you know, it's good to anticipate our ults as well as theirs. So understand that you can play a little aggro. You get some really good bubble generation earlier on to the photon barrier. Because what are they going to do as soon as they put out the photon barrier, right? They're going to walk on you. And so if they're going to walk on you as soon as the photon barrier goes up, you can probably bubble as soon as the photon barrier goes up. And when they don't charge your bubble as soon as the photon barrier goes up, then submit that replay code to me and we'll understand that we can do things differently. They already don't really bubble you much anyways, or they don't damage you much anyways. I still prefer a bubble a little earlier on. Call of Duty has ruined me forever with this. Shoot twice, reload. Yeah. I was calling for Nano, not remembering they had no LS. Oh, I gotcha. I see. That's hey, that's okay. I love that graph. I don't really care for the fact that it's like right on top of the TP, but it looks like they weren't able to interact with the TP, which is really funny. I like that. That's second convenient. I love it. Okay. Good. Keep it walking. And nice. Yeah, we gotta fix your... Not fix. We gotta figure out your energy gains. Used to be an R99 demon in Apex, so ensuring I had all the bullets was super important. Yeah, I understand that. I never played Apex. I never got into it. I always felt like I was very bad at it. It's actually as early as this point, I think, that you were kind of cooked here. But I don't quite know how. Azar is one of my least played tanks, so I have to understand this in the context of an overarching picture. For one, Apex was so good at its peak. I believe your Corrupts. Actually, especially since it's you saying that I believe you. It was popular too. Oh my goodness, it still kind of is. Power. I instinctively don't really care for your positioning. here. I don't think it's wide enough. I don't think it's active enough. I don't think it's aggressive enough. And I also think that it's interesting how, like, this position that you're in ends up leading you forward in a way that you can have cooldowns reliably landed against you. As opposed to this angle here, I think not only fosters the aggression that kind of opens up this section of the map that you have characters that want to utilize anyways, right? Sojourn and Soldier don't benefit from this position, or playing behind you here, right? We want long angles, we want map open, and Sojourn in particular is going to want to slide up onto that tent. So you're not positioned in a way that will help kind of like slingshot them forward, kind of use your gravitational force to move forward. Probably not enough disruption on the ROM. I wonder if the team, if blue team is comfortable shooting you, which means you can bubble if you're actually turned around trying to help with the ROM. Because you end up getting slept after you turn around to help with the ROM, when, like, really, you might just be able to keep up the aggression on him here. It might be easier to kind of, like, just turn and follow him with the beam as well, without having to move anywhere if you're a little bit wider, or if you're set up in a position that helps you be wider, right? It's a little bit weird to think about a tank playing and like, setting up for a fight over here. But I like the options that it gives you. I like the way that it sets you up, so... And I also like the things that it helps you avoid. I think that you don't really get great bubble generation playing the main sight line. I think that you don't necessarily get better ones here, since bubble energy is kind of variable on a couple of different things. But I think that you have more opportunities to force them to charge you here a little bit more if you're playing in a way that is more aggressive earlier on, right? Let them mark you very, very early in these fights as Zarya. Because here's my thinking. It's been too long since a Lord Thethan stream. It's just the weekend, Freakazoidian. Here's what I'm thinking. I've always maintained... Oh my god, my Warlock tweet today was so funny. The Hedonistic Heart Warlock is actually... That sounds like such a banging subclass. Where your patron just injects sugar, caffeine, and serotonin into your body. And that's... It makes you funny and giggly and entertaining. Anyways. Power. My thinking is, I've always maintained that Zarya, like, the longer the fight, the longer the phases of the mid-fight go on, the more powerful she is and the more powerful she gets. And she wants those long mid-fight phases. So I like the idea of you being marked early on. Because if you're marked early on, then that's earlier for them to complete their scouting profile, earlier for them to initiate on you. And if the fights are generally starting earlier, and you're able to start them early in a way that you're able to sustain through those early initial bursts of damage through those first phases, I think that you actually end up setting yourself up to kind of slowly burn them out and slowly become stronger. I think that you give yourself kind of like more, not necessarily more spread out bubble charges with it, but you give yourself some bigger bubble opportunities with it. So I like the idea of you letting yourself be marked by these opponents earlier, and I think that the way to let yourself be marked is to take the wider angle here. Let them know you're there. Oh my god. I love the idea of my Zarya player, like, actively looking to start fights by the first thing that she's looking to do is just, hey, haha, hello, it's me, I'm Zarya, haha, I'm gonna walk up on you if you charge my bubbles, right? I think that you can do that. Because you know what you'll make them do? You'll make them make decisions. They'll sit there and they'll be like, oh, guys, we have to get this Zarya. Don't charge her bubbles, guys! That's the Zarya! Like, no, you can make them make mistakes. Just by looking scarier than you are. Probably have to stop drinking this tea. Love the commitment on the ROM. Oh my goodness, I love it. I love it when we start shooting something, and we just stay shooting it. Nice dive on the Ana. I like peeling back for the Venture as well. I like, you know, kind of thinking, I've got a job I can do, and then moving to do that job, and then turning back around. The Zarya Psyop. Yeah, a little bit. Let's see. I almost wonder if you missed that disruption, if like, I can justify, like, just full DMing, like, keeping the DM held up and being like, oh, I missed this disruption, so I'm just going to hold DM up and, like, just run right in there. I don't know. I don't mind that idea. There's very much a miscommunication in the pre-fight on Venture position, hence the awkward fumbling before Nano. Oh, that's all right. I still liked the way that you guys were set up for that fight. I still really appreciated that. All right, big. Love it. Excellent power. The fact that you lose Weaver, not a big deal. That's actually a really nice. That's a really nice cost for a fight win there. Your Weaver's life and 2 ults, 3 ults if you count like the kind of the setup leading into that. That is not bad at all. We're thinking about a way to force them to window. Maybe a little bit more aggression earlier on. Force the Ana to make a mistake or a decision. Honestly, if you die here at this point in the round, it's not a terrible thing. Especially if you're getting space that leads them to like turn around, look at you, that the objective might be able to move uncontested. It's funny, whether you're here or whether you're here, they can stop the cart. So maybe it doesn't matter where you are relative to your team at this time. Maybe the thing that actually matters is where you are relative to the objective, to where the objective... Remember, there's a relationship there between where the objective starts and where it ends when the fight resolves favorably for one of our teams. So I don't mind you playing that relationship there. Push on to that Ana. Okay, big. I like that. I didn't like the commitment on the Doom in the context of you not being able to kill him. Nice bomb. Nice bomb. Excellent. Excellent stuff. Interesting. They're doing some interesting things. They're doing some weird things. Careful. Right now, in this moment, there actually is no need to be complacent. It was a close win, you mentioned. Yeah, I can tell. It's probably deserved. It was probably deserved that you guys struggle. If you guys do. Perfect. Don't charge him. Don't charge him. Is he charged? Oh, he's charged. Was it you? Was it you who did it? You contributed. Uh-oh. You and your Sojourn. It's the Sojourn who I think gets the last chip damage. We'll say that since it's your VOD review. If it was the Sojourn's VOD review, we would be like, oh, power, the diva, your diva is charging your Doomfist. It's the easiest counterplay. All the stuff that I normally say. Okay, love your engagement onto the targets. I love your uptime, where you're at, when you're at it. On the objective, getting moved. Perfect. Really, really good stuff. Really, really excellent stuff, power. Nah, it's on me. You know, that's what me and my buddy Nackman was thinking during that Ilios VOD review. I actually did it on stream last week. We had an Ilios game where round 1 ends. My buddy Nackman and I have actually played reasonably well. If you were to ask either of us on any regular day, we would have been like, yeah, we were playing pretty well. And our team at one point just kind of loses themselves and starts kind of foaming and frothing at the mouths and kind of like slap fighting each other in the text chat. And even despite that, Nackman and I, we kind of looked at ourselves in game, and we were like, if we're not winning, we're the issue. Like, it has to be, right? Our teammates are squabbling, but it's correlation, not causation, right? Like, the fact is that our teammates are squabbling because, like, he and I just hadn't done just enough to help us win that game. So we're like, it has to be us. It has to be on us, right? Because even though my Roadhog and my DPS player are like duking out in text chat, like, is there something that we can do? And so after we figured that out, we proceed to bring it back for the next 2 rounds on Ilios. And we end the game, and I promise you guys, we went back and looked. The reason that we won that game is because Nackman locked in, right? Nackman was willing to sit there and be like, nah, it's on me. And then decided to play Ana at basically a professional level, and help us win our game in like Diamond, right? Nackman having to play way above his rank in order to win because we have teammates that aren't willing to try to win, right? But he's set up to do it because he understands that he can, right? So, yeah. I really like that power. Nah, it's on me. Yeah, you're right. Oh, is there some shared responsibility? 100%, right? But there is something really enabling to just saying, nah, it's on me. Dura, I didn't get to finish my thoughts earlier, but that was another kind of angle that I was thinking about is, I find it really empowering to get into Overwatch and I'm looking to boot up and maybe I'm just not feeling it that day. And if I can just sit there and say, I'm going to exercise my individual personal agency that I have a license. I purchased a license to originally when I bought the game, right? Before it went free to play. I purchased a couple of different licenses to it, right? So sometimes thinking about being selfish and thinking about me, what am I getting out of it, right? And how are my wins and losses on me? And if my wins are on me, oh my goodness, I want to get in and I want to win. Oh my god, I want to be the reason that I'm winning too. I love the cart touches. I love the cart touches power. I like the space that you're able to clear there. I like the cooldowns. I like you just eating them out. I like it when ROM players just use their abilities. You can figure out what you want to do with them as they go out, you know. But those 8-second timers, that 12-second timer, I don't know how long they all are. Hey, what is it, 8, 12, 14, something like that? In any case, they're exceptionally powerful cooldowns. And if Overwatch 2 boils down to two principles, timing and map control, then Ramatra's cooldowns are a really great way to make him a master of both. I love this hero. And I don't mind that he isn't meta, because he really should not be one of the best tanks in the game ever, because of the way that he can manipulate it. Very, very nice. You know he's going to jump. You know he's going to jump. So, like, just put the vortex right there. Do you have it? Yeah. You could cook him before he even commits the decision. I like that idea. Chasing him around, using cooldowns after they've started the fight. These aren't your terms that you're setting, and that's fine. Do you ult here? No, that's fine. Interesting. I appreciated an earlier ult, I think. Yeah, you might just do a little bit of misreading on the fight. That's A-okay. Honestly, your ult, you know, with your ult and your arms and your cooldowns, you clear the Sojourn and the Soldier. Yeah, that's okay. You misread the fight. I can't. Most reasonable reaction is seeing... Yo, Goose, shut up, dude. That's my main. That's my OTP. You can't say that in my chat. Mods, take that guy out back and show him what a railgun does. Wait, don't. Wait, Goose is my goat. Goose is my goat. That's crazy though, Goose. The Oh my god, wait, show him what a railgun does is, like, actually threatening. I'm sorry, Goose. Oh my lord, that's actually scary. Oh, my Twitch streamer's a little frightening. Oh goodness. You swapped to D.Va. Okay. I liked the ROM. Bro, I really liked the ROM. I felt like you slowed him down big time with the ROM. I feel like the ROM with this composition isn't terrible either. I feel like the ROM into their composition also isn't terrible. You definitely have some rules that you have to kind of re-abide by. Or kind of like evaluate, flexibility of Overwatch. That's what those rule sets buy us. And definitely some counterplay options. You see how, like, you swap to D.Va off of the Ramatra, but, like, we're still kind of playing like Ramatra, right? Instead of diving up to the high ground, DMing the stuff that they throw at us, letting loose a small salvo, and then dipping in, right? If we burst out, jump up to here, right? Chase the monkey in there. I mean, hell, we could even boost out all the way out here and just, like, pop out, right? We don't have our boosters, but we're, full defense matrix and whatever, right? You've got options here that aren't playing like the Ramatra if you're going to swap off the Ramatra. D.Va's just objectively really oppressive on console, especially into the double hit scan. Okay, gotcha. Power, you've reminded me, possibly. This is a console game. Okay. Oh my goodness. I love my console players. I can't even remember why I swapped. That's okay. Hey, I don't necessarily need you to have a reason in the VOD review for swapping, right? I don't even need you to have a reason then for swapping. Rather, just that, like, if you do swap, just make sure that you aren't, just make sure that you're still abiding by the rule sets of that character, right? I think about my Tracer player that I'm like, don't play that character like you play Cass, right? I'm thinking about my gameplay, how, literally every single character, guys, I just play like Zen because I'm old, and that's the first character that I learned, and you really, you take an old mushroom, and you can't teach it new tricks. Is that what they say? Hold on. Anyways, so just make sure that you're playing them differently. The heroes. Playing D.Va differently. Playing her differently. Oh, I'm looking for, like... Oh, I love that. Nice. I'm looking for a bomb. I'm getting so greedy for a bomb if I'm playing the D.Va here. I don't even know how bomb works, by the way. I don't understand the science. I don't know how to, like, reliably get the self-destruct kills. So I hope that you do, but I'm definitely looking for something here. Damn. All right. That's nice. That's nice. He should have lived. Ha 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 ha. That's funny. I love that. That's a nice bomb. If you have it, use it. I don't know a better one. I genuinely don't know a better D.Va bomb. Because, like I said, I don't really understand the ultimate myself when I'm playing D.Va. We can obviously, like, take a look at the overhead, right? And be like, oh, well, you know, a D.Va bomb cast, you know, here at this position is a good bomb, right? But generally, like, if we were looking like, oh, how do you cast that to get more picks? Or, how, you know, what's the timing for that look like? Or what's the angle? I can't tell you from the D.Va player's perspective. I can zoom out and I can be like, yeah, you know, you could probably think about tossing the bomb over there, but as far as converting that into, like, the D.Va POV, you know, what does the D.Va when she casts bomb? I don't actually know what that looks like. You use it for remake and just send an angle in their backline and pray. You know, that's funny, because that is how I use it. I do a lot of praying when I send my D.Va bombs. Okay. Yeah. I don't mind all of this. I also don't mind you just pushing and playing the point and letting them use ults to wipe your team and not getting any objective progress out of it at the same time. I shouldn't have canceled my booster to try for the one-shot. Let me take a look. Oh, yeah, you did. Yeah. You could have just kept chasing around. You're totally right. But again, my thing actually here is, like, they use 2 ults. They're positioned forward. They're going to cut you guys out of your space, and they're ulting before you guys are in a space that they can ult from. In you guys in a space that you guys can't reasonably control, even with ults against their ults, right? Because you guys don't have the timing for it, even if you do have, like, the presence on this angle. So I just have you. As soon as we lose the soldier here, and you get a glance of the Ana, I'm like, yeah. And especially here, I'm like, oh, they're all dead. Like, they're gone. I can stop the point. I can make sure that they've used ults and won a fight that they didn't get objective progress for. I like that even a lot better than killing the soldier. Because, like, soldier's not supposed to die there, right? If you're riding the narrative of Overwatch, right, and you're riding this team fight, right, and you're thinking about the rule sets, right, does soldier actually get to lose that in the context of his entire team from a good setup spot while you guys aren't attaining map control, especially since you guys hadn't timed your ultimates against to disrupt their ultimate timings and their sub position, right? They have the timing and the map control, and we don't do anything to disrupt either principle, right? So that's a fight that they win. I think that if I, as a coach, or if you have a coach, right, that tells you should have killed that soldier there, like, I'll call fraud. I'll call fraud on that one. Because really, you're not. Your team is supposed to die, and you're supposed to stop the objective there. Mm-hmm. Holy tyrant coach. Oh my goodness. Only one way of thinking about that one? Yes. Because now we've actually moved on from the flexible, ambiguous, abstract rules of Overwatch to the hard, fast law of the game, which is you win on the point, you lose by the point, right? So, love it. Love the cart stoppage. Good, be careful. Yeah, you're doing a little bit of limit testing. It's when I'm taking damage right here that I'm thinking to myself, oh, wait, I'm like, too exposed, so I'm looking just like, get out. I'm 93 to my ult. I don't need to greed for my ult at this health budget at this point in the fight, especially since I know the fight's going to break out, like, really, really soon anyways. They're just waiting on one. I definitely want to play for picks, but, like, you don't play for a pick on the Winston here, right? You would be playing for a pick on the Sojourn, on the Ana, or on the Soldier. Any of the picks that actually, like, could be reasonably secured because you only have you on this angle. And, like, we should understand that, like, while this is an angle that you could probably reliably... well, you could probably reliably operate this angle. Your supports can't really do anything, right? So the anti-nade that you would want, the grip that you would want to, the anti-nade you would want to reduce your TTK there, right? The nade you would want to reduce your TTK the Grippy you would want to increase your uptime or help you stay there longer and get bailed out faster, right? More efficiently, right? You don't have access to any of those, as well as the pressure damage. So if we're thinking about our pressure timings as well on the DPS characters, if I'm playing Sojourn here, I really much rather you help me make another target more vulnerable for my shots, especially since I'm not even comfortable like peeking my head over like that, right? So that is to say, staying in on the Winston isn't really supported by what we have on the macro, right? So so while I really like that level of activity, you're absorbing a lot of damage for it, and I don't necessarily know if you're getting anything that you would want to trade out of it. Not a bubble, not a primal. He's generating ultimate off of you. Their supports are generating ultimate off of him. And you end up engaging here anyways, and it's reasonably timed with a health budget. Like, yeah, this is excellent. You're forcing cooldowns that you want. But, like, and I'm not going to say that this is the case. I'm also not going to go back to corroborate the possibility of not being as correct as I'm willing to be here, right? This is to say, like, do we think that the resources we lose here, right? The health, the DM, the healing, the abilities, the positions, right? The meters, the literal space, right? Do we think that the resources that we end up using here in this space, do we think that they could possibly be part of why we are critical HP here, right? Why we've lost our Weaver here, why we aren't really set up to foster your aggression on this angle. I mean, holy smokes, we do not have a single one of our DPS up here on this high ground. That is so sad, right? And we're pushing a really good angle for you. We're pushing a really good angle that's supported by our DPS here, right? So it's interesting. What you're doing here, I think, should be supported by your team, and it isn't. What you were doing here was kind of being supported by your team, and it shouldn't have been, right? When you guys could just, like, play for the fight. You guys could just play for the fight setup. I like those ideas. So I also really like the idea of like the rest of your team being set up for this fight, and as part of that, you guys just weren't taking damage, having to use resources early, right? That way you guys had the time, instead of like sitting still as Ana and pumping heals into my diva, right? I could have just been moving over here as Ana, right? To set up for an anti-nade. Instead of looking to kill a monkey that we just absolutely know won't be killed on an angle that I'm not really safe on, me as the Sojourn OTP, I'm possibly looking to just keep my head down until I'm scouting through using my ears and my brain, by the way, because I understand that there's a timing that abides, that Overwatch abides by. So, when we won the last fight and Juno had to respawn and wave reset, or not wave reset, but, reset with the rest of her team, I understand that, she's going to be gone for like 10 to 12 seconds. And after that, it's going to take her like 7 to 8 seconds to walk out of spawn and get to the corner. And so I can time all of this, and I can sit here and keep my head down and just listen to footsteps and count on my clock, right? My individual player clock. And then eventually I can just slide down behind them. You push them. Our Ana's up here, gets a nade. I'm shooting them. I'm pressuring them. You have your ult for when you're out of mech, right? You see how like we spend time fighting here in a fight that you're just not supposed to ever even be set up to win, when like really we should be using that time to set up for the fight that we actually can win. I love macro. Oh my lord. I love macro Overwatch. And it is so heavily affected by how we are playing as individuals, but how we are playing as individuals is heavily affected by how we should be playing as a team. I can't help you. I can't help you in the solo queue ranked environments, guys. The insights that I give you guys aren't going to be helpful to you guys. You guys aren't going to climb thinking to yourselves about timing and map control, because guess who isn't thinking about timing and map control, guys? The other 4 ranked morons on your team, right? Myself being one of them. If you're playing in mid masters low diamond, I'm sorry, in mid diamond low masters, right? So this is stuff for you guys. This is just like stuff for you to think about, so that when you are playing it with a team that is a little bit more structured, you can really take advantage of the resources that they'll be able to offer. And I'll tell you, I just never have my team. I never have my team not setting up for the fight around this corner. Do we end up losing even the opportunity to fight the objective here? Oh my goodness, that is so unfortunate. That is so unfortunate, because there's a relationship which exists between where the objective starts when the fight begins and where it ends when the fight resolves favorably for us. Oh my goodness. The cart is already at a really bad position for us to be losing the fight here. Oh my goodness. For us to be losing this fight at this time, we would want to be on the objective, or we would wanted to operate early enough or actively enough to stop them from being able to get to the objective as easily, because they actually just have 0 resistance to getting there. That's tough. That's tough. I completely disregarded the outcome of this fight because I kind of knew that it was set up to not be won, but I didn't actually get to see how it was, how won it was by blue team. Okay, interesting. Really interesting stuff. Oh, she's body blocking you. That's so criminal. I like the DM. Good, 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 good. Fight's being fought this whole time. We're like in, out, and everything. But cart's moving the whole time. That just bugs me a little bit. We just aren't set up. We're set up to play second, but when we're playing second, we actually have so many disadvantages, right? Okay, that's good. That's really, really good. I like that we win that. I like that we win that a lot. I think that there are more active positions that we could be seeking to set up in. I think that there's more cooldowns that we could use a little bit earlier on. I think that there's a lot more disruption that we could be fostering against their setups, but I also don't think that it's bad that things end up playing out the way that they do. I just have you out a little bit more, right? I think that you're kind of limited to this corner as Diva, and I just want to see what your options look like, zooming up here, fighting up here, getting back here. I'm a big fan of making them turn around. I'm a big fan of just stopping the objective progress, and if there's a way that you can do that without being on the objective, then that's really cool. But if there's a way that you have to do that by being on the objective, then that's okay too, right? Honestly, your team was ready for you to fight on the objective, so I understand the patience and the trepidation. I just think that the patience and trepidation lets them operate according to their timings a little bit with not as much disruption as I think we could be seeing from our red team heroes. Just like really teeny tiny little thing, and this is really nitpicky of me, but this is the kind of thing that we talk about here on stream. Intention, action, decision, or intention, decision, action. It all has to line up here. So it's interesting that like we've taken enough damage that we understand we have to disengage, right? We're going to disengage. We're low on DM, but like while disengaging, we still sacrifice our movement, our damage, and our DM that honestly we want restored for when we start coming over here because they're not going to slow down. They're not going to wait for us to restore DM, and Apollo's Apollo's revved up and ready to ride. And we don't end up actually mitigating any damage. We turn around in DM we turn around to DM damage. We end up taking damage in the time that it takes for us to turn around to DM when really we should just kept walking. So very, very interesting. It's not anything that like you can fix. Like, that's not like a glaring mistake, right? That's just a neat little observation. How sometimes we kind of cook ourselves with our own movement, with our own indecisions. Just get to the next spot. What you have to do next is just what you have to do next, and nothing else. Nothing in the middle. Stay on target. Stay on target. That's okay. You have to die there. We were set up too poorly for you to have many options after that, so that's a-okay. Alrighty, guys. Alright. I want to tackle the rest of this. We actually only have so much longer. We're not going to waste too much time pausing and bogging us down, Power. I think that we've already gotten some really good observations out of here as far as key takeaways. I'll actually have to think about that, but I'll have to think about that on the other side of a very short break here. I'm going to run a minute or so of ads and buy myself the opportunity to go grab some Belvita breakfast crackers and also use the restroom. So now's an excellent chance to, oh my goodness, Roll, thank you. Roll of Laka, thank you so much for the follow. Oh man, thank you so much for hanging out with us today. I think that you did send me a replay code. I'm so excited to get into it. I think we're going to be able to jump into that later this week. So, alright guys, don't go anywhere, because I'm not actually going anywhere in particular. I'm just stepping away very briefly, which you guys are more than welcome to do now. Go call Mom, let her know that you love her and that you're thankful for her. Go get some water or a snack, and when we come back, we'll be finishing up Circuit Row. Be right back, guys. Alrighty, we are back in it. I'm going to go and change the song to something a little more audible. We were at the end of that one anyways. Alright. Oh, holy jump scare, Batman. Oh, and it's so quiet now. Okay, alright guys. Well, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for sticking with us. We're going to finish up Power's replay here that we were taking a look at. Yeah, thanks for bearing with me through the longer break, guys. Appreciate y'all. Alright, where were we, Power? Power, I generally like all of the things that you decide to do. I want you to follow through with your good ideas, your good decisions. I really like the idea of you sticking with those. I have you set up to be poised, to be more aggressive, especially on the Diva character. That way you can use your mobility to get out from these engagements that you need to escape from. I like that Grippy from your Weaver. It's a good pedal, too. I kind of wish you would taken it. It ends up putting you in a really good spot. Yeah, you realize just a little bit too late. But we have a Weaver. And you actually even mentioned it. You mentioned kind of like struggling to adjust to your Life Weaver. And I appreciate that you mentioned that because that is the adjustment, right? If we're thinking about our rule sets in Overwatch, right? Obviously, I've called you out on a couple of these character rule sets, right? Playing the Diva this way instead of this way, right? Playing her like Diva instead of Ramattra. I really like that you're back on the Ramattra, by the way. I love that slow. Pull out the arms. Okay, perfect. But really, also, yeah, making sure that if we're thinking about our rule sets, we also understand that our Weaver, after gripping us, might place a pedal down as well. We go to ask for a pedal too. Life Weaver also, doesn't mind the distance, but he also doesn't mind closing that distance, right? Yeah, it's just a little too overeager on the slow, a little too slow on the shield as well. So interesting. I wait a little bit longer on the slow, and I go a little bit more aggro with the shield. You don't need it right now, depending on what you do. You definitely don't need it right then, based on what you did. It's almost like a action, intention, decision thing, kind of like not lining up there. That's what it looks like to me. I'll simplify it to that, but odds are is that there's even a little bit more going on there that we were overlooking. Alrighty. I like using the slow there. If you can force the Venture to use their cooldowns, I think that's really valuable. I don't care too much for backing up here. But I think we're responding to the Diva. We lose our Weaver, so this is fine. We need to make a trade. I like that. Good, 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 good. I would have been so sad if you, yeah, perfect. Shield. Nicely timed shield. The backward movements, I don't have you doing those, normally. And I have you much more aggressive, much more early. Yeah, oh my goodness. Yeah, much more aggression, much earlier on. Not only that I see you pulling the triggers on your aggression a little bit faster, that I see you on. I also have you set up in positions to be more aggressive earlier on. Good stuff, Power. Your mantra is very, very refreshing. I hate that they were playing against a player called Rhine Milk Uwu. The backstep are a bad habit I need to get rid of? Yeah, that's okay. I do that as well. I do bad habits that I don't realize I'm doing until after I'm dead. Oh, she's teabagging. Okay, nice. Yeah, love the bubble timing and everything. A little thing that I want to highlight. Right, guys, normally cutting in front of the objective, right, I'm out in the middle of the open of all of them to move on the Symmetra, right? Normally we're like, no, bad, right? But Zarya, she's got her bubble. She wants to move out in the open there, entice them to shoot at her. So I really like it. We talk about getting as much out of our abilities as they do, right? Leaning into everything that our abilities can do, right? So not only do you make that space safer, not only do you posture out in the open, right? Body a little bit of aggression with that bubble. You generate a little bit of energy to build up the damage that you need to force the sim out, and you force the sim out too, right? So the bubble itself isn't forcing the sim out, but you're using it to force the sim out, right? Nobody on my team realized that she was there. Would have been a free kill. Nah, that's all right. That's all right. I still think she gets away with that probably. But yeah, a little bit more pressure would be nice. But it's interesting. Your bubble, again, your bubble itself doesn't force her out, but your bubble lets you do that, right? So as we're talking about like all of the things that our abilities can do, if our abilities can also help us force a target out, then like, yes, that's another thing that we're getting out of our abilities. Don't change targets there. Oh my goodness. I am fine with that. Yeah, that's all right. Okay, now move up. You're not thinking about bubble energy. You're thinking about damage. 65 to grav, and like the only thing you should be thinking about while we're setting up for this fight phase is damage for grav, damage for grav, damage for grav. Oh, but we're thinking about the wrong things, and it sets us up poorly for this fight. Not as well as we could be. Not poorly, just not as well as we could be. I like that you move on the Sojourn. Perfect, perfect. When do you get the opportunity to do that? Nice! Oh, that's marvelous. Okay. Perfect. All right, nice. Good, we reoriented ourselves. That's perfect. Running up the hill. Getting some damage ticks. Nice. What are you reloading there? 16? 18. Okay, perfect. Nice. A little more precision with those right clickies. I like that grab. If you have it, use it. There's a more greedy grab to have gone before there. But honestly, it's a bad principle to consider that you need to go for the meaty grab there, right? The good principle is to just grab the Ana, because you don't need anyone other than you and the grab to kill her, and you'll kill her, right? How close is she to Nano? She has Nano. You have to grab that. You have to solo grab that. 100%. Yeah. Excellent. So, yeah, I love this grab. Is there a greater grab that you could go for? Yes. Is there a more valuable one that you could go for? No. No, there's not. Good evening, creatures. Good evening, Deacon. Oh, my goodness. We actually mentioned you earlier this afternoon. So glad you were able to swing by. Thanks, Deacon. Thanks for swinging by. It's good to see you. All right, Power. This was good. Hey, same advice as I've been given to a lot of people lately. More aggression earlier on. More poised for greater aggression a little earlier on, and you're gonna be on the right track. Really, really nice stuff, Power. I hope you're talking about how massive my muscles are. Yes, that's exactly what I was talking about. I was just worried if I hit one more, the sim would TP them out. Yes, I totally get that. Yep. Yeah, no, like I said, Power, you made the right call. You have to kill the Ana there. Thanks so much. I really appreciate it. No, I appreciate you, Power. I really appreciate you giving us these codes that we can take a look at. Let me go and send a message real quick. I'm gonna let one of these reviewees know that we're going to take a look. You guys can probably hear my keyboard clacking and smacking in the background. We're going to be taking a look at a replay code from Oliver. They go by Switch as well in game. And, why, thank you. Thank you. Alright. Here we go. Alrighty. So this is a code that was sent to me by a, I believe that this is a low diamond hit scan player. And they say they don't know exactly what to work on to rank up. They said, if I could recommend a couple of things that I think they should focus on improving the most, they would appreciate it. Okay, so yeah, there's some low diamond DPS gameplay. Let's go and fix our rank icon here. We'll throw up Henry Cavill back on the stream there. He should be up there. Guys, thanks so much for hanging out with us. Bro's the biggest and strongest in the land. Yes, that is true. Drink my milk and ate my veggies. That's why I'm so insanely strong. I like Popeye. We love to see. Yes, we do. We do. All right. Alrighty. Yeah, okay. So this is going to be Oliver Switch. This is some low diamond DPS gameplay, which is, oh my goodness. And if we're going to be watching some Ash, what a treat. What an absolute blessing. Okay. I love Ash. Bash here, as I'm known to say. I like her versatility. I like her range. I picked up Ash when Soldier and Cassidy just weren't enough to cut it in low masters when I needed to more competently duel. I don't like Red Team's Hog player already. Oh my. I don't. Why'd you have to make me privy to that information, Deacon? What's the deal with that? You just got here. All good, all good. Okay, so this is something we've been telling our high level players recently, and it's definitely something that like is applicable. Oh wait, I was watching the wrong Ash. Okay, there we go. Good, good, good. I was about to talk about scouting info, but I was watching the wrong Ash. Okay. Hog player. Oh, you guys are freaks. Yeah, it's taken after your coach or something. Oh, nice boot from the ball. I like throwing a dynamite here. I really like throwing a dynamite here a little bit earlier. Might be able to make it a little bit bigger. And at the very end of the day, if you're throwing a little earlier, it's going to regenerate a little earlier. And you don't sacrifice anything by throwing it out earlier. In fact, you probably get a little bit bigger gain. So our policy is if you have it, use it. And if you don't have a reason to use it, then make one. Find an angle. Take a position. You could probably be working in a couple more damage instances, and there's a perfect opportunity to talk about scouting. Make sure that you understand the environment that you're throwing your abilities into, or yourself. So definitely want to see a dynamite that is, has a basis, right? I am dynamiting, but why? Is it to scare somebody off, give yourself some space? Is it for a target that you want to be forced out? Maybe there's a cooldown that you want gone, right? A Suzu or a recall, right? Good shots, good shots. You're making these very hard to hit, though. I think that you bail from this position when you don't need to. You're not under pressure, you're not under threat, and you don't have a better spot to do anything from, right? We actually understand this to be a spot that you're ultimately able to do something from, or do something with, right? But you end up doing something with this spot and with your health budget, right? So you're actually using more than just the map, right? To justify playing here. I like the idea of you just sticking up on this high ground and shooting the tracer from top, right? I think that for you to compromise your position without understanding why you are compromising your position, and it's a compromise for sure, because high ground is powerful. You have some really powerful angles, no. The Switch just has massive walls of steel. So they have to go high ground. They have to leave high ground to go and duel the tracer on the map space that favors tracers. You're right, Deacon. You are absolutely right. Switch does need to establish dominance here. I absolutely agree. So Switch, when you don't need to establish dominance, you can stay up there on the high ground. And honestly, if you want to leave that high ground, I really like leaving this direction. You'll have a mega pack to play on, which is map control, and an immediate high ground to access as well. A high ground that's valuable for both teams, especially if you're looking to reset with the rest of your team. The other thing I like about that position and bailing out when you do is see how you're the last one to die here. And really, we want to be resetting with our team. And in fights that we're losing, we want to be losing them on the point. So there's possibly some better places you can drop down. Too, but I'm with you and Deacon both. Oh wait, never mind. I was looking at oh wow, no, we're still doing fine. Okay, interesting. You're probably a little too close for my comfort. Nice shots. You're prepared to hit those. You're in the position, holding the angle that you're ready to hit those. I want you to prepare yourself to hit those shots against those tracer duels, right? In dominance, they do establish, yeah. So we get the pick on the tracer, which is really, really nice, by the way. Love that little mechanical showcase. Would love for you to not have to showcase it, but I'm not going to complain about seeing some really nice shots and some nice timings. Can't complain about it. If I did, I would be a fraudulent coach. Well, I already am a fraudulent coach, but all right, let's see. Woo-hoo-hoo, taking a little damage. We're playing in positions that they know they can mark us first, right? So starting in a spot that they're going to see us first, as opposed to starting in a position that they kind of have to look for us. I don't mind the idea of you being on the high ground in this spot. You can reset. We are playing... So you end up out here pretty early on in that last fight, and you're still out here. So, right, if we're thinking about the fight as it occurs in different phases, then what you have actually done is you have not changed your position, even though the fight phase is totally different. In fact, it's not just the fight phase that's totally different. It is an entirely brand new fight, right? And you're still in the same position as you were before. Outside of the fact that that's just not how you want to play Overwatch, Overwatch, your position has to be determined by the different fight phases that you're in and what you need to accomplish in these fight phases. We're starting to get a little bit high level. The gist is that you want to make sure that you are never in the same spot at the same time for the same reason as you were before. Yep, don't consistently put yourself into bad situations where your only option is just to mechanic scap in some way, unless you're obscenely strong and cool and awesome, etc. Yeah. Excellent point, Deacon. And Deacon, you and I are both here, right? And we're both able to say, like, yeah, just establish dominance, like just land the headshot. We know Switch to be an Ashe player that does just land that bullet, right? But I really like what you're saying because it is so incredibly helpful. It's an excellent reminder for me when I'm playing the Ashe, right, to opt for positions that are easy, because you know who can't out-mechanic this Tracer? Me, right? Okay, and maybe a little bit of switch here in this moment, but that's why we have the Bob, so we're just going to let it rip here. Perfect. If you have it, use it. Hey, that's a nice Bob position, too. I want a slightly bigger Dynamite, something a little more ambitious than just that. Oh, man, you got some meaty Dynamites, right? So you see how, like, being patient with yourself to give yourself the time that you need to observe enough to build a scouting profile, right? What does the environment look like that I'm casting my Dynamite into? How valuable can I make it? I really like the idea. It's not about getting, like, bigger Dynamites, necessarily. I just want you to change up how you're using your Dynamites. You might just be using each of your Dynamites for the same reason, and in the same way, in the same way. When really, and I mentioned this on a previous VOD, just today, with Power on the Ramatra, you can lean into everything that your cooldowns do, right? So the Dynamite buys you space, it does damage, it pressures out, it forces cooldowns, and whatever else, right? So how many of those different things can you do with just one Dynamite? That's what I want you leaning into. See, yeah, 100%. You are only throwing Dynamite out for one reason. Change it up, change it up. Same deal with your position. Change it up, change it up. Just change it up. You don't have to know how you're going to play in that new position, because you know, like, baseline mechanics, how Ashe works, and you've got the mechanical prowess to, like, pretty much justify wherever you want to be at any point in time, right? So, I really like the idea of, you changing it up. Get out from the middle of the open, get on high ground. It's just a good place to be. It gives you options. The more options you give yourself earlier in these fights, the more options you'll have later in these fights. And oh boy, we love options as opposed to duking out on Tracer on the low ground with both of our cooldowns missing. I do like that you stagger your cooldowns. It is nice that that you're not using both of your cooldowns at the Tracer at the same time. But see, we're not dying, we're not losing, and the cart is getting moved. That's a good Dynamite. Bob goes out. Occupying yourself with the Tracer. You actually want to maintain a safe angle in your raid. Go pick other targets. Don't get distracted. You have a job to do. And it's actually not marking the Tracer, ironically enough. Okay. Only throwing the Dynamite out for one reason. Change it up. Change it up. Good stuff. I like your shots. Give yourself a little more time. And probably a little more time reloading. See, there's a lot of extra stuff here, right? There's a lot of extra bullets, a lot of extra steps, a lot of, like, extra look-arounds, right? And really, I just need you to, like, hunker down, reload your gun in between shots, and make sure that you're moving from point A to point B as quickly as you can and avoiding as much damage as possible. And that point A and point B are both positions where you can do as much as you can while taking as little damage as possible. Wait, what happened to blue team's ball? Let's take a look. Oh! Uh-oh. 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 Uh-oh, 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 oh no. Oh no, that's okay. Bzz, bzz, you know, they're just cooking. They're just cooking. They're just cooking. Okay, all right. Okay, see, this right here, this is why I wanted you moving up and out, right? So that you can stop cart and you avoid the Bob, right? There's no... Oh, fuck. Me on the wrecking ball, I can't lie. Yeah, that's me on the wrecking ball as well. All right, this is excellent. This is A-okay. So yeah, point A to point B, a little more reloading, a little more hunkering down, a little more, like, you know, really locking in on your angle. I like it. It's good stuff. It really is excellent stuff. Good Dynamite. Change it up. Change it up. What are you doing when you need to shoot the Dynamite that we're missing? Oh, you're jumping. Oh my goodness. Careful about that. I hate jumping. I hate jumping so much. It messes everything up. Unless you're jumping intentionally to dodge bullets. And I promise, you'll know if you're intentionally if you're intentionally jumping to dodge bullets, right? If you're jumping to make their shots easier or harder to hit, right? And again, believe me, you'll know if you're jumping for that reason. If you're not jumping for a discernible reason, right, to dodge bullets, to make their shots easier or harder to hit, to traverse the map, to get to a good position, to force a good cooldown, all of the same things that we would want to be doing with any of our other decisions in Overwatch, we want to be doing with jumping. But most importantly, we want to be deciding to not jump as little as possible, or as much as possible, because jumping does a couple of things. It raises your center of mass, makes you easier to hit. It also makes your movement hecking predictable. I am talking Halo 3, Halo Reach levels of predictability in movement. Guys, gamers used to not be super talented back in the day. That's a lie. But They are insanely talented now. I promise you, if I was able to clip somebody with a couple of shots from a DMR as they were jumping across the distance in Halo 3, I promise you, I can fry you in Overwatch with one jump from you, right? I promise. It's actually insane to go back and realize actually how predictable you become when you're jumping in Overwatch. And it doesn't feel that way until you take a closer look at it. I'm not even going to do it here on stream. You guys do it yourselves, because yeah, it's not until you elucidate for yourself how bad it is to ambiently jump by seeing how predictable you get that you guys will realize. So do it yourselves. I won't be able to do it for you, because if I do it for you, you guys won't understand. I hate jumping. It also messes up your crosshair discipline. You see how you miss this dynamite? And I don't think you miss this dynamite if you like, I don't know, don't jump so that you mess up your crosshair. Look at this. I mean, your crosshair is like literally where the dynamite would be if you did jump and have to like compensate. So I hate the jumping. I hate jumping ambiently. Don't jump to raise your APM. Don't jump because you've got the spacebar key bound, right? Don't jump for no reason. Don't jump in front of people. Don't jump in a predictable into a predictable position. It's kind of like the S key. I talked a little bit about self-deception in an earlier VOD, and about how like we fool ourselves out of thinking that we don't have enough time to get to a spot or play a certain position or manipulate an angle, right? And we have to do something at some point, right? Careful, your head is sticking out just a little bit too long. Keep in mind, the higher and higher up the ladder you go, the less and less time you'll have to manipulate angles. So just keep that little rule in mind. Because Switch, you're definitely climbing. I just need your brain on, and like at all times. I see that it's on. But I'm talking like especially when you're going for these dynamites, especially when you're looking to like slow down so that you make these shots in these positions really easy to hit, really easy to play. Like against the tracer, staying high ground, right? Take time. Take your time, make your decisions really thoughtfully. Come to your conclusions really accurately, or precisely, I guess. And yeah, be careful with that jumping. What was I saying earlier? It was something. Yeah, it was just don't jump. It was just not jumping. That's okay. I like that pick. I really like that pick. I like these shots. Yeah, I think you should be getting your head taken off there, depending on where you're playing. And who you're playing against. Like, if there's a Widow, doesn't matter, like, what elo in, you're getting your head taken off there. So, we're just to make sure we're thinking, we're being conscientious about the timing that we can spend on these angles. Ooh, nice. Nice break on the hook. We're thinking about how to use our bob, too. Nice shots. I like it. Oh, nice shots. I like the coach gun back up. I really like that dynamite as well. That's actually like a really good dynamite for me. You're talking about how you have less time and angles and higher elos. Okay, yeah, okay, that's perfect. I managed to finish that thought then. Sometimes I'll just cut myself off entirely. Thank you, Deacon. I'm glad I have people whose brains don't have holes in them in my chat who can help me put the pieces together. A-okay. Yeah, that's all right. Hey, you have to die there. Whether it's with your ball, whether it's on high ground, low ground. That was a really haphazard fight setup, and we didn't even get to the point where ults start getting tossed out. And I mean, look at the ultimates that they have and the ultimates that we hadn't used up until this point. So, oh wait, we had the bob thrown out at one point. Where did I miss it? Oh my goodness, I did miss it. Okay. Oh yeah, we throw all of our ults out here. Okay. They use the rally. We lose our Genji. Bob does some damage. Back up and play here. Back up and play here and wait for them to move. You don't have to be the first one shooting at them. Sometimes it's really valuable to just scout them out. And that lets you play second. And you're able to play second with a really good scouting profile. You're getting really distracted by the tracer. The rule sets of Overwatch, as far as your character, Ashe doesn't really want to get bogged down with Tracer. She can absolutely deal with Tracer, but she doesn't want to chase the Tracer, and Tracer absolutely does like occupying Ashe's time, right? And also, you know, just bodying a dynamite for her team, and she just has to use recall. And those are very similar timers, not the same, but very similar timers. So Tracer isn't winning out of this engagement with you, but you're definitely not necessarily winning either. And especially since there's more damage to be dealt onto this high ground as opposed to a Tracer to get distracted by. I like the idea of you not getting distracted by Tracer. If you're not distracted by Tracer, then you're not dancing between these POVs. And we've actually talked a little bit in the past about like the importance of like just making sure that you understand what's happening on your angle, and that if you understand what's happening on this angle, then you can turn and try to understand what's happening on this one, right? But dancing between both angles doesn't really help you understand either one, right? So you turn back to the break and you're bonked off, and honestly, it's a little bit surprising. And that's I think something that you can avoid entirely if you just don't let yourself get distracted. You have pressure to apply on this high ground. You have a bob to build back up, and you know that there are people walking up here. Is the Tracer the most valuable target for you to be shooting? Like, if she comes on, if she goes after your supports, right? Like, I expect both of your supports to be able to deal with her or live long enough to be able to buy you the time and space that you need to get to her, right? So, so I really like I like the attention that you're willing to give Tracer. I just don't want you chasing her. There are more valuable targets to occupy your time with. I think you could be building ult a little bit faster by shooting some of these other targets that are actually making themselves pretty easy for you to look at and chase and be after. I'm starting wide here. I'm looking to go all the way out here so that I can play my comfortable range, because I know that the cart's going to move, because I know that it's not going to get stopped at this corner because we have a ball, right? So it's going to move a little bit further, right? And honestly, the further it moves, actually at one point I can be pretty powerful. Oh, trust me, the holes are there. Just what? No, I kind of base though. Woo! I like having the coach gun. You don't ever need to like coach gun and worry about this angle. And honestly, you get like much better damage if you're just out here. If you're like opening up your options early on. Remember, if you have options earlier on, you'll have options later on, right? So like the option to save your coach gun for not a pulse bomb is a convenient one. Sometimes as well, this is high level, so I'm only going to very briefly mention it. But sometimes by playing aggressive, you can get your team to also play aggressive, right? So sometimes just by being in the right spot, you can kind of coax your team to also being or getting to the right position with you, right? Or the right position that supports you. So I like you out. I like you wide. Holes in my brain. Bore tunnels to absolution. That is... I don't even think some of those are words. You gotta smooth your brain so you're more effective. That's exactly right. A smooth brain is one that is very efficient because the neurons don't have ridges to travel along. I think that that's how it works. And you can quote me on that. I do not have a degree in neuroscience, but I've watched enough of those Thoughty 2 videos or whatever other, what it would be, Veritasium and the other science YouTubers. All the Mormons on YouTube. I watch them, guys. Oh, that's unlucky. I'm so scared about what you're typing next, Goose. Oh, no. Mm-hmm. So this is really tough. Because this actually just ends up being like a really hard finagle for you to go around. Oh God, one could possibly even say what, Goose? You don't need a brain at all. I haven't needed one. It's worked out pretty well for me to just be a very old mushroom. So this is a really hard angle to finagle. But this is also a principle that we've illustrated a couple of times for some of our Tracer VOD reviews that we've covered. Don't take head-on engagements with the Tracer. You have so much time. You have more than enough time to actually work your way through this room, right? Fight the Tracer, let her mark you, lose her mark, and then come on the brig over here from this direction. So I think that you have options to engage a little bit less directly. It's the direct confrontations with Tracer that I, as a non-Tracer player who loves dueling Tracers, who hates them being around around my team's formation, that's exactly the kind of matchup that I want Tracers taking against me, is the head-on confrontation. Hey, nice touches. That's all right. Same deal. You gotta die, you know? Okay. Alrighty, on to the Cassidy. Let's see. So, generally, am I on the docket for today? Want to see if I can get food? Oh, you've got time, Banana. I actually have you for tomorrow. I have the 14xJ game on for tomorrow, so you're a-okay. Let me go and highlight this one. Okay. Alrighty. Alright. You know, so Oliver, generally, I just want you, like, getting into and maintaining positions that are really good for your character. Where am I on the docket? Goose, I might not have you until later this week, actually. Yeah. I actually still need to put dates on some of your stuff. We'll probably be able to get to one of your codes tomorrow. And if not tomorrow, definitely on Wednesday. At least, I definitely hope to get to one or two of them over the course of this week. My ads aren't slowing down at the same time that I'm, I only need the Dorado one read. Okay, perfect. Let me make a note on that one real quick then. So, you know, the ads aren't stopping from me either about VOD reviewing. So I appreciate you guys understanding that, the Dorado game is the 87 code. So I appreciate you guys, and we'll put that on for Tuesday or Wednesday. So I appreciate you guys understanding that, that, you know, I'll be able to get to some codes sometimes and some codes, others. Okay, 7th fail. I was wondering who you were. Chamberlain. Yes, actually. You were, in fact, you were next. I was super excited to get to your code. Thanks for hanging out with us as long as you have, Chamberlain. So I'm always picking up new VOD reviews as well. So I appreciate you guys really understanding. So since the Dorado one is the one that needs a review, yeah, absolutely. Just because it's the worst possible performance, you asked for some laughs. I did want the laughs. That'll probably end up being a really good one for tomorrow's stream. We got a couple of really good codes to examine for tomorrow. I'll do my best, Ghost. All right, good damage. I want you on these high ground positions. Less out in the open. Closer walls, covers, corners. Good right clicking. I like it. Careful, don't bog yourself down with the Tracer. You're on that Cassidy now, right? But you see how you're, like, walking towards her, like, walking out in the middle of the open, but, like, she has cooldown. So careful about taking fights on her terms. You still have jobs to do. You have pressure to apply. You're looking for the Tracer, but the Ram has died to the Hog. Could you have been shooting the Hog? Could you be forcing him to take a breather instead of shooting your Ramatra? Diamond DPS players are very, very good. Yeah, it's been great seeing your insight on all of these replays. That's awesome. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Oh, you guys have had such positive feedback. It's been so very warm and kind. And I appreciate all of you guys for it. Yeah, Switch. I actually even referenced pressure timings as an important discipline when it comes to playing DPS in Diamond. So this is a really good instance of pressure timings. This is where, like, if you were on my team, right, and we were looking at the macro VOD review, number one, I have a Ramatra engaging around this corner from full HP, if he's even engaging this corner at all, right? So I don't have him here, and I also don't have you on the low ground. I have you navigating from as soon as you can, as quickly as possible, coming up to the high ground. High ground. Like, you should be seeking to be up here at all times, until you understand the situations where you shouldn't be on high ground. I'm not going to go over that because I see you playing low ground too much to not say you should just be on high ground. High ground gives you options. Make options for yourself earlier on so that you have as many options later on. We've broached some high-level topics on this particular VOD review, and I don't want to linger on them, Switch, because I think that you are really just looking for the, like, get to high ground, don't bog yourself down with the Tracer, do your pressure timings, right? And right here, right, I think that you're looking for the Tracer, but what you really need to be doing is shooting the Hog. You need to shoot the Hog here. You need to be shooting the Hog here, because otherwise he's shooting your tank. And if he's shooting your tank, then guess what? You have no space to work with in the latter stages of the fights. When we talk about making options earlier in the fights, shooting the Roadhog gives you options. But looking around for the Tracer is only locking yourself into one, right? You're sitting there like, oh, I have to look for this Tracer. I have to shoot the Tracer, otherwise my supports, they just won't live. Don't be a shonen protagonist. Do not be a shonen anime protagonist in our replay codes, right? You have a team. You have a team. And if your supports are dying to the Tracer, then they need to do something different, right? If they're dying to the Tracer before the fight begins, right? If you start the fight by shooting the hog, right? And it's the first thing that you're doing in this fight phase, right? We're reaching high-level concepts again. But if the first thing that you're doing in this fight is shooting the hog, and during that first stage of the fight, while we have cooldowns, while we have corners, while we have walls, while we haven't been forced to make compromises or back out or make mistakes, right? If your supports are dying in that first phase, that's a huge problem, right? That's your support's problem. They should not be dying there, right? Now, is there something that you could conceivably do to help in those instances? Yeah, maybe, right? But I don't have you helping supports that shouldn't be dying, right? Hey, just got here. This is my VOD. Hey, Switch, thank you for joining. Oh, I was just snapping and yapping at you like a rude, mean person too. But the fact is that you have been an absolute blast to watch. The mechanics have been a lot of fun. I just see instances where you are where you're forfeiting your opportunity to be really mechanically impressive, demonstrably mechanically impressive, in favor of chasing targets that want to be chased. So hey, thanks for swinging by. Oh my goodness, I can't wait for you to be able to watch the rest of the VOD review. It's been a blast. We just started this round too, so you're gonna hear me reference a couple of things that I've already mentioned. We're gonna very briefly cover those. Hopefully we'll get a couple of new things as well. So far, the emphasis has been getting to these high ground positions really early on, and establishing for yourself options during the fight. I love that. I love shooting the hog trap. Absolutely, you have to do that every single time. Perfect. Hey, and he pushes you out. Careful about walking in, up. He wants you to walk up. Hey, nice, 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 nice. I think this is the first time that, like, the Tracer is engaging on your terms, right? The Tracer has to move on you, on your timing. That's a really stunning mark, by the way. The fact that you, like, actually read this in-game with this reaction time, kind of insane to me. You get a really nice flash on her. This matchup that the Tracer is forcing onto you. We'll go to her POV and actually pretend like we are VOD reviewing her for a second. And I'm going to say, this is really good damage. I really like this setup spot. You want to be setting up for a pulse bomb. You don't want to reveal yourself too early on, and you want to go for a pulse that is really heavily disruptive to them, right? I.e., don't pulse the cast because you can just roll and mitigate all of that damage. Unfortunately, I didn't get my reload off. That is a-okay. No, that read is crazy. I know. Yeah, actually, chunky chicken. I tell the Tracer, I'm like, avoid this direct confrontation, right? Literally just the advice that I had given you on the Tracer, right? Is not taking the head-on confrontations. And you were just waiting for her. Yes, that's the point. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see a lot more of from you, Switch, is you actually just in your good position for your character to play goodly, right? And that way you force them to be the ones to make the compromises to get to you, right? You can start those fights on your terms, and when you start those fights on your terms, you're ready with a flash. And maybe your reload doesn't go off, right? Maybe you needed to roll instead. Yeah, right, so rolling instead, right, so that you get the instant clip refresh. The Juno was most likely pinging the Tracer, but yes, that was clean as heck. Besides the unlucky reload timing. Yeah, besides that. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for the appreciation, Deacon. Yeah, absolutely. It was a really nice read. And also, yeah, if the Juno's pinging that, actually, that's so convenient. Hold on, let me look. Oh, she's not pinging her, but she is marking. Bro, pinging is so powerful. Warning. Uh-oh. Massive follower gains. Well, guys, we don't want that. Mods, take that guy back. And, oh, man, I cracked some funny ones the other night. I wasn't able to figure out anymore in time for that one. Take that guy out back and leave him there, mods. Okay. Honestly, out of your effective range, I don't mind you taking the time to just move over here. You actually still force the hog out of this position, if you're playing that angle, right? Because either he has to turn away from your damage that you're able to do safely, by the way, from this corner, just peek. Right? Just peek and shoot, or even play this angle, right? And be ready to dodge the hooks, right? Because he's going to want to step out and shoot you, right? Is it better that he steps out and tries to shoot you instead of, take them out back, castle them? Yeah, actually. Oh, she isn't? I give even more credit to our goat Switch. That's okay, Deacon. Actually, you gave so much credit. And again, we actually do want to praise the Juno for marking the Tracer. That's so important. Even if there's not a ping there, right? Guys, you pick up on things like subconsciously, right? So actually, our Cassidy hero here, Switch, can hear the Juno shooting at the Tracer, right? So they've been sent to the Shadow Realm. Oh my goodness. Wait, I didn't want you guys to send to the Shadow Realm. That's terrible. That's a terrible place. Ah, they probably deserved it anyways. So I like the idea that you can force out the hog, but just by playing this angle. Here's the other thing that I believe in. I'm a big believer in off-angling, setting up your own section of the map. Now, it's nice they got cookies there. Oh, okay. All right, well, if there's cookies, that's not bad. So I had to drink my tea. Switch. You are getting the exact same scouting info as literally the entire rest of your team. But I want to know something. Do you think that this is all the info there is to get before this fight begins? And if your team is getting this scouting info, do you open up options for yourself or your team by knowing what the scene looks like over here? Does that help you complete the picture? And does completing the picture help you understand how you should play? If the answer is no, then continue playing within the core of your team. But if you know that you can open up an option, an idea, a profile, something additional that your team might have scouted, right? We see the Brig in here, guys. What does the Brig think she's going to do, right? She's going to rally and then shield bash and whip shot someone into the well. If she gets away with that, that's going to be really funny, by the way. And that's something you can mark from this angle, right? Let's say you're playing in the context of like my team, right? Let's say you're on my team. I put you over here so that you see the Brig, so that you can warn us that she's going to rally and boop someone off the cliff, right? So I like you starting in a different position. Oh, that was one of our big takeaways as well. Different. Change it up, change it up, change it up. Never do the same thing at the same time, the exact same way as you did before. It's also worth noting how the enemy cast has holes in his brain because he's walking down main instead of contesting height, so that space is 100% free for you or your Genji to take. Yes, yes, absolutely. Absolutely it is. Mods. Flash, fan, roll, fan, Deadeye cancel, and then fan that guy again. That one is violent. Oh my god. We're talking about holes in our brains, but like that is holes in a carcass right there. Ooh, nice. I love it. Oh, I love that. This is exactly what I'm talking about. And I don't know if it was this VOD. I think that we've mentioned it at some point leading up until up to this point where I do want you bringing the Tracer to you in these fights, right? So you rolling in here to mark the Tracer. You've got a health pack to play around, a corners that you're in, right? You're still a little out in the open, you know, for my taste, right? I definitely put you close to this wall, right? Or even right here, right? Somewhere that she can't mark you, somewhere you can surprise her, still within proximity to shoot and damage, right? But see the difference in this one is you're ready. You're ready for her here. One must always just wing it if I don't know what I'm doing. How can the enemy? Yes, that's exactly right. If I don't know what I'm doing next, I promise you they do not either. And not knowing what I'm doing next doesn't have to stop me from planning 7 seconds in advance either. I don't have to stop thinking about where I want to be 7 seconds from now, which is a very important principle in Overwatch. Where do I want to be? What do I want to be doing 7 seconds from now? 7, 8, 10 seconds, however you want, whatever your windows or whatever your timings are. Not knowing what you're doing, so that they don't, that doesn't have to stop you from planning. Mainly before I take a duel? Yeah, haha. Sometimes it's fun to just act in ways that they know you will act and then change it up at the last second. Guys, it's really easy to predict these players, so how easy do you think it is to predict their predictions? And how easy does it look for them to predict your prediction of their predictions in the high elo lobbies where we feel like frauds, right? And we get absolutely dumpstered, right? And our feedback that we're left with is, hey, just do it differently, because you did it the exact same way you did last time, and they marked you for it, and they punished you for it, so they were ready to do it again, right? I like the side ground position that you're on. I like the damage. Be careful, be careful, be careful. You're taking a lot of support resources. You're marking the Tracer. That's fine. You can mark her. You just don't have to chase her. Okay? On the low ground here, I don't mind you pushing the high ground, but if the fight is happening down here, then it's happening down here. Okay, see, you are not playing in any of your comfortable ranges. Oh, no, I was talking about the 7 seconds. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah. You have to let me know how that's working for you, Goose. By the way, I haven't been playing a whole lot of Overwatch recently, but I do have a Sigma VOD I'd like to send in. Felt like I was pretty lost, so I'd appreciate you taking a look if possible. Yeah, Deacon. Definitely send it my way. I'd love to take a look at it later this week. And if you guys have any VODs that you guys would like to send me, please feel free to do so. Lord Ethan on Discord, just like the channel name, but all lowercase, and I'll be able to get around to them. I'm always getting VOD reviews. I'm always getting replay codes and VOD reviews in, so you guys will just have to bear with me. Be patient, and also be understanding whenever our replay codes expire as well. Sometimes they're invalidated by patches, and we just got to play and get some new ones. Generally, we say, oh my goodness, it's actually kind of funny. We generally say the same exact thing every single VOD review. So don't worry. If you guys have to fall back on some of the other VOD reviews, either that are on the VODs on the YouTube channel, or you know, just hanging around for a couple of days after patches, or you know, if you don't play as much anymore, but you know, you still feel like you want to learn, don't worry, guys. Like I said, we say basically the same stuff every single review, but like in the context of like your character, and the scenario that we're playing. And so yeah, I'm so thankful to all of you guys. Oh my goodness, and especially to all of you guys who are sending me replay codes and being engaged in the chat with me. This has been absolutely so much fun. What I wanted to mention, Switch, is that you are playing outside of your effective ranges as Cassidy for both of these angles, right? So you see how you're too far away to do any damage here, and you're too far away to do any damage here, right? Onto either of the targets or either of the either of the regions that you want to be doing damage in, right? So the same way that we kind of like talk about pressure timings, right? Earlier when the we talked about how you want to shoot the hog when he's shooting your ROM so that he stops shooting your ROM, right? Pressure timings also plays into like, where are you at the map when you are, right? So see how like we're actually in a really good position to go carve out a space from which we can play within our effective range by staying on top of the high ground, and it actually brings us closer to this fight as they're backing off, and even closer to some positions that we may want to end up in based on how the fight ends up progressing. But we end up on the low ground. We are proximate to a health pack. We got the Mega, which is some nice map control, but we're also in a position with our ult, which by the way, the policy is to, if you have it, use it. We're in a position with our ultimate where we can't actually capitalize on the efficacy of our ultimate. We have our map control, but it's not actually helping us seize any of the map control, because the way that we want to be controlling the map is in a way that lets us go for the Deadeye, right? So I started the 7-second slot process last night, mainly just in deathmatch, but even a few games, thinking about who the space favors for the duel and where I can play in that space. It goes okay. I still have a tendency to default to seeing a low HP enemy and just blind dashing, which gets me killed. That's okay. I do that too. Oh, Deacon, you're so right, actually. I love you. I do love you guys only when you're giving me content. You guys' value is exclusively based on how much you can provide to me in my stream. And yes, yeah, that's exactly. I'm so glad we have Deacon here to keep things very very professional, very business oriented. Yeah, Switch, point of feedback. Just actually, you can stay on the high ground. It's more comfortable for you there. You end up with more options earlier on, and that means you'll have more options later on. You see how your options are like really limited, how you're just reduced to fighting the cast and proccing the Deadeye. That we're really hopeful we'll get something, but then we can't even move forward with the Deadeye. See how you don't even have the option to move forward with Deadeye? Yeah. What I was writing for about going for high ground is how easy it would be for Hog to push me off. Yes, that's exactly right. Don't we want him pushing you off there? Right, because you've got the Deadeye and the roll and the damage mitigative tools, right? If he tries to push you off, is he pushing you off at a time when your Mantra might be wanting to push into the core, right? And if Hog tries to push you off, then don't you give your supports a reason to ultimate, right? Don't you give your team a reason to be up there, right? So I understand it, actually. I've had a couple of instances. In fact, I think we mentioned it earlier today in one of the VOD reviews, where like I actually love the fact that you guys are giving me some like really legitimate. I'm gonna use this word because it's like the easy word to go for. It's the low blow, but this word doesn't actually capture the nuance of what I am looking to convey. I've got people giving me some really legitimate excuses for why they play the way that they do and make decisions that they do, right? But I'm here to tell you, number one, I have already mentioned a couple of times on stream, my insight won't help you, not in solo queue ranked. In the context of organized team play, I'm like absolutely dead on the money, 100% factually correct. I am not a fraudulent coach, right? But for the insight that I'm giving you for solo queue ranked lobbies, it is going to help you 1 out of like 18 games, right? Timing and map control, how often is that going to be relevant amidst your platinum ranked enemies and allies who aren't abiding by any of those principles? That's why GM VOD reviews are super easy and bronze ones are really hard, right? It's because there's some structure, right? Depending on where you are in the lobby, on the ladder. There's always structure in Overwatch, right? Regardless of which lobby you're in. But you know, one is structured in a way that is a little more readable for me, and one isn't, right? So I understand it. But I'm here to tell you that, like, unless you go up there to take that risk, you just end up here on the low ground ulting nothing at all. So, like, tell me... Oh, I'm sorry. I've been so rude today as a coach to people. Even though I actually am such a huge fan of everything that we've gotten to see. And Switch, you are no exception. Oh, you have been so much fun to watch, especially the way that you're able to out mechanics your adversaries in positions that just don't afford you to out mechanic those players, right? So you tell me, Switch. Do you really want to die on the low ground, pressing S while you go for your ultimate against targets that like even pressing W doesn't get you anything against? Or do you want to be ulted off the high ground by a Roadhog who's been forced to make a decision that your team might be able to do something with, right? That you'll be able to then react to, right? I understand. I understand your fear. Shake it off, right? Or go embrace the fear. I've said before that the key to playing Overwatch right now, ranking up, right, having a mindset focused on winning and improving, that's not going to get you anywhere. Nice shot, by the way. I would rather see you guys going into Overwatch seeking to make as many mistakes in as many different varied ways as possible as quickly as you can. Because otherwise, you don't build a profile to understand how do I play that scenario better. Embrace your inner Swifty. Simply shake it off. Yeah. Is that the song? Shake it off. Shake it off. Do. I don't actually know pop music, so the fact that I would know that, if that is the song, I am, wow. I stun myself. That's amazing. All I listen to is classical music and like movie and video game soundtracks and Hiroyuki Sawano. Oh, that's nice. I like that. Gotta watch that back. So that's awesome. I'm staying hip. Nice. I love it. Nice. See, again, like, you're able to, like, really competently out-mechanics these players. I just want you in positions that you don't have to out-mechanics them. You can just pull your trigger, and it's really easy. You're saying you don't listen to Ethiopian jazz? Yo, Goose, if you listen to Ethiopian jazz, if you have Ethiopian jazz, like, tracks that you, like, can immediately conjure off your head, I need you to send those to me right now. That sounds incredible. Oh, my Lord. That sounds like an experience. If you're trolling me, that's funny. That's actually really funny if you're trolling me. But if you actually have some, I need you to send those to me. Thank you. Oh my God, that sounds so freaking hype. Ethiopian jazz? Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh. Oh, imagine the personality. Oh my Lord, contained in those songs. Okay, all right. We gotta stay on track here. We are not a music stream. There's some good music playing. Haha. Nice. I love it. I like it. I like seeing you in these positions that you can, like, really do something from. So, like, walking back from the objective is A-okay. Honestly, you guys should probably be seeking to die on the objective. You guys have lost your window to actually walk away from the objective after your tank dies. I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, if you're getting your pick in, just stay in to die with your tank. How do you do this? Do you die here? Do you die here late as a stagger? Every single one of my VOD reviews does get a free stagger voucher. If you stagger once in the game, I actually can't snap and yap at you about it. It's like the #1 like cardinal sin is staggering. It makes everything so incredibly hard. So everyone gets a free voucher. So I hope that you don't have to use yours here. Yeah. It's Mango that if this was their VOD review, we would have to consume their free voucher. It's per VOD review too. It's not per person. So like, don't worry, you get a stagger per match that we watch. We are now. How do we, as a stream, collective hive mind feel about Caravan Palace? I've never heard of that. Caravan Palace? Out in the middle of the open, you're forcing resources out of your Moira, who isn't even healing you. She has to go do damage to get healing resources, and you're still playing in a position as if you could be reasonably healed. Beyond just the fact that your Moira isn't even on top of you, and if your Moira was on top of you, she wouldn't have resources to heal you. It's an electric swing band. Oh my goodness. Wait, that actually sounds so fun. Is that kind of like Electric Light Orchestra? I don't know if that's the same. If your Moira was on top of you, she wouldn't have healing resources to heal you, and even if she has resources to heal you, she can't heal the damage that can be dealt to you on this angle. So this is really bold. This is really, really bold. And you do get punished for your boldness. And you know, you've got me in the background saying, it's a little bit deserved, right? Do I think that you have a chance to make something really valuable on this angle? Yeah, 100%. If you, I don't know, play within your effective range and use your corners. Closer to walls, covers, and corners, right? So for you to roll backwards here is actually like a grave oversight of your original intentions of dueling out this Cassidy. You unpeak his Deadeye, right? Which is good. Stabilize. You want to play safe. You want to wait out this ult. Right. At this point, your Juno, by the way, has staggered. So, like, the call is to die right now. Right. Die or get out right now. Right. You are getting out but you're staying engaged. So like, are you fighting or are you getting out and living to reset, right? So you end up greeting here. And so like, holy smokes, stay in touch. Okay, Deacon. Yeah, I'll have to Google it. You may have to send me a track or two to remind me. Make sure your decisions, your intentions, your decisions, and your actions are all lining up, right? If the plan is to die and get out, right? But you were the stagger there now. So your voucher is gone, right? The next time you stagger out of the context of your team resetting and out of the context of a team fight, which resolves on the objective so that either A, you have stopped it for as long as the team fight as you can, or B, you have moved it for as far as you can before you guys eventually get stopped and lose, then make sure that you're committing to those. Because now you won't have a defense for staggering, and it's never the first stagger that's too bad. It's when you stagger afterwards, right? It's when you don't realize the actual cascading wave-like impact of that first stagger, so you stagger again, right? Which again, the stagger itself, it's not the mistake, right? You're going to get staggered. There are going to be ambitious players that look to prevent you from being able to start the fight by imposing a man disadvantage early on, right? If you play against proper, right, respectfully, you're always going to get staggered, right? But the mistake is not being forward thinking. That's the core issue, right? That's why we get to the end of these VODs and people are like, okay, so like, what should I be working on? And I'm like, the whole VOD, like the principles, timing, and map control, right? And making things easy for yourself and staying true to your decisions and your intentions, right? Keeping all of that lined up, playing within your 3 rule sets. That is the character rule set, how does my character want to play? The compositional rule set, how does my character want to play in the context of my comp? And the matchup rule set, how does my character want to play against their composition, right? So it's when that's the mistake. That's what we want to work on, right? Is just keeping our brains on, right? Because the rules, they help us be flexible and they change over time, right? And so we'll have some good insights here, right? Like to be ready to flash that tracer or shoot the hog when you're shooting your Ramatra so that you equalize the pressure timings, right? But at the end of the day, the mistakes that we want to cut out are the mistakes that are generated in instances where the mistake was caused by us just not being considerate about how the consequences of Overwatch are cumulative. The outcome of this match, right? As you mentioned, Swift, we couldn't get through the choke after this, I don't think. The reason that you can't get through the choke at this point isn't because of stuff that you guys do here. It's because of stuff that you guys did here. And here. And here. And here. And here. That's what's keeping you guys from being able to move. Yes, if you want to gamble on dueling that caster trait, you need to capitalize on it, put yourself in a position where you could kill him quick. Otherwise, just get out, stabilize fast. Yep. There's definitely some instances where you can absolutely agree on the cast there. I just don't see this one as one of them. And that's it, okay. I do still like the limit testing that you kind of get out of that, right? I mean, look, I just told you guys to go out and make as many mistakes as quickly as you can in as many different ways as possible, right? So now, next time you want to duel a cast out in the open, you're going to do it a little bit differently, right? And you'll still be dueling the cast out in the middle of the open in a time that is inappropriate, but at least you'll know a little bit better how to duel the cast out in the middle of the open at a time when it's inappropriate. And next time you'll be able to get that pick and get out and live, and so you'll be able to have your cake. It looks great. You eat it too. It's absolutely delicious, and you guys win. Awesome. Excellent stuff, Switch. Yeah, good point, Deacon. I love that point. I like it when you guys validate some or affirm the things that I'm saying, because I think that you're right on the money. Otherwise, just get out or stabilize, die fast. Yep. It's so important because it's a team game. I've said it already a couple of times today. Don't be the anime shonen protagonist. Don't think I can, I must, I will, I have to. Right? It's actually my team is so I should. Right? The game is therefore I. Overwatch is cumulative. It's consequence, cause, and effect. Good Deadeye. That's stuff that he walks out of your line of sight. It's possible that you can use it a little bit faster. Your Ramatra is so disengaged. I just want to take a look at the macro just to edify something. Your Matra's in, but part of the reason that your Matra is in so early and the rest of you guys aren't is just because, like, we aren't set up to push these angles early enough. We want to be thinking in advance. Where do we want to be 7 seconds from now and see how your team is, like, moving in at the same time? Like, you're not moving out. You're just traversing the high ground. But, like, how early could you have been up here? Okay, so you walk out of spawn. See how you're not moving to point B? You're spending your time shooting targets that are full HP, that are in the middle of their supports, that are like sending spam damage down this angle at a range where you can't effectively even 2-tap people with crit taps. Which, by the way, crit taps from that position are really hard because you have to land the pixel, right? So interesting. A bold choice to slow down here to do actual menial damage while you've got your ult in a position of that can be threatened or pressured. To do damage that itself doesn't threaten or pressure any of them, that instantly gets mitigated, that helps them to generate the resources that they need to start this fight favorably for them. Yeah, I think I just gave them 60 HP worth of support ult charge there. Yeah. And that's not a big deal, right? I mean, the Bree is 8% to her ult, and you know, the Lifeweaver has his tree, right? So they're not getting anything out of that, but like neither are you, right? So I just want you, I want you minimizing the time that you're not doing things that don't support what you're going to end up doing, right? Does that make sense? I'll go to sleep now. Have a great stream. Good night. Hey, thanks for hanging out with us, Dur. Hopefully we'll get to your VODs tomorrow some point this week. Thank you so much, Dur. Doing this is actually just negative value too, because you've got both perks plus ult, so you're just giving their support a tiny bit of free easy support ult. Good night, soldier. And yeah, Deacon, you're absolutely right. And again, most importantly, the time that you're spending doing something here is time that you are not just walking up the stairs to Deadeye behind them as soon as you can, right? Every second that you spend traversing distance, looking in a direction that isn't immediately where you're walking, avoiding damage that could possibly kill you, that will increase the amount of time that it takes to get the setup that I am telling you you need to have now, right? It's cumulative. Overwatch is a cumulative game. And again, the reason that you don't have the time to do that now, right? Or that you feel like you don't have the time to do that now isn't because of the decision that we make here. It's not this that cooks you. It is everything leading up until this point. I love you in this position, though. I really wish your Ramattra hadn't pushed the trigger so far, but I also don't care for the idea of you getting forced by this out of this angle by this hog. If this hog is going to push you, roll across, fan him, and flash him so that he ults you backwards into the concept of your team, and the rest of your team is like, oh my god, my cast is getting ulted. Help him now! And then you hear, surrender to my will, they will be annihilated. Or what is it? Suffer as I have. It's noon, right? And you're already getting whole hogged in this corner, and you're able to pull the trigger on like 2 to 3 skulls. It's awesome. I want you doing that, as opposed to getting forced out of the plans that you want to be committing to at around the timeline that you should be committing to them. Don't let the hog disrupt you. Oh my goodness. Oh, that one's a really good one. Rip them to pieces. Yeah. Don't, bro, this is a hog player. You know what kind of person this is? I can tell you what kind of person this is because I am exactly the same kind of person. Whose voice line is that? That's Ramattra. That's the enemy voice line. Is it? I thought it was. Rip them to pieces. Is it not? Okay. Anyways. Oh, it's his ally voice line. You're right. Okay. Oh, Ramattra has such cold lines. Dude, switch. Do you know what kind of human being is sitting behind the monitor of this client? It starts with a T and ends with an I. A troglodyte, right? It's one of my people, right? They're not very handsome creatures. I think they're handsome because I'm one of them, right? But it's a troglodyte behind this monitor, right? I don't use the English. Oh God. Godspeed, in fact. So like. Yo, don't be scared of this guy. Don't let this guy affect how you want to play, right? If you have supports, if you have cooldowns, and if this guy is playing Roadhog on Rialto and Diamond, like, don't be afraid of him. Oh my lord, you want to force him to get surprised by you. You want to do things that he wouldn't expect, and don't get me wrong, you'll definitely make a couple of mistakes doing it, but you rip him to pieces his ally voice line. Yep. I love Ramattra's lines. It goes so crazy. Yeah. Bro, and they bring him in, too. They bring him in for recording sessions for all of his new lines every once in a while. And he shows up. They book him. They're like, hey, we're going to have you back in for the for this block. And he shows up and, like, just lays down the voice acting law. And he reminds the directors and all the sound techs, like, hey, this is why I got cast over this role. And then he just leaves. And he goes does his next voice acting gig, and it's awesome. You're doing the same thing. You're doing the same thing, Switch. Remember, switch it up. Literally. Come over here next time. Bounce over here, or pull the dead eye. Draw attention. Do anything else instead of instead of what you're doing. All right, let's see. Is this the end? Okay, gotcha. It is. The furry voice lines all go insane as well? Oh no, what are you saying, Goose? Oh, you think I'm losing? Nah, bitch, we losing! This is how it's gonna go. Roses are red, weapons against me won't prosper. With this sacred treasure I summon Big Robba, the Upstopper! Oh, that's so fun, Goose. Hi, Goose. Good to see you go. Yeah, it is good to see you go. Oh, yo, Switch, that was a blast. Oh my goodness, what an absolute treat to get to watch your gameplay. This was, okay, yeah, and this was some, okay, perfect. Wow, what a blast. You are going to stay diamond. That is to say, holy smokes, rude coach. That is to say, you definitely aren't going to drop, right? It can only go up from here for you. Oh my goodness, you're still here, IQ? Oh my, dude, what is up? Dude, Kami messaged me earlier on Overwatch, and I was like, wait, how does this guy know? So kind of funny how the universe works, how at times. Yeah, Switch, you're only going up from here, right? You got a really great grasp on fundamentals. You have really good mechanics as well. I want you opting for positions that favor your character a lot better. And bro just complained he will be an Ela or proclaimed. Yeah, I did accidentally. I kind of cursed our Switch here. But honestly, with a little bit of metal, the confidence to play aggressively in these positions a little bit earlier on. Oh my goodness, I literally sound like any other VOD review that I've done, guys. Like I said, we say all the same stuff every review here. So feel free to reflect on any of those other VOD reviews. Again, all those VODs are up on my YouTube channel, which I think is linked below. So, Oliver, thank you so much for the game. Holy smokes. Beyond just me casting Hard Stuck Diamond onto you, which you're going to pass the saving throw for anyways, your gameplay brought me a great personal joy to immerse myself in. I love the opportunities that you guys give me to get emphatic, to get emotive as well, right? So you popping in as I'm like railing into you ended up being really funny. But I hope that you're able to go back in this VOD. I'm gonna have it uploaded onto the YouTube channel later tonight as a full, and I think you can just go back and rewatch it anyways. I hope that you're able to see the ramp up and you're able to chuckle a little bit with how we reach some of the conclusions that we do. Switch, I am so beyond excited to see what the next replay code looks like. Bear with me because we get a lot of codes here, so there's always a lot to get through. But thank you so much for giving me the code and for swinging by, hanging out with us, and being receptive to the insight. I'm not going to give you all the answers, and like I mentioned already, it's not necessarily going to help you in your solo queue ranked platinum games, right? Sorry, that is to say, you got platinum teammates. You have fraudulent diamonds on your teams. Switch. It's very clear to me. But every 10th game, you're going to be able to tackle your adversaries using one of these principles. As I'm railing into you. Oh, okay, Goose. Oh, all right. I got freaks in the chat, and hey, I might be able to scare some of the freaks away because we are gonna go to a short break. I'm gonna run an ad, and when we come back on the other side, Chamberlain, if you're still around, I'll ping you. But we're gonna take a look at your replay code. We're gonna get to examine some. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited for this. We're going to get to watch some gold gameplay. I think we're going to end up throwing, is it Orlando Bloom? It's someone up on the stream. So, wow. Get excited, guys, and I'll be right back. Dude, that's crazy. That's crazy. That is insane. For one, it wasn't me. It was Grucknot. He took all the tin. Okay, so if you guys want, if you and you know what, his body's like probably like frozen in a glacier somewhere deep in the ocean. It was not me who stole the tin. It was funny when he did it, and I'm very old. Hey guys, welcome back from the break. Thanks for hanging around, even if it was just to yeah, check out this prank collapse, the Bronze Age. Couldn't be me. Alright, let me copy this replay code and finish off the rest of my banana. I sent you the Sigma code? Okay, perfect. Oh, I remember who you are on Discord, Deacon. Yeah, it's gonna be hard to forget you. Alrighty, guys. Let me go and change the code here, or change the icon. We have Idris Elba. Idris Elba is our gold icon, and we are getting to take a look at some gold gameplay. Let me double check my spreadsheet. Chamberlain, this is you. And let me just take a look at your background info. You said I was only able to get some games done after the patch today. Picked a couple of my losses to share that I thought I didn't do too bad in. I'm trying to hit at least platinum this season. Okay, very doable. I'm a bit new to this game entirely. Started playing in Season 15. It's been quite fun. I know I can hit at least platinum, grinding out the game, but I like to figure out the things that I need to improve on the most to streamline that process for me. Alright. Ready for me to cringe at the gameplay? No, it's probably going to be a lot more close. It's probably going to be closer to pumping my fist in the air, and oh my goodness, it's another Rialto code. Guys, what is the deal with like me reviewing the exact same maps for like days at a time, right? Yesterday or the last weekend, one of our last ones was Gibraltar. The week before that, we had Parizu that a lot of people were playing. Oh, you play Sojourn as well? Okay, if you play Sojourn, oh man, I'm so sorry. I am a Sojourn OTP, and so I am. They keep giving me flashpoints. That's so sad. And I like Flashpoint. Dude, we have not actually reviewed a Flashpoint game in so long. I would really love to review a Flashpoint game sometime soon. Yeah, I'm so sorry, 7th Veil. Oh, you're also Sojo 2P. Okay, awesome. She is such a good character. Okay, gotcha. So this is perfect. I can really tackle this from perspective of Sojo 2P. We'll try to stay... I mentioned to you, in fact. I said... Alright, so this is what I told Chamberlain. I said, I am beyond excited to take a look at these. I said, I am a very old mushroom who's focused heavily on principles and rule sets and FPS fundamentals, angles and maps, timings. I say, you are giving me the chance to tailor my insights to your competitive journey, to keep feedback focused and get you on the key principles while instructing you on the specifics. So, we're going to try to get through this replay code without once mentioning timing, map control, any of the 3 rule sets, or 7 seconds in advance. We're going to say surface level, shallow on our observations. Greetings, everyone. Hello, Root Mirror. We're going to say, we're going to keep it level, shallow on our observations. We're going to stay detail-oriented. We're going to keep focused on the specifics, the interactions of Overwatch, kind of how to play the game, and generally, you know, some of the basic rules that we want to abide by. So we'll try to not get too intense. No promises. Okay. Save that disruption. I want you throwing that out at them instead of you. Any map is better than Dorado. Yes. Oh my goodness. Dorado is still so bad. Good. Crosshair head high. I really love you up here. And you can definitely stay up here. Be ready for them to contest you at that angle. This is a good spot to be in for you, and because it's a good spot to be in for you, and because this is a good spot for them to be in, and you guys can see each other, keep in mind that they want to duel you just as much as you want to duel them. The higher up the ladder you go, the less time you will have in these head-on confrontations or on these angles. I like that. I like that disruptor. There's a couple of things that you can do with disruptor, right? You can buy you can do damage. You can secure picks. At one point with a perk, you can generate railgun charge, and if you pick that perk, and the other thing is you can make space. Nice shot. I like getting I like not getting too greedy there too. That's really, really good. I think bouncing back to this angle also isn't a bad idea. You want to make sure that that you're kind of measuring or timing your approach, right? So you just bounced off this angle. Do you think that you could stay here and just do a little bit more damage to their Reinhardt here, right? Is that an option for you that also keeps you really safe against this Ashe, who, by the way, should reasonably anticipate you coming back and peeking this window? Okay, so understand that the same way you want to play into them, they also want to play that way into you, right? So I really like the duel that you're taking. I think that there's a slightly better timing to take it, or just that you can spend a little bit less time dueling the Ashe and a little more time, you know, shooting anyone else. There's a Reinhardt shield to pressure. There are other cooldowns to force, supports to look at. You're still looking at this Ashe. Yeah, let your railgun charge up to full. Let's see. By the way, this is another good reason to shoot the Reinhardt here. Is just to get that railgun charge. That way, the duel with the Ashe is really easy. I hate adhesive siphon so much. If you get stuck in 6v6 and back up into your other tank, the Sojourner ends up getting rail instantly, plus 3 trillion ult charge. And also, it spams both of you with the DPS passive, makes me very sad as a perk. I love that perk. I actually love that perk so much. I hate the double slide. I don't like the double slide. I don't like losing my verticality. And also, like, if I'm not playing my spacing to where I need the double slide and like the one slide isn't good enough for me, then I don't know. I don't like the double slide perk. I'm so unpopular with the perks, by the way. Like, I like all of the perks that like people are like, yeah, that's pretty mid. And I don't like any of the perks that people are like, yeah, that's the GOAT. Kind of like the Sojourner Railgun perk. Like, I prefer the 60 bullets. I love the 60 bullets. Yeah, I could have helped push the Ryan back more for our team. Yeah, 100%. And I like that realization, right? You could absolutely continue dueling the Ashe here. That's not a problem, right? I would prefer that you win the duel against the Ashe a little bit faster, right? So a little more bullets landed. And I think your movement isn't really helping you land these shots. Although I really like how close to your walls that you're playing there. But yeah, so I don't mind that you're taking this duel with the Ashe, but I like you knowing your options. Oh, well, thank you. All right, there we go. Back to Ron Human. Meanwhile, I played Antarctic and Parisu 7 times each. Oh, that is just terrible. That is terrible. All right, careful. You're still in this high ground position. They have you marked. You should be, you should be getting shot at right now. You should be being pressured. So you do take a little bit of pressure. You don't have to hold this angle, right? You can switch it up, right? You can drop down. You can play the main. You could even walk out here and slide all the way over here if you wanted, right? That is absolutely an option for you. In fact, it might even prompt some of them to turn around, and you're putting yourself close to a mega, right? So, now you definitely don't want to like take a bunch of damage and then slide out here, right? But you don't have to duel at full HP from a position that you with not enough charge to actually win that duel quickly, right? So, know all of your options, and you have a lot of them. But I'm really worried that, again, the longer you spend up here and the more times you peek this Ashe, forward, back, out here, now out here again, now back out here, now back out here, right? She knows a little bit better at each time how to get you. Also, love the skin. Let me take a look. What's this skin? Oh, this is just, wait, is this just, oh, okay. Loves the skin choice. This is a good comp. Oh, yes, yeah. The comp skin, yeah. I say go onto the opposite high ground behind them, and then just walk down the stairs to the mega. Yeah. I am a big believer in flipping the map. Oh, I am a believer in just doing things that make them make decisions. Because, like, 7th, like, I know that you haven't been playing the game long. But I promise you, if you give an Overwatch player the choice between a good decision and a bad decision, what do you think they're going to pick? So do things that make them make the decision, knowing that they'll pick the bad one, or that at least you'll be able to pick a better one, or that the decision you're forcing them to make is based off a decision that you made that is inherently better because it forces them to make a decision. Overwatch is actually that easy and simple. But, like, it starts by making the decision. And to make that decision, you just got to make sure that you're using your brain right from the beginning. Can your inner lack of social skills make those people uncomfortable? Yes, absolutely. Oh my goodness, that's actually so correct, Deacon. That's really funny too. But yes, that's correct. I've been trying to play a lot safer just to stop dying less. Yeah, I get that. I appreciate dying less. I don't appreciate dying more, but I do appreciate dying for very good reasons. Ayo Digital, what's up, dude? Thanks for stopping by. I was just hanging out, watching some DPS gameplay. You're on the side ground. See how you're markable? They have you marked. You get your shot, you don't kill anyone, right? So at this point, I'm backing off. You almost re-peak. You realize that you shouldn't re-peak because there's damage coming through and you're only 76 HP, right? So why re-peak then? You re-peak again. Now they know, right? The first time, they had you marked. The second time, they knew that they could pressure you. The third time, they figured out how to pressure you. Just drop. You don't gotta be up here. You don't gotta fight for this. Or you could even just slide over here and be ready for someone to slide up and look where they thought you were gonna be. Change it up. Do something different. Or understand that the Sojourner is gonna slide up at you and you can just overclock her right now. You can overclock, in fact, right now, because your Curie is with you, gives you some pamphlets, and you know that the Sojourners are either going to slide up into your overclock, or that you'll be able to turn with your overclock and kill somebody out here. I like the options that you have. There's even more than that. There's even more options than that. Take them, take them, take them. It's the only way to guarantee that you have more options in the future. And they're good choices, too. And oftentimes we start, like, making a good choice, and then we kind of, like, back out, because we get a little bit spooked. We're like, oh, you know, I'm a little bit worried I'm going to die there. I don't want to get punished. I'm trying to die less. Bro, I love dying. I love dying, because in my games, if I die, I have died doing something. And I've died doing something in a way that possibly opens up options for my teams. And I've died because I ran out of options making options. So I went up there looking for an overclock since they're all in the open, but died to the Soj before being able to. Yeah, so rip the overclock earlier, right? You have it earlier. In fact, you have it so early that you could even prevent her from coming up and fighting you because she heard you overclock, right? So instead, she doesn't even peek you. She sits here at crit HP and waits for you to peek, but all you need to do is just sit here holding your overclock. And all of them get nervous and scared and back up because they realize they're in the middle of the open and you've overclocked and we're in gold. So, like, do you think that the gold players, like, don't... I don't know. Maybe it's a mixed bag. Maybe the gold players don't respect gold players. And so, like, they're absolutely willing to peek your overclock. I almost wonder if it's like a Deadeye or a Riptire. I kind of instinctively think that that these gold blue teammates are, that these gold blue adversaries are going to like get scared and spooked, right? So, like, again, you don't even need to peek with the overclock. You affect the entire fight just by pressing Q and not doing anything else. If you have it, use it. And you don't even have to do anything with it. You've done something with it by using it. And by using it when you can figure out what your options are after you've used, right? Or after you've started using. You won't be able to figure out what your options are after you've been forced to use it. That's been the trend lately that we've been seeing in all of our reviews. Speedlaw has an excellent video called Whatever Happened to the Off-Tank, where he goes over the concept of tanking. One of his big principles of main tank that he brought up was they are unsettling and making people uncomfortable. The idea that can apply to something like a Sojourner sliding into hard contests, a high ground behind you, or marking someone to try and get cooldowns out, etc., etc. Yes. Yep. I think if I talked earlier, they back up and look for cover. Yeah, definitely. And, like, how free do you think that makes your team on the point here? I love that Sojourn voice line. It's all connected, right? It is. It is. It is all connected. Oh my god, Lord the Posh showed up for like 2 seconds there. Get back in the wardrobe, Lord the Posh. No, I don't want to go back in the wardrobe. Don't put me back there. No, please. Get back in the wardrobe. Alright. Oh my goodness. Stupid, sweaty man. I hate him. I hate Lord the Posh. Oh my god. You are not in a position that you could, like, do anything with that EMP. What? What are we EMPing? You've EMP'd 3, but, like, bro, like, our team's respawning. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, get up to that gun. That's alright. Schizophrenic mushroom. No, bro, it's Lord the Posh, man. It's Lord the Posh. Oh, good. Okay. I do want to mention this. You are making it too difficult. Way too difficult. And I'm gonna say this, and I'm so sorry. Because, like, you don't want to, like, look at, like, just the missed slides on the high ground and, like, have those picked apart, right? They're just missed slides. Like, that's all it is, right? Like, get a grip, coach, and, like, I don't know, talk about something important, right? But there's actually a really important principle here. Make it easy for yourself. Why dodge bullets and try to figure out how you're going to slide up to the high ground? By the way, from... Oh, goodness. This is a hard angle. This is a really hard angle. Like, actually, if you would have landed the slide, that, to me, is a technical masterpiece from you. So, I don't know. Boot up a custom game on Rialto and, like, I don't know, practice a little bit. If you want to improve fairly quickly, it's actually really convenient. Just take the characters that you play the most and go play the maps that you've been... like, not having the most fun on, and just learn how the character can traverse that map, okay? Beyond that, make it easy for yourself. Just back up, stand completely still, wait for the cooldown, and then slide up to the high ground. Because how much time do we end up wasting trying to get the slide up to the high ground? By the way, a really technically, mechanically difficult feat here that we are... must lurk, be back in an hour. Hey, take care, Goose. I'll see you around. How much time do you spend trying to do this really mechanically difficult thing? Bro, I OTP Sojourn, okay? I play in mid to high diamond. I have a ton of time on this character. She is starting to reach one of my most played heroes, okay? 259 hours on this character. And bro, I never, absolutely never go for the slide because that is insane. That is so insanely difficult, right? So I want you making easy decisions. I want you going for things that are easy and doing things in ways that are easy because I don't want it to just apply to the slide here. I also want it applying to your shots and to your overclocks, right? Your ultimates and your angles that you're playing, right? Those missed slides are time off the clock for you and your teammates too. I wouldn't say they're just missed slides because that would imply the misuse of such a strong cooldown isn't important, especially after the increased cooldown. But yes, it's not something worth railing someone over. I like that you used that word that I'd used earlier. Just something to note and being aware of. Yes. And the principle underneath it as well, right? I talk about mechanics being two primary components. Oh, great. We got into the high level stuff, but this one's actually FPS fundamentals like level important. In Overwatch, aim is important, but not nearly as important as the other big part of mechanical skill, which is movement. When you're thinking about mechanical expression in Overwatch, movement is very much a part of it. How much of how much of both of these slides is so cooked because of the way that you move preceding the slides, right? How many of your shots do you miss because you move to the left and instead of just standing still and letting your crosshair do the work, right? So I want us to be really careful about our underlying movements. I call it's a very heartfelt principle. It's very near and dear to me. I call it one step in the wrong direction, right? It's the idea that the one step that you aren't thinking about is going to be the step that cooks you, that cooks your aim, cooks your movement, cooks your slides, right? Messing with our team's tempo. Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad that you recognize that. And I'm sorry to spend so much time on it because this is so mundane and so ordinary. And it's so, honestly, in the context of literally any other scenario or any other habit, right? Because that's what I'm looking to target here is the habit, right? The habit of not being considerate with every single step we take. It should be deliberate, right? I am moving to the left because I wanted to move to the left. I'm moving to the right because I wanted to move to the right. We literally just got finished with a replay code on this very map where I looked at a Cassidy player hanging out here, right? Not moving any direction and being like, you gotta move, right? Be deliberate with your movement. Move from point A to point B as quickly as possible where you're taking as little damage and pressure as possible. And point A and point B should both themselves be positions where you are relatively unthreatened, unless you're taking a risk, in which case you are looking to equalize the pressure, right? So all of that is so intentional. I want you to be intentional. That's why I spend so much time on those slides. It's not the slides. It's you are very intentionally making this hard on yourself, or you're very unintentionally not making it easy on yourself. Whatever you're going to do, if you're going to intentionally make it easy or not unintentionally make it hard, figure out which one it is and do that. And you'll climb. Oh my God, you will get to platinum so very quickly. Because everything else is really good. Oh, that's okay. Same deal. Like, don't bother yourself dodging the damage. Just play a corner and then slide up. It's very, very, you buy yourself the most time. It was on our Antarctic Peninsula VOD. It's definitely worth it to go back and watch it's so worth it to go back and watch all of my Twitch streams, guys. We do talk about, like, the same thing in every single map. But the principles, that's because what we teach here is the rules of Overwatch, right? As opposed to this is what you should have done to win this game, right? Because a lot of these games, guys, aren't winnable. And as I've already established, what I'm telling you guys, don't make these games winnable. It just gives you options. Nice disruption. Oh, excellent. Excellent stuff. Stop it. Stop. That's okay. That's okay. Good. Good shot. Good. Your shot is hard to hit here. I actually don't mind not jumping and just keeping the slide. You either stop right here or right here, and then you can just move for your shots there. Sliding up into the air, it's just hard. It's just hard. You have to compensate for, like, the movement and the height and the verticality, and you've gotten this perk that makes your ult better. So if you got the overclock perk, oh my goodness, you're a brand new Sojourn player, stop taking this perk. I'm actually just going to tell you, like, straight up, don't take this perk. It's not as good as everyone thinks it is. I understand it's great for when they have Transcendence. How often are you playing against Transcendences that are stopping your overclock from getting value in gold, respectfully, right? So don't take this perk anymore. Do the 60 bullets one. I want to know how that one goes. Because, like, if you're going to take that perk, then I want you not sliding up in the air in ways that, like, make it hard, right? There's nothing for your crosshair to anchor to here, right? Thank you Sub there for understanding me. I try not to do that. I try to just do, like, the options and see all of the different sides, and I don't like saying anything matter-of-factly. I don't like saying something and being like, hey, that's the rule. That's all I'm going to say on it. Just do that from now on. Even though that's like I've begun learning that, like, that's what a lot of players want, which is weird to me. I get it. It's not weird. Beyond understanding weird. But it's just strange to me. So anyways, I just tell you, don't take that perk. If you do take that perk, like, make sure that the overclock shots you're taking are the ones that are easy to hit. Because again, there's feet flat on the ground with crosshair at head height. That's how you make shots easy to hit. Jumping up in the air like that, especially when you're jumping up into the air this way against a target that's moving this way, as you also, like, at the end of your jump, you move back to the left here. So it's really weird. You get 7 quadrillion aura points. Deacon has raised an excellent point that I think invalidates my entire rant. I think you keep going for this perk because you need the aura. If you're going to get into platinum, you have to have enough aura to get through the gates. No, I think Deacon is right with this one. I think Deacon's correct with this one, actually, guys. So yeah, I want that to be really valuable for you. Oh, I love it. Nice disruption. Your disruptions are really good. Your disruptions are really good. I don't know what it is, like, in your mind that is leading you to make these really good disruption shots. Apply that to, like, your movement, your railgun, your overclock, and that's it. And then you're plat. Oh my god. And then you're plat, like, well on your way to diamond. Holy smokes. Oh, that was just the attack. Okay. Oh my goodness. Yo, Chamberlain, thanks for letting me tear into you. I am, you know, I love our metal rank gameplay, our console gameplay. Whether you're on PC, controller, mouse, and keyboard, if you're using your brain or if you have it off entirely like I like to play, oh my goodness, I love it all. And the only reason I get so heated, I promise it is the only reason I get so heated, is because I understand how talented you guys are. I've been doing esports stuff long enough to know talent when I see it. So I just want to make sure that you guys are giving yourselves as many opportunities to like, you know, really show that you're talented, really demonstrate it. And so that's why I'm tearing into you for something as simple, monotonous. I'm sorry, for something as simple and mundane as the slides. I love your disruption shots, though. I mean, I don't think I have, like, had a single thing. Maybe there's one or two. Right, that one at the very beginning that you threw into the banister there. There's not a single disruption besides maybe that one and maybe another one. That cancels out the aura of the 150. Yeah, that's true. Deacon's right again. Can't be bonking our head like a Winston out here. But I love your disruptions. Oh my goodness, they're so excellent. Like I said, I don't know how you actually have such an excellent read on the disruption shots. But like, and this isn't to brag, but like, those are my kinds of disruption shots. Those are the disruption shots that I go for, and that the reason that I mention that is that's a skill that I've actually put a lot of time and effort into. is into those disruption shot cast timings, positions, and intentions. Used to it, don't worry. Yeah. No. Seven, thanks for being a good sport. Deacon is actually, Deacon's been VOD reviewed, as well, and we had very similar clown show moments, with Deacon's VOD, so, Deacon is our resident, jester. We have him in a little cap with the bells and everything, and he sings and dances so freaking well, still at the time he spits, as well. The guy does nothing, just spits straight up fact. And so I appreciate you guys appreciating Deacon like I do. Nice. Right place, right time. I love it. I love you being in the right place, right time to shoot at that Mora. That's excellent. I might stay on the high ground. Mainly because, like, you can still shoot the Mora from the high ground. Why are we backing off? Did we lose our tank? Yeah, we lost our tank. Would have been nice to play with him. I don't know why we aren't considering rushing. Just because if you have it, use it. And his ultimates are especially good for compensating for man disadvantages. Ultimately, for you to die and see about catching your wave with your tank, or at least resetting, proximate to the timing that your tank is going to reset, that's fine. And make me put on a puppet show. Yeah, sometimes. That's like a special feature that we do. All right, let's see. I don't get it. I don't get it, Chamberlain. I don't understand what the deal is with your disruption shots. They're really, really good. They're really, really good. It bothers me how good your disruption shots are. And how, like, it really is just going to, like, take a little bit of keeping up. Or, like, a little bit of catching up with the rest of your kit. Okay. What? Holy smokes. Wait, hold on. Okay, hey, maybe actually with this one, with this discriminatory dumpling. Oh my goodness, what an absolutely banging name. But what a terrible message. Yo, mods, take that guy and you know what? Dumpling his discrimination, or discriminate against his dumpling out back. I jumped down the bear because I had to touch. Yes. You absolutely do have to touch. Sorry. I paused. I love it, Seventh. You're jumping on like. Oh, wait. I have a reason for this. No. You're absolutely correct. You must touch. Your Ramatra is dead, and I do not commission a single one of your other teammates to touch her. Otherwise, it was dead on high ground overclock. Nope. You have to drop. It's the right thing. Your Sombra would ideally be ready to like gear up to EMP here for you. But the fact is that like your supports aren't going to be able to touch. So you have to. Yes. We live and die by the cart, by the objective, because that's the one hard, fast rule. Remember, like I mentioned, I don't like to say things like, hey, this is the rule. That's it. Enough said. No more about it. No perspective that I'm open to. The cart is actually one of the only other things that I'm like that with, right? It must be stopped and it must be moved. And the DPS role is an excellent role to stop and move the objective, especially moving. I don't like our supports being on the objective. So, you make the right call. And with an overclock like this, maybe you should be taking this perk. Honestly, on the timeline, you're probably a little bit late to touch. It's amazing. Perfect. And you stop taking damage from the torp turret as well. Oh, go fight the hog. You don't need to take it on the torp turret. You had him marked, and your team is marking him. Perfect. No way your Ramatra dies there. Okay, excellent. And now you just kill the staggers. Good stuff. Sorry, Chamberlain, that might be an ad, but that's okay. We aren't missing anything that we'll need to cover. It's actually a lot of good stuff from you. I love that slide. Excellent. I think that you can stay up there as well, but that is some really good stuff. Let's see. Okay, big EMP. I like the idea of you just being a little bit wider, a little bit earlier, poised to be more confidently aggressive a little earlier on. That's not going to help you in your gold games necessarily, but as you get higher and higher, a preparedness to play some of these fights from positions of extraordinary strength, such as this one, or even a little bit wider, right? Where somewhere. See how like you on either side here. You could also be like up in this position as well. These give you so many options, and you also are still in line with the formation of your team. It's really tough, bro. How are your supports dying? Your Ana's in the middle of the open. It's going to get railgunned. Or Torb Cheetoed. She got torpedoed and died. Oh, man, that's tough. Okay. And your carry was respawning. We're dying. We're dying before we even give our other support the opportunity to respawn in positions that we just... Oh, man, that's so tough. That's so tough. Yeah, bro. Like I said, Chamberlain, my insight is not going to help you in that. I can't save you. I can't save your Ana. I can't give you insight that will help you save your Ana there. Bro, it's those free stagger vouchers. Your Ana would have consumed hers. Oh my goodness. Beetlegoose would have actually consumed their free stagger voucher. That is actually so brutal. Hold on, I want to watch how the Kiri died beforehand too. Because this is insane. This is actually insane. I was gonna like throw up my arms and be like, is this how supports are playing in gold? But like, guys, this is how I'm playing support in low masters. So, so like, yo, what's a realistic goal for me? I want to hit platinum. Do you think it's possible? Like, yes, I do. This is the standard of gameplay up to low GM, guys, and it's horrible. Oh my goodness. Never have the standards been lower. And it's not so much that the standards have been lower, guys. It's actually that everyone has gotten really good at Overwatch in the last little while. So it makes everyone look worse. Oh no, our Kiri dies. Okay, and then our Ana dies. And then the rest of us die. Okay. Yeah, that's A-okay. All right, now that we're back on the other side of the ad, Chamberlain, you know, it ends up just being, I like you in confident, I like you in positions where you can play confidently, aggressively earlier on to be in these spots where you're just really good. Your character is really good. So for this particular fight, I like you swinging out a little wide here. I like you swinging out a little wide here. I like you on high ground positions. Make sure to make things easy on yourself, and don't lose tempo with the match. You can actually influence it. You can very strongly influence the tempo of the game, especially if especially if you are dedicating your ultimates as part of that endeavor. If you have it, you should use it. And wow, we actually did get to talk about some pretty like well, just really clear directives that we can work on. Chamberlain, thank you so much for the VOD. That was a particularly fun one. Yeah, thank you for the replay code. As you get more, please feel free to send them. I actually see that you sent me 3. So that was just the Rialto one. And hopefully here in the next here over the next week or so, we'll be able to get these other 2 tackled for you. I do want to keep moving on. And we have a couple more that I had planned for, and possibly even a stream or a code that or a code that we can still get in there. Let's see. Thethan, are you still missing the Bastion coin? The Bastion coin? You might have gone right over my head, Deacon. I'm starting to become very stupid right now. I turn from break. What's up? Oh, what's up, Digital? We're just about to plug in our next replay code. It's unfortunately not one of yours. In fact, it is, I don't actually know what this is. All I know is around the ELO. I should submit my bronze gameplay? Yes. Oh my goodness, I love bronze gameplay. Actually, so much fun to watch. The game is so very different. I alluded to it very briefly earlier, where it just isn't structured quite the same way. It's not really organic, but it also isn't, it's not static either. It's not a construct of any kind. Let's see. Okay, all right. All right. Let me see what Dragonor had said. So this was... Oh, this is a DPS code. Excellent. This is a Sojourn. This is Sojourn gameplay. And I believe... Give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna pull up the background info. Alrighty. Dragonor says the rank of this lobby is GM5. They said they dropped a lot recently to M2. They would like to go through this map and see what mistakes they made. They said they felt like there could be some staging errors or target priority issues. They haven't self-voted it themselves, so they're curious. And they said, I've been making mistakes the past 3 days to drop back down to this level. I chose this game because it felt like a game that we should have won, but it was close. Okay, gotcha. Okay, perfect. Dragonor is already, they put out a Christmas Bastion skin that cost 1 premium currency. It was effectively like 50 premium currency because how they price things. They like a looky kind of scam. Interesting. Okay, gotcha. Okay, yeah. I am still missing the Bastion coin. Yes, I am actually. Yes. I believe that I am still like 99 or 49 or whatever like that. That is so funny. If I still had Overwatch gameplay. I'm actually asking a lot of my friends who haven't played Overwatch in a long time. I'm like, go play the game and like give me a replay code. It'll be fun. 609. Oh, yeah, it's tough. It's brutal. Okay, so already Dragonor's off to a really strong start, and let me go ahead and ping them so that they know that we're doing their VOD. Let me double check to see that I asked if I was gonna ping them or let them know. I'll talk soon. Okay, gotcha. Gonna ping them and let them know we're taking a look. Okay. Alrighty. Give me 45 minutes and I get you a terrible replay code. What a blast. What a blast that would be. And you would also, yeah, I would absolutely cover that to tonight, IQ, if you wanted to. Alrighty. So already, Dragonor is really embracing the spirit of the Overwatch, right? Where like, yeah, we want to be going in and making mistakes. So the drop the last couple of days, is a pretty, I mean, it's notable, right? Even in their background info that Dragonor provides, they note it, right? And so, really good to be embracing the spirit of mistake making to understand, complete that profile. How do I play it better? So, all right, let's see it. We set up on this off angle, we're doing our pressure damage, and we are looking to make sure that the map ends up opened up. We get a really nice pick, and we actually kind of limit test how long we can maintain our pressure, or our presence on this angle. Let me go and turn this down just a little bit. How long we can maintain our pressure and presence on this angle. And I really love that. So then we'll shoot the hazard with our Kiriko. Perfect. Everything's good so far. Everything is absolutely awesome. Love playing our angle, love being responsive to the hazard, the Sombra, and I love, like, you know, obviously there's like, there's a point to get to, there are picks to secure out there, but we've got the rest of our team helping with that, right? If we can control this section of the map, if we can play according to that map control, take proprietorship over that mega pack, and also get some free picks in the process, like on that Kiri, the hazard, and that is such a huge dub. Okay, so past this point, looking to set up, it's almost like you like wander to the, you know, point, get a touch, and then like, you know, maybe not worth anchoring here. Maybe figure out what our corner looks like a little bit sooner. Is there time that we could have been setting up elsewhere? I almost wonder if you could be up on top of this little platform here. You still can't get up there. We're gonna pressure out the hazard. Get hacked by the Sombra. Oh damn, that is so tough. Okay, gotcha. Interesting. We have the Sombra marked too. Let's see. When did we lose her? Yeah, interesting. Okay, so we heard her. Benefits of hindsight in the replay viewer, we understand that she's behind us. But also, look at where we are. Look at where our back is to the Sombra, right? So, rules of the matchup. I kind of wish that our supports were proximate to us, but we also have our back to a really powerful position from Sombra. Sombra absolutely wants to control this health pack, and we've essentially turned our backs on her in a position where she not only controls the health pack, but where we don't control the health pack. So, I think that like, yeah, I think that the reason that I wanted you somewhere was so that you could be back to the wall, right? Not necessarily in a corner, like you're going to get backed up in there, but you're somewhere where, like, you have access to the, oh, there's a Sombra behind me, I'm getting scouted, or I'm getting hacked, information. Maybe a little bit closer to a corner where you have some more options for counterplay against that. All right, so no big deal. Sombra jumps you, gets the virus after the hack. Like, what are you going to do? You just have to die there. Would probably be better be playing where that Sombra is right now. You can easily slide to high ground or grab the Mega, duck into that little room. Yeah. That's I was really liking like this space that was just a little bit further back where you have options. Like to jump on a high ground, something like that. Yeah. Absolutely correct, Deacon. And that's just one of your options, you know. I think it was kind of funny that you would actually we'd have Dragonor come over and kind of like touch the objective, and like from here you can actually still like slide out. You can push up and do some limit testing with like who of their core you want to be fighting. So I actually didn't mind the options that that being on the point gave you. The places that you could go from there, the targets that you could launch on that weren't just ending up getting trapped in a Sombra position with a Sombra. I live and die by the point, but I do not live and die. In fact, I prefer to die by the last flashpoint, or I prefer to live by the last flashpoint, first flashpoint. That meaning I don't like playing for this objective. So where's our team? Where's our team at this point? I don't like playing for this flashpoint. I hate this objective. I think it's so mid and ass and not fun to navigate and operate. And our carry's going to take a duel and die. And like, we're on the objective. We should be on the objective. But like, are we out of our carries? Are we out of being able to help carry? Oh yeah, she didn't even try to turn around. Okay, all right, well. You obviously benefit, like, hindsight 2020. Like, maybe I put you, like, proximate to her, so that you can maybe help her out, but I don't think there's anything that can be done to save that carry. Let's look at this disruption. I think you're too limited, by the way, from this spot. I think, like, you've already lost your carry. We know that our other support is coming out. Like, we really need to be set up to do as much damage on this fight, because we know that we won't be able to sustain here. So, I like the idea of you... I don't know. I like the idea of you being somewhere where, you know, you've got some disruptive option. Maybe you slide to the high ground. Maybe you're playing the low ground. Maybe, oop, I just punched my microphone. You know, maybe you start on the low ground, and then slide up to a position. Maybe you slide up onto the high ground there. You definitely die on the point. You absolutely catch your wave with your tank on the objective, because you can help stall that out and justify your tracer touching, retouching. That made me jump in my real life. Goodness gracious. Oh yeah, I know. I'm so sorry. I absolutely got punched the heckin' good time out of my mic. Yeah, I was getting emotive. I was like waving my arms around and stuff. All right, let's see. I love this. I love this. It's so good. It's so incredibly good. Karma. I hate KDA playing. I hate KDA playing. So I'm sorry. Dragonor. I end up in a position where I'm like, yeah, I can be particularly hard on my high rated players. I actually still have Idris Elba up on there. I actually need to change that because our GM icon is Denzel. Let me go and fix that. Taking a look at some GM gameplay. There's Denzel. There he is. Look at him smiling. Oh my goodness, what a handsome fella. So yeah, Dragonor, I'm so sorry. I'm in a position where I'm like, oh yeah, I'm going to be a little bit hard on Dragonor, right? It's not so much that I want to be hard on you because of where you're at, right? And because of the expectations that are on you as a player in this highly competitive Elo. But really because my own personal conviction is like, staggering just doesn't make sense. And you're not dying early here, right? You're not dying out of the context of your team, but you're not dying in the context of your team either, right? Your Orisa, if I'm coaching this, right? If I'm... He loves just bullying me. Yes, I do bully Farron. Oh my god, we had a Farron Flame review earlier. It was awesome. After your Orisa dies here, I have you touch. That way your Tracer can do what she needs to do, and you are stalling out the objective. You are denying objective progress, right? If we are going to play for this first flashpoint, then let's go ahead and play for the first flashpoint, right? Don't let your Tracer get routed while also trying to finagle touches while she's using blinks and recalls. In fact, she isn't even touching the objective, but imagine the touches that she could acquire on the objective if she's able to secure a pick or do enough pressure damage that buys her enough space to actually get to the objective while you're dying on top of it, right? That way you guys keep this going. You guys rack up to 80%, right, before the objective flips, and that way they're only building 32% as you're respawning. Now, it's not that fast, right? But Overwatch is a cumulative game. Even the little things that we do strongly influence the options that we have later in the match. I don't mind the disengagement, because I would rather us, at the end of the day, not die. But I do think that's funny that the disengagement and not dying in the context of our team makes it to where we aren't actually set up to fight in the context of our team. We are not set up for the first phase of this fight with our team. We're still waiting on our horse. Our supports have already moved in. Your safe position is with your horse or with the rest of your team, but you didn't die with either one. So you end up not knowing where to be because you didn't die with anyone. You have no frame of reference, no one to anchor to. So you end up on a hazard. You haven't done, you kind of get jumped by him, so you don't know what the environment looks like around you, what your escape needs to be, because you weren't planning to have to escape versus a hazard. But, like, why not plan to escape versus a hazard who has control of the objective, who's going to play out in the middle of the open? Because why on earth would you, while controlling the point, why on earth would you be on the objective instead of moving up, claiming space, finding a reason, an excuse to ultimate, and kill the Sojourn before the fight begins because the Sojourn wasn't diligent enough to just reset with the rest of the team? Catch your wave! Ah! That's okay. We get one stagger voucher. We get one free stagger voucher every single player, every single match. So I'm not going to consume yours right there because you're not a stagger in, like, the textbook sense of the word, but, like, holy stagger, Batman. And, like, think about the time that you staggered. You staggered at like, the beginning phase of the second fight instead of just dying appropriately on the objective at the end of the last phase of the last fight, right? There's a huge difference. And it's so incredibly important. I am so hard on you, Dragonor. Holy smokes. Let's get a couple of, like, yo, can we ease up on my goats in the chat? Because, holy smokes, like, ease up, coach. I just want you to understand how important the stagger is, how important it is for you to be on the objective, deny progress, stage with your team, stuff like that. You even mentioned that you have some setup staging errors possibly. And I think that if you're not dying at the best possible times, you're definitely not finding ways to set up in the best possible ways. So die. It's important to die. God, I hate KDA playing. I hate thinking that living is value. God, dying is valuable. Oh my goodness. You know why? Because every time I die in my games, it is because I am doing something valuable. I refuse to die not doing something that's valuable. So oftentimes, I choose to do something valuable so that I can die, right? So that I can get value. Staggering Flashpoint is especially brutal because of how fast the objectives tick. Yeah, right. I had gone on to talk about, like, how important the stall on the objective is and how they, they can be up to 32% by the time we surround. No, absolutely not. The objectives are so incredibly fast, right? You basically buy yourself 0 time and you basically deny theirs 0 time. But think about it. If you deny them 1 second on the objective here in this match, does that make this point winnable? Does that make this point easier to touch? Does us not staggering here in this phase prevent them from even getting a touch here on the point? And that's so free. That is so fucking free. The highest level players are so lazy. We are in the business of making the game easy for ourselves, right? And so that means playing, living, dying in the context of our team on the objective. Playing forward, claiming space, using ults because we have it. How long have we had our ult, by the way? Yeah, I'm ulting. I'm ulting for real. Because I can keep them from touching if I ult. If I ult, do I, like, make them hesitate for, like, 1 second? And do we get to keep the point because of it? Oh my goodness. We've decided that we wanted to play for first flashpoint, right? That's my expression, right? Don't play for first flashpoint. That's one of my rules, right? Because making investments on the gamble that you can win this. Guys, have you guys played this map? It's trash. Oh my lord. Look at this first point. Look at how innavigable this is. So look at this, oh my goodness, incredible open space here that, like, every team should always be looking to utilize that we never do, right? Because instead we want to opt for the easy, stupid, dumb fights here with the impassable high ground, with the unattainable positions, and while operating in spots where we can just take infinite pressure damage and sustain it too, by the way, because, oh my goodness, this spot happens to be really good for wars of attrition, right? So, this point sucks, right? This spot is excellent. This spot sucks. There's fights that happen out here, like mini fights that happen in the early phases of these fights that happen out here, but they're not related to the objective, but for some odd reason, they still end up getting to be related to the objective. So, like, I hate playing for first flashpoint, right? But, if we're going to play for first flashpoint, right, which violates my principles anyways, but if we're going to play for first flashpoint, ult, oh my god, decide that, like, it's worth it to ult. Oh, sorry, Dragonor. I'm being tough. Everyone loves the turbo high ground close corners that you play and chill on while number farming. SMH, the NA Pro Play Brain Rot has reached ladder, and it is terminal. Yeah, it is. Oh my goodness, it is terminal. I'm one of its contributors. I contribute to the brain rot. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, same kind of deal. Like, you have to die. You have to die. You must die. I don't understand why I escape. I mean, it's so comfy. It's so comfy to just die with my team. Because guess what? Like, if I have more deaths, or if someone has more deaths than me, right? I'm definitely looking at them, and I'm like, whoa, dude, you've died a lot, right? Low tier god speech inbound. Yeah, exactly, right. We get over here, and we start losing the fight, and I'm like, you should kill yourself now. In Overwatch, oh my god, guys, in Overwatch, we should look to die on the objective in fight phases where it is appropriate to die on the objective. Especially since we realized that by not dying on the objective, we just stagger later on. Whoa, reported stream. Yeah, I know. We finally hit it. We finally hit the streamer crash out arc, I think. It's Jover. I know. Yeah. And we had just gotten started too. We had so many codes to look at. Oh my goodness, I gotta ease up. Oh my lord. We have to find some like actual and stream exploded SMH. SMH. Okay. One of our other big principles, don't fight in streets phase, but if you're gonna fight in streets phase, then yeah, let it be meaningful. Let it be with your team too. So I don't mind this. Okay, I like shooting the hazard, but like more importantly, I like getting away from the hazard because like every second that we spend here, he's figuring out how he wants to walk on us, and honestly, I could bait him into doing something just by like moving over here and pretending that I want to like ignore him, right? So there's a lot of choices that we could be going for here. Ultimately, you do want to pressure. That scares me. Moving around the hazard wall instead of just like immediately getting to somewhere that like is safe and that you aren't going to get booped and lose. I don't like the idea of like losing control of your movement for even 1 second in like one of the most dangerous positions on this entire map. Okay. I like our pressure. Nice shot. Excellent. Do you jump shoot that? Okay, I hate that this is a jump shot as precise as this one. Really clean, though. Excellent mechanics. That looks really good. I wonder how many of those shots are that easy for you to land if you just start in the positions that you should be starting in. Positions that help you be conscientious of the threats that you should be conscientious about. Oh, man. It's in this position. You get this awesome pick. And like... I don't necessarily think that your team should be, like, leaving you to die here. But it's not as if your team is, like, leaving you to die for nothing, right? There's a fight that your Tracer and Moira have taken. Your Moira kind of mistakenly runs in here. I think genuinely I get a migraine when I see people rotating through the random, albeit really pretty and aesthetically pleasing streets on this map. Like, oh my god, it gets me irrationally tilted for such a small and important thing. Yeah. Getting to point A, point B. It's super important. So our Moira and our Tracer end up kind of mistimed off of us. They end up mistimed off of each other. Our Moira goes for Fade. We do get a really nice pick, and we peek. How much longer are we streaming tonight? We are going to be streaming until about 9 ET. That's probably when I'll eventually cave. So we got about an hour and a half left. Thanks for hanging out with me as long as we have, guys. Really appreciate it. Okay. Hey, as long as you guys win this fight, that's A-okay, and I think that you guys do end up winning this fight. See how, like, you're out of the context of your team? And it's not entirely your fault, but it's also not entirely their fault, but also, like, you stop here. You stop moving entirely here. Look at how long you stop moving for, too, right? I mean, you're technically moving down the stairs, and you're technically getting a pick, and you're technically moving to an angle that, like, you're getting a pick, but, like, let's zoom out. Let's zoom out all the way to the cosmic level. Let's get us as high up as the stars in the sky, right? And understand, have you really moved anywhere at all? Same spot. I mean, you basically get crushed by the equivalent of a fucking asteroid. And like, you think that you're gonna be able to dodge an asteroid, like, maintaining presence from this spot to this one? No, it's an asteroid. It's big. Like, move. And like, what's worse? Like, this guy. Oh my goodness. I actually have been. I'm kind of ashamed to admit it, but like, I have been watching a little bit of the early seasons of Rick and Morty. Every once in a while, I don't know, you get the itch or something for some of the for some like the just I don't know. Some of the dialogue is just like so streamlined. It's kind of fun to listen to. The way that they just like string along words. In any case, this hazard reminds me of that stupid meteor that chases the dinosaurs around, the dinosaurs that are like super altruistic, and the meteor is just like angry and shouting. And oh my goodness, how fitting as well that it's Hazard, right? Who is the meteor, who's screaming and shouting and like looks ugly and angry at your direction. But like, you're the sucker who's still in this spot, right? So I want you moving. I want you moving where you're not going to be susceptible. I really like this pick that you secure. And I think that it is a worthy pick to secure. But I think you just have to understand, or just make sure that you know that, like, that's a compromise, right? As opposed to moving from point A to point B, where point A and point B and the line that you traverse along that is a line on which you can not only get the value like you want there, right? Although maybe it's actually better to not go for that value if it's better to live, right? I'm not necessarily saying that it's better you live or die or get that pick or don't, right? I just want us to understand that our options include that traversing the map should mean looking to endure as little pressure as we possibly can. I don't know that there's a compelling reason for you to die here, considering that you guys are winning the fight elsewhere. Your Moira has already died. I like that you catch your wave. And you guys end up having to brawl out for the point anyways. With ultimates that are getting used. Wouldn't it have just been nice to fight this as a team? I like that they use ultimates, though. We're also split. Oh my god. Oh my lord. We are split. I think you just got to figure out what one thing most of your team is looking at, and then look at that one thing, because you're looking at the Sombra, and then you're looking forward, and then you turn around and you look at the Tracer, and now you're back in the Sombra, and like you see everyone else's arrows as well. You see how freaking chaotic this looks? Sorry guys, I'm being so real, because like this is actually, this is some high level stuff, and generally, like, I really want to see like really pristine stuff from our GM lobbies. So like seeing everyone, it's actually not just you, Dragonor. Oh my goodness, I've sounded so angry this entire time, like just at you, and I promise it's actually not. So like seeing like literally everyone's icons like spinning around frantically and confusedly, like, it just makes me like really uncomfortable. Like just slide in on the supports. Why tangle with a Kiriko who's not only winning her duels, but like who shouldn't be expected to be taking those duels if she can't win them herself anyways, right? Honestly, like she ends up ahead of you anyways. Your Kiri is more active than you because you're thinking like, what are you thinking? Are you thinking that like I need to, I have to, I must, right? The Kiri just TP'd. You saw where she TP'd to, right? The Tracer has blinks and a recall. The Sombra has mobility and corners and covers, right? I think that this has been made to be really much more difficult than it needs to be. I mean, such high mobility team comps on such spacious maps do tend to destabilize the game to that extent. Fair enough, Deacon. You know what? I'm glad that we have someone in Dragonor's side of the court, because holy smokes, the coach does not seem to be a fan, which is terrible. That's also not true. I am a fan, Dragonor. I've very much enjoyed your Sojourner gameplay. Your shots in particular have been a lot of fun to see you hit, especially considering that you're jump shooting for a couple of them. I hate jumping so much. Sorry, guys, I got to drink my tea for a second. My throat hurts. Probably have to think about streaming like 6 days a week so that my voice just gets used to it. What was I saying? Bro, just slide in. I just want you to slide in. Don't confuse yourself. Don't bog yourself down with targets that are more mobile than you, that have more corners, covers than you do, that are better set up than you are to play the duels the way that they want to, as opposed to the duels as you take them against them. No, I'm a hater. If you don't have enemies, you're doing something wrong in life. Fair enough, Deacon. I get that. I get that. Oh, you take the overclock perk too? Oh, god damn it. I hate that perk. God, I live for neutral fights. And I'm poking fun, but not actually at you this time. Actually just poking fun. Like, oh, great. Like, so many Sojourn players, bro. We all take this perk, and like, what good does it actually do us? The perk just makes us more valuable to lock down. Alright, let's see. How do we set up for this? Azard has you marked. I mean, as soon as he's up there and he looks at you, like, I just need you to understand. This is so funny. Interesting. Interesting. He jumps up there. You mark him. Yeah, this is all kinds of crazy to me. Okay, I'm so sorry, Dragonor. I don't get to take it any easier on you. That sucks. Okay. Let me get my thoughts organized, guys. We have about a minute on an ad here. And I want to cover this kind of closer towards the end of that ad, in case Dragonor misses anything. This actually ends up being a very important logic train, so I have to go all the way back. All right, guys. This is interesting. This is a fun exercise. For the next minute and a half, consider Overwatch as a cumulative experience. A cumulative experience. Something happens here. Something happens here Something happens here. Something happens here, and here, and here. It happens here, and here, and here. Okay. It's so inconsistent, I agree. The extra ammo is small, but it's consistent permanent value, whereas the overcharge perk might make your overclocks worse in some scenarios because you're playing for the bigger, juicier headshots. You also get less rails out total if you're full 150 charging instead of just playing for consistent high damage throughput. I like that. I like that, Deacon. In fact, give me 1 second. I want to screenshot that. Give me 1 sec. I want to screenshot that because, like, respectfully, I know why I don't like it, but I like having more ways that it is edified that I don't like it. And I feel like a lot of people just, like, go for that overclock perk, that stupid fucking overclock perk, instead of, like, actually thinking, like, oh, a good neutral fight might be highly valuable. Which, I'm calling all of our Sojourn overclock perkers, I'm calling all of them suckas. I'm also a sucka, right? I'm the neutral fight sucka. So don't get it twisted that, like, I'm more right than anyone else. I'm an overclock perker. Fight you. Put up your dukes, Krups. Let's go. Let's go. I'll lose, but I'll fight you with full confidence. Yeah, like I said, don't. So Krups and being an overclock perker, like, absolutely so based for that. Okay. We're back off the break. I've taken a single boxing lesson. Oh my god, it's actually over for me because I have not taken a single boxing lesson in my whole life. Okay, we wanted to wait out the ad by examining up to this point from the previous point, right? This is when we get walled off. We end up lingering a little too long in this space. We aren't industrious. I haven't used that word yet today. We aren't industrious. We don't move with our team. We get bogged down thinking we have to shoot the hazard. This is really, 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 really interesting. This is the exact same fight over again. We get occupied with a hazard. We disrupt air. He's seen us. He's up here. He marks us. If he sees us and has marked us, then he has in his head a concept of how to deal with us. You see how we slide away from the position that he ends up diving? Very interesting as well, right? And then he gets an anode. And then he walls us. And then he continues to dive us. Interesting. I want to watch all of it back from his POV. And I think that we won't have to go on the logic train, but I will still do it. He has you marked, which means he knows how he might want to deal with you. We don't change up how we are playing into him, so he loses the mark on you, right? This is actually, this time that he's down and then up, this is time that we should be losing the mark. Our Sojourn hero should be impossible to find now, right? But he drops down, jumps back up, and our Sojourn hero is still there, right? So we haven't moved. We're easier to manage. We now have our Sombra near us. We're with our carry. Sojourn gets the carry and is now within hazard range, right? We go and get the pick. No big deal. That happens, right? Whatever, right? Okay. But, like, we should learn from that, right? The hazard wants to engage on us. He's good at marking us. So he's good at not only marking us, but also good at marking us and then having in his head an idea of how he wants to continue playing into us, especially considering that we aren't shaking the mark on him. So look, he comes up here. He does the same fight. He sees the Tracer. Doesn't want to... Oh my goodness. Look at all these targets that he's confronted with. And he doesn't want to mess with a single one of them. He doesn't want to cook with the Tracer here. He sees the Kiri up here. And he's going to want to force her out, right? But he's going to want to force her out because he can, right? And not because she's a threat, right? He can't tangle up with the Orisa, right? So instead, T1 Carpe jumps the wall, jumps the Kiri, sees you, and jumps the Kiri, goes for the ult, hears you, kills the Kiri, jumps where you were originally positioned, and then locks onto you. I just don't think that we made it hard enough. I don't think that we made it hard enough. And I don't think that, like, this is a death that I would have us adapt from. That I would have us adapt to. Like, oh my goodness. Okay, number one, I'm taking pressure. I want to move. I think 150 rail has its use, don't get me wrong, but it reminds me of why Hollow Knight speedrunners, even really good ones, don't usually run with permanent Fury of the Fallen, massive melee damage boost while at 1 point of health. It's just simply not worth it in the grand scheme of things when there's a more consistent option on the table with a lower theoretical value ceiling. Interesting. I like that. I like that a lot. And I think that you're right. We get the trade. Hazard dies us. So again, he marks us. He knows how to play with us. And even more than that, this is what I want to get to. He's built confidence against you. And oh my goodness, If you don't think confidence is important in a Masters low GM lobby, oh my lord, you might actually need to take a trip down to bronze and start building yourself back up again, because Hazard has gotten confident against you. He tried something out against you. He figured out that it worked. He figured out how and why it worked. After he dies there, he's able to sit back and think to himself, it seems that things went a little bit better for me when I dove the Sojourn instead of trying to force something here on point. So he's going to, next time he sees you, dive you. And all the way back from this point, right, while you're bogged down with these two, and you're not moving forward to pressure out the supports, I think that you're making the game hard enough to read here, and earlier here, right? Just by not moving forward. Just get in there, right? Move forward. Move away from the threats in the backline. Move away from the Hazard who's shooting you. Play away from his effective range by playing a little bit closer to your teammates. And by the way, these are characters on your team that, like, he doesn't want to mess around with, right? And I think that puts you in better positions. If you're more forward a little bit earlier, do you see him a little bit earlier and you see the supports a little bit earlier? For one, are you able to kill them a little bit earlier so that they don't get like a really good reset here? And number two, is there scouting information that you might have access to, or based on the way that we had died up here, which again, basically the exact same situation. Does this look familiar as to this? It should. It's the exact same setup, right? So like, I'm looking to start over here instead of jump over here. And if Hazard is looking to jump over in this space, or to jump over in this space, I'm looking to keep my distance from him at all costs. So I like the shooting that you're doing, but like, I'm looking for you to do this pressure. But like, as soon as he shows up around the corner, I'm sliding back. I'm sliding back and up, because at the very least, if he jumps my team, I can still pressure him because I don't have to worry about my damage fall off. I'm a projectile hero. And if he tries to jump me, then he has to jump me past my entire team. Right? 100%. You can't be scared of the people contesting you. I remember back when I was a Rhine man, I heard the advice of always treat the enemy Rhine like he is a shadow, which is frankly terrible advice, since it makes you give them so much respect for free because you're scared of them, instead of them having to earn your respect in situations where it's appropriate to respect them. Yeah. I don't want to reference it too much, but it's like that. It's kind of like a risk-free Overwatch, right? Where like, Shouldn't you be, by virtue of the fact that Hazard has leapt up onto this high ground, used one of his cooldowns, and dropped now down over onto this side, doesn't that especially justify my decision to jump up here and see about taking a duel with one of their DPS who hasn't even gotten the chance to set up? Can I disrupt their Tracer by doing this? Can I get a pick early, which their Hazard is also looking to do, which Hazard there, ends up being able to do? If I'm a little bit further out here, do I actually give my carry a better teleport? Do I give my Orisa a more clear space to be? We've reached the end of the day, guys, so I'm, like, starting to get really candid and really harsh. Oh, my goodness, I'm so sorry. Because Dragonor, like, we should be, like, your gameplay is one of the ones that, like, we actually have some of the biggest reasons to celebrate, right? I want to see more celebrations of your skill sets from you first, though. That's how we're going to get there, right? Mods, destroys your self-esteem. I don't need my mods to do that. I think I probably do a good enough job about that by myself. I want... what was I saying? What was I saying? Goodness. I'll come back to it. I like the Torbjorn. I really like the Tor pick. I wonder what drives it. Nice. Nice. Big, consistent damage. I like the turret placement. I like the turret timings as well. I generally like to throw out my turret in the mid-fight, if I can. Somewhere isn't going to get marked really early on. Somewhere that can do a little bit of pressure damage. So, like, that turret is probably, like, a little bit too early. Actually, it's a really nice angle. Kind of a nice angle. Yeah, it's kind of a nice angle. You have some limited use out of it, and at the very least, if it doesn't get any use out of that corner, then you'll be able to just replace it down. A little too far away from corners, walls, and covers. It's a little bit ironic that you could have actually just pushed this angle here, and you don't really sacrifice anything as far as the context of your team. You're not really unhelpable, right, from your supports, and you do take a little bit of carry spam out there. But it's interesting. You actually probably take a little less damage out here, and you get to compete for some really valuable map control by being out here. You end up taking just as much damage out here. You are in the context of your team. So I do like at the least the fact that, like, You take a carry headshot and tracer spam, and, like, you're helpable. But I also wonder if your carry was prepared to TP to you through the wall there. Yes. Yeah, I think you would have been able to stay. Because your carry has the mark on you. You know, I think it's funny that I went through and, like, went to double check. Shout out to Servasa, got to be one of my least favorite maps. Oh, I love Servasa. I love Flashpoint. Goodbye, everyone. Have a nice rest of the stream. Yeah, goodbye, Deacon. And it's only 0.2. I know. Yeah, no, that's A-okay. Take it easy, Deacon. We will, we'll catch you another time. Thanks for hanging out with us, man. I don't think we even had to go back through and take a look to see if the to see if the carry has a mark on you. Like, if we're thinking about the rule sets of our characters, our compositions, right? The carry is going to be looking out for you, and if she doesn't there, then that's her fault. But sometimes just by playing kind of the correct way ourselves, farewell, and remember the Servasa's Peak. Servasa's Peak. I love the Flashpoint maps. I think Flashpoint's Overwatch's best game mode. Generally, by doing the right things ourselves, we open up the right opportunities for our teammates as well. So I like the idea of you you playing a slightly smarter angle there, a slightly safer angle, because it gives your carry the opportunity to also kind of play things right with you. Or honestly, even if it's not about right or wrong, right? At the very least, giving our teammates options or the opportunity to play with us is really important. We haven't got to cover this a lot. I think I probably mentioned it once or twice, but, like, it is a very important principle to not make your teammates play the game by themselves. Ah, that does not make any sense. Nah, Servasa isn't peak. That's so based. Neither of the Flashpoint maps have anything on Hanamura. Ooh, okay, we got a 2CP here. Oh, what a cancel. That's nice. That's such a nice cancel. Yeah, too early on the turret. It's going to get marked first thing. Okay, all right. I'm going to go back. Look at our movement. Point A, point B. Move. You're opting for these open spaces. You know, honestly, like, just once, I want you to go through here, or like when you're walking out of spawn, instead of trying to cut through this open area, like, come out through here. Like, you get so many options when you start on an off angle where you haven't taken pressure up until the point that you peak. I really think that a lot of these options end up open for you if you move earlier. If you move faster earlier. You can help your Moira force out the Ana by taking fewer steps. Oh my goodness. You could be on top of the hazard. Helping your tracer. And you end up, I mean, your steps lead you to being alone on, well, where's your tank actually? Or your tank is moving. Oh man, you're not even with your tank. Oh man. You're out of formation here. Like, big time out of formation. And it's your movement. It's your traversal. Point A, point B. Where point A, point B, and the line on which you move are is a position where you don't have to worry about too much pressure damage, and where you aren't compromising the amount of things that you can do. Which, by the way, taking pressure damage compromises the amount of things that you can do. So, an angle where you can pressure them from being able to pressure you. That is generally safe from pressure damage. Those spots exist. Those traversals exist. I can shoot them, but they can't shoot me. Not as easily. Go set up. Find your point B. It's not on the objective. Not for Torb. It's on an off angle. So you end up on your side of the map. Like you just got to move. You got to keep moving, because ironically enough, it is not safest on your side of the map. It is actually almost always safer in than out. It is almost never nearly as safe out as it is in. So I actually have you, I mean, beyond just the fact that I don't have you spending nearly as much time moving around out here, and I have you, I either send you with your tank or I send you on the Ana, right? So that then you're on their side of the map, and you actually have to, you actually have to think about what you're doing and where you are. And if you're having to think about where you're doing and what you are, then I guarantee you that they are also having to think about that. So I want you moving. Oh my goodness, move. Point A, point B. Haha, that devious perk. Oh, I love that ult. Beautiful. Oh, that's excellent. Oh, that is absolutely perfect. I don't necessarily see the point in receding from that angle. Oh my goodness. Especially since your Moira's chasing the Reaper around, and the Ana is just, like, pickings for you. We've talked about this before. I won't mention it too long. We saw it on one of the earlier VOD reviews. I think it was the one right before this one. It was gold gameplay as well, right? So it's funny. We are suffering from the exact same issue as, like, a gold lobby. Is we have the exact same, we all have the exact same, oh my god, I'm tired of this. We all have the exact same scouting profile except for our Moira. So ironically enough, for the purpose of the setup phase, our Moira is off by herself doing like oh my god, like doing her own thing. It's actually so weird. And in fact, I think you mentioned Dragonor, like this was a game where like Moira had like only a certain amount of healing. So there's not, there ends up not being much that you're able to do. But I actually think that like your Moira is one of the only people who are actually doing it right. I like the fact that your Moira doesn't have the exact same information about this fight as the rest of us. I really hate that the rest of us are all looking at the exact same picture here. I think that if we're all looking at the exact same picture, none of us have enough of a different idea about this fight to be able to play it differently. The reason that I don't understand receding from this angle is because number one, you're on Torb. Number two, there's an Ana there. Number three, it's their side of the map, and it is almost never nearly as safe out as it is in, and a recession from this angle is getting out as opposed to getting in. Being on this angle and receding from it as opposed to pushing this angle when you have the chance not only prevents you from being able to help out your Moira, which alleviates her TTK, it reduces that so that she can link up with you a little bit faster. If you're concerned about your Moira not doing healing and doing too much damage, then help her do the damage, right? So that then she can heal you. It's easy for the Moira to, while she's doing her DPSing, it's easy for me to, as a DPS Moira, heal my teammate if my Torbjorn is actually just moving with me, scouting out picks, right? And you can do that as well. I mean, your Tracer and your Moira were doing it earlier. Part of the reason that I think you guys are able to win this point is because we at times take some pretty big sacrifices. Some silly ones, admittedly, but we take some pretty big risks early on over here with our Tracer Moira core, right? So, I don't like the fact that the Moira is the only one who has unique scouting info. And I think that you get unique scouting info. I think that you get a really nice timing. I think that you get some nice pressure. Is the Ana, is her job easy right now? Let's find out. Yeah. I could go on. I don't think that we need to. I think that we understand, like, the gist of what I said. I think I've said enough on stream before. And I think that we've already spent, like, a pretty good amount of time on this VOD review. But I like us being active. I like us taking risks. Absolutely. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to like target anything. But absolutely, we lose games. We lose whole series of games, whole sessions of games where we aren't willing to take risks, thoughtful risks, contemplative, considerate risks. We've been watching this Ana the whole time because her life is easy. I love watching easy Ana gameplay. And see how this spot, like right in the middle of your core, like ends up being like one of the a truly unsafe position. But like you could have just disrupted their whole op from here and been proximate to care and cover and corners. You have this space to play in. You have this space to play in. You have oh my god, you have so many options here. I love the amount of options you have here. And I hate the idea that like before the fight even began, it's not even before the fight even began. It is like before you even tried to collect your scouting info on how the fight begins. You're blocking yourself out of those options because why? Sorry, that's a rhetorical question. That is to say, there's actually no reason that Torb should have to be in his core there. There's a reason that Torb will want to end up in his core in a later phase of the fight, after picking the Ana, or forcing her to move, or forcing her to nano, or helping his Moira, right? I was doing a lot of things, but just existing in the core of our Orisa isn't going to be what helps us open up options, not only for ourselves, but also for our entire team. We're flaking on Oakley 100%. Although it's less of a flake, and it really is like more of a my D&D or my D&D DM pulled me aside after our session last week and was like, "Hey, dude, you need to pay attention when I'm giving you sword crumbs." And I got to sit there with my ears flushed and go, "Okay, yeah, I'll pay attention." And so I have to do writing tonight because I was actually supposed to do writing last night. I was supposed to do writing for last night, so I was actually supposed to be like well in advance. Yeah, sorry, Oakley. I was supposed to be writing well in advance, and I didn't even do the writing in advance, so I wasn't ready with the writing like on the night that I needed to have my stuff written, and so I need to do that tonight, which sucks because watching Overwatch all day has just made me want to play Overwatch. I've just fostered a greater and greater desire to be playing Overwatch right now, and so it's tough. It's actually tough. I don't want to do writing after this. I actually like what we do there. There's probably a cleaner way to do it, but I'm not really too bothered. I like that we're doing our thing with our team. Too narrow. Too in the core. I sent you wide. And I don't have you turn around. That's a nice shot, though. You know what? Okay, turn around. Based there. Absolutely based to turn around. But I have you sending it. I have you pressuring the nano target, but pressuring the Maga or the hazard today. Okay. Okay, gotcha. Yep. I love the molten core here. You have to use it. Nice. Okay. Nice spread. They have to consider rush into it. Careful about the peeking and repeaking, right? Instead of just doing peek on peek, peek on peek, right? You can peek 1, 2, 3, peek, and then go back 1, 2, peek, and then go back and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, peek, right? Just change it up. Do not, absolutely beyond unacceptable to tempo peek in this elo. You will get your head taken off. That's why it's unacceptable. You're just gonna get punished for it. And they get to look good, and that's not fair. That's not fair. I don't like the idea of a BT11661 and food stamps and T1 Carpe, and C'est La Vie. I'm not married to the idea of them looking better than you in this lobby. So don't tempo peak on a reliable 4-note measure bar, right? Don't peek like that. I'm off to work. Okay. All right, let me grab a snack and get you a game code. Oh, you're now off work. Oh, excellent. And yeah, excellent, IQ. Yeah, please do so. Yeah. So it's the same kind of deal that I have with all my players here, Dragonor, where it's like, I just want you to be able to look good. Because, like, it's very clear that you know where you want to be, right? You know where you should be in some of these fights. You know who you should be looking at, right? And you're aware, too, right? You mentioned, right? You know, some of my staging is a little messed up, right? I should be maybe on this position or this angle, right? You have some really nice turret timings. Oh, my goodness. And your Sojourn, your railguns were a lot of fun to watch. But there's too many instances where we're shooting ourselves in the foot because we're not playing aggressive early enough. We're not dying with our team, or we're not playing as confidently, aggressively as we should be, or sending it in, all the way in, because it's almost never nearly as safe out as it is in. Let's see, but our team collapsed around us there. It's not really you guys' fault. Our Moria uses Fade. Our Rhine pin's out. Ooh, I hate that. I hate that so much. We should have just fought right here and won. That is tough, because we also end up going to this objective just so that we can get EMP'd by Sombra. Isn't the EMP so much less valuable in this position? Isn't it so much nicer for them to ult here so that they can get to the point instead of getting to the point and then ulting because we let them get there? I hate it. But that's not your fault, Dragonor. Yeah. I know that, just send a soldier code. Oh, I love Soldier 76. Perfect, Farron. It's going to get added to the list. And that's okay. So yeah, your team kind of collapses around you guys. I would have had you full send it a little bit earlier on. But that doesn't help your team, because if you full send it, well, actually, you know, honestly, if you tell your team like, hey, like it doesn't make sense for us to just let them have point, even though it's unlocking. And honestly, if the point is gonna unlock and they're going to be comfortable enough taking a 4v5 here, right? Then like awesome, let them have the point. Let's win the 4v5. Let's force them to EMP. Let's force them to use 2 ults here because they 4v5'd, right? So I like making them fight for every single meter. How big is this list? Oh, it's actually getting there. It's getting there. And the ads aren't slowing either. I do post ads every other day. Not because I want to get other replay codes that eventually kind of make you guys less and less featured, but just there's too many under-recognized, under-acknowledged players out there, kind of like Dragonor. I mean, imagine playing it at such a high level, and just like, is Dragonor 999 like a household name? I don't think it is, but like it should be. It should be, right? Dragonor 999, renowned for the Torb gameplay, the expert Torb positioning and staging. Oh my goodness, the nice turret timings of Dragonor 999. When I grow up, I want to play Torb like that guy. So, anyways, the ads are always getting posted. The list is always growing. It's getting pretty big. Part of the reason it's getting big is not just because the advertisement efforts on my end, but it's also from you guys. You guys keep submitting replay codes, which is so joyful. And we keep getting more and more individuals who are like, yeah, I'd love to be celebrated on stream. Yes. Absolutely no way that you get to win that point based on the way that you and your team were playing. I say you and your team. Really, like, just we were never set up as a team to win any of those fights and hold that objective any longer than we did. So that's okay, Dragonor. No worries. I like the early ult, buy a little bit of time. You're really in your core, and I really wouldn't mind you being not isolated, but elsewhere. Yeah, you're just in the middle of the objective, even after you've capped it, and especially after you've capped it, I'm looking to just like get off and find somewhere to be. They have ultimates, so it's especially important to consider, like, if we're ult tracking, which we should be, in our solo ranked lobbies. Everyone is responsible for ult tracking. It's important to understand that, like, if we're ult tracking and we know that if we're ult tracking precisely, they have ultimates, then we should understand that, like, as soon as we cap, we need to get off, because you know where objectives are. I'm sorry, I just answered my question. You know where ultimates are really strong? You know where they're not nearly as strong? Dragonor, I'm gonna message you right now. In case you're not watching. I'm gonna message you for whenever you get around to the VOD review on YouTube, if you watch it there. Dragonor, I need an ego VOD. We did nothing but nitpick and cry and complain the entire VOD review. I am an ego VOD. Yo, what's up, Portoro man? Oh my goodness, wait, I pinned that. You know what? We're gonna keep it pinned. What's up, Portal? Thanks for hanging out, dude. Okay, I need an ego VOD, Dragonor. We did nothing but nitpick and cry and complain the entire VOD review. I ended up having a ton of fun examining some of the options that you have. But man, I was so tough on you today, and I desperately want to see a code where you look fantastic. I am so excited for that code. LOL. Have your next replay be one where you look like the star. Okay, perfect. Thanks again for the replay code and the joy. Hope to see more soon. Okay. Alrighty, guys. Hey, there's a little ad starting soon. I can't snooze it either. So, we're gonna keep things going. We do need to be wrapping up anyways, because, give them on to watch it later. I do want a funny Sojourn Diamond game, tomorrow. Yes. I actually do want one. Yes, please. Who else is on the docket for today? So we have, after we finish up Dragonors, I actually have Nimbus. Who I think is going to, like, just barely be around. So actually, yeah. I'd say it's one Surfing Nimbus that I have joining, or not joining, that we have taken a look at here in a little bit. Yeah, Lord the ad. Yeah. Oh no! Don't worry, I'll type it. All right, sorry, Dragon Orb. We skipped over that one. I'm gonna say I want you set up off the point, on and off angle, high ground, or somewhere else that is some other significant angle. Oh man, I hate that Ursa got the shield perk. I hate that shield perk. I think it's so mid. It's not actually a bad perk, and it's fun to go for the shield. Okay, I love this. I love that you're not playing main. You could probably decide to shoot the wall with your Moira a little bit earlier. It is safer with our teammates. And kind of like one of our takeaways is that like you definitely can be with your Moira for a lot more of this. You slide out, but like I actually really like the idea of sliding out here to dodge the ult as opposed to sliding. Yeah, you're sliding away from these threats and these pressures, and like that's fine. But I think that like once you slide out, all they're going to do is continue to chase you, right? But by sliding in, you can get their backs turned to your allies. You can open them up to making decisions. And I mean, I know that this is a GM5 lobby, but take your ad rev, you filthy streamer. I know. Bro, Farron, you gotta get an ad block, bro. If you're not a mobile. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, I know that this is low GM, but I really like the idea, honestly, the low GM players are still going to make mistakes. If you make them choose between a good decision and a bad decision, they'll choose the bad decision. So I like you being able to make people choose just by going in and playing on their side of the fight, their side of the map, their side of the face. Ooh, watch over the Zen. You can disengage. You can disengage too. That's an option. You don't benefit from doing so. Okay. Dragonor, what joy. What joy. I cannot wait for your ego VOD. I cannot wait for your ego VOD. I'm a pretty humble person is what they told me in response. But hold on, where was it? I just hold on, guys. This is important. We're gonna get moving. I promise. That's insane. That's insane. That's insane, by the way. We're back, baby. Yeah. We're going up with Surfing Nimbus is the next spot that we got around the corner. No, that's insane. Insane shot. No scouting info. Like right around the corner. You just showed up, just saw her, and just clicked her head. Like insane stuff. Dragonor, you are actually wildly mechanically talented. So I'm super excited for the ego VOD. I know that you're a humble person, and I'm so thankful that you would be willing to accept even a little bit of my feedback, that you'd be receptive to some of that, not necessarily because it's the right thing to do in some of these instances, it is the right thing to do, but at least in some of these instances or some of these other ones, I like the idea of you having options, because holy smokes, if you could just get yourself to have options like this every single fight for at least a phase, oh my goodness, you're not staying in Masters for very long, okay, dude? So once you get the ego VOD, send it my way. I need to see what it looks like when you are just dominating the pace of the lobby, because I think that, number one, I think that that's fair to you. I also think that that's really fair to us, who got to see how some of the decisions that we make, or that you make in this game, kind of close you out of those opportunities with a little bit of that, a little bit of awareness of that. I think that I'm sorry, with a little bit of awareness on like how you can make things, make these opportunities for you persistently. I think is really good. Yes, yeah, Farron, absolutely. I know it's really tough because we'll get new people. Or we'll get old players like yourself. So Farron, at one point, actually, you do have to end up getting, you do end up having to get bumped up. I appreciate you guys. You guys are very, very gracious, and that is part of what makes this entire operation work. Alrighty, Nimbus, let's check you out. If we can zoom past this one, then actually, we won't be able to. But we're actually going live again tomorrow. We'll probably, it's probably a consideration to increase the streaming hours at some point. So to tackle tackle additional streams on Saturdays, or even starting an hour earlier and going an hour later. Those are all possible options that I'm considering. So Farron, as far as like fitting in a couple of more VODs, beyond just the art of being and getting more concise, which is an active, that's an active project, an ongoing. I'm losing my words, but no, the ad rev comment is so funny. Like I said, you guys got to get ad blockers, bro. The so you know, beyond just getting a little more concise, hopefully we'll have a couple more hours to fit people's VODs in. All right, surfing. So this is Nimbus. Let's see. All right, Nimbus. Let me go to your thing because we do want to apply the right code. I think that you said that this was an extra chaotic game, and you have told me before that that you like getting in to these lobbies and making some boneheaded decisions, but you probably have to remind me which elo this is, because I think that I think, oh wait, wait, no, I don't know what elo this is. That's okay. Hey, Farron, thanks so much. And I know that, I know that, that it's just fun to be featured, right? And that, you also don't want me to wear myself out, but you would also, love to have the gameplay celebrated. So, I appreciate you. I appreciate your fingers on the pulse, right? Because, I just won't be able to, I don't have that many fingers. I don't have fingers for all of you guys, right? So, so you having kind of a mark on that, right, is important, right? Because here in a day or two, right, if I haven't covered your VODs, then that way you'll be able to, just reach out, send me a message, be like, hey, I just want to bump and, make sure that, my VODs are still out there. So like I said, I appreciate you, your fingers on the trigger there, or on the pulse. Okay, so this is gold. You said Nimbus. Okay, that's perfect. Oh my goodness, we can put. Oh yes, we go from Denzel to Idris Elba. Are you kidding me? This is awesome. Okay, awesome. Okay, alrighty, Nimbus. Let's see you. Oh, I love this drop from the high ground onto these. Onto the unsuspecting May. You get some really nice cleave damage, and probably could be thinking about jumping just a little bit earlier. You wanna be really careful about the damage that you're taking here. You return with news. What's the news? I need to get back to GM. We'll get you there. I don't want to have to torn to shreds. Yeah, we will get you there. I promise. Idris Gaming, what a time to join. I know, and we've only got an hour left, KT. All right, let me go back just a little bit. The Freya was Spilo? Yo, that's awesome. Oh my goodness, that is so cool. Y'all absolutely have to send me that code. That is pretty fun. Nimbus, I really like you jumping up onto this high ground. You can just make things really easy on yourself, and you can stay in on their side of the map, especially if you're willing to jump out a little bit earlier so that you have a bigger HP budget. You're also in line of sight of both of your supports from this angle, so you're not sacrificing anything by just jumping onto their side of the map. And you have to bump in your head there. Play your corners, covers, and walls. I have you instantly moving for this position. Since you're moving back to your side of the map, right? Honestly, I have you jumping further in, right, or further in. Make them turn around, make them make mistakes, right? Force them to look at you so that you can then look at them, get some really nice cleave, right? But ultimately, you just end up back in a spot where like they cast the slow, right? So we see how an earlier decision to actually just play how we were playing, just jump right back up here and then drop right back down here, right, is not only simple and easy for us, but it also makes our choices very clear. That's the new Junk City code that I've already got. Oh, okay. Oh, the guy with the muskrat on his head. That is so funny. Okay, that's excellent, Goose. I'm super excited. Then I'll have to take a look at that. I'll have to take a look at that code. Okay. All right, Nimbus. I have you right-clicking. I have you doing a lot of right-clicking, in fact, where to help you generate your ultimate while you're at poke ranges. Okay. I actually love the fact that you're willing to live here. But as point is getting captured, you actually do want to contest it, right? So you can drop the bubble here, and then you can exist in it. You get life grip. Yeah, you get life gripped out. I understand how that happens. As your life weaver sees you jumping in critical, and again, taking a little bit less damage by jumping a little bit differently helps open up some options there. But we don't want to give them the point for free. Remember. Live and die by the objective. Being available to contest this objective and deny progress, especially since our tracer was already in, and it's kind of helpful to help be on the objective so that we create a pocket of safety for this Tracer, right? You have no way of knowing necessarily in this game that she is in, but if we're just thinking about like how Winston plays and how Tracer plays, then the two synergize in that way, right? So absolutely very worth it to stay contesting a little bit and also to get as many of these right clickies as we can. So I'm constantly clicking my right clicky. Like I would have you like looking around and peeking this corner with a fully charged right clicky for Winston, because you can always reload. If you're not going to hit anything with it, you can just cancel it and reload. I have you jumping in a lot earlier. I have you jumping in like as soon as you turn this corner with a Zen. I have you jumping in because the plan is to jump in, make them turn around, make them like be like, oh wait, the point is being contested, right? Because then guess what they aren't able to do? That's right. Use push on your core. See how much time they're able to spend here? How much time you are on the objective, right? So I have you go on here a lot sooner. And because honestly, if your team isn't ready to move with you, right, you don't have to commit. You can just touch and then get off. You're gonna have coaching Spilo himself. I don't know if there's anything I could tell Spilo that he wouldn't already be privy to. That guy is a mad scientist genius. I love it. He is so very smart. Okay, so I like this. I like the cleave. Staying within your bubble. Very nice. Moving back. Playing with a Zen. That's a nice jump. That's a nice jump on the cast. Oh my goodness. That is actually so nice. Is it funny? I'm pretty excited. Hopefully we'll get around to that one tomorrow or Wednesday. Oh my goodness. These coaches just keep piling up. Okay. I view active. I view elsewhere. Looking to poke damage. You're so close to your primal, so I want you to build it. It's convenient that this Lifeweaver has presented himself before you, but I think that this Lifeweaver is an easy mark for you to go on because he did so. So in the future, when you're playing against teams that aren't just going to run right into you as Monkey, I'm looking for you to seek them out. So I love this. Stay on the Weaver. Stay on the Weaver. Don't leave. You can just bubble. You can just bubble the cast. Yep, just like you do. But see how you don't bubble the cast early, so you already take damage? I bubble as soon as I see the cast, so they can't fan me, and I can not leap, and I can just turn around here and continue shooting the Weaver. Stay on him. Stay on the Weaver. There's no reason not to. Because if your team can't live long enough on the objective for you to, like, I don't know, kill one Lifeweaver, then, like, they should be dying, right? They should be dying and losing this fight. And you get yoinked right back out. But remember, it's almost never as safe out as it is in. It's always safer in than it is out. And so we jumped on the Mei, but, like, guess where? It is in a blizzard. Bob goes out, trees are up, Amazon reinforced, and we are on our side of the objective, which we don't have to watch many of my VOD reviews to know I just really, really hate, especially since you have your primal. I really want you on this side of the point. So it's good that you're finally over here. I put you over here a lot earlier. I like you going for the primal, but I wouldn't mind a little bit of cleave earlier on, right? Get a lot more of them low because they're all grouped up for your Tesla cannon. Yeah, you could chip all three of them down just by left clicking and walking back. You don't need to primal yet. If the plan is to primal for a pick, make sure that you're on the pick that you want to secure. Yeah, too much flailing, too much like looking around. You're like, oh my goodness. So oh my goodness, I'm actually gonna leave this. Okay, so I used to love actually booting up a custom game lobby. This is the first time. This is the first, guys. You guys get to see the Lord Thiethan like actually, you know, manipulating the mouse. Okay. So here's what I used to love doing. Oh my goodness, I used to love doing this, where I would enhance the animation with my mouse, right? So I'd go in, I'd get my shots in, holy, land a bullet, and then I'd be like, huh, wait, hold on. Oh, I can't reload in this mode. Oh my goodness, hold on. Give me 1 second, guys. This is embarrassing. Oh my goodness, this is perhaps the most embarrassing thing that has ever happened to me. Okay. All right, we'll join the practice range. Oh my goodness, I love doing this. It's so fun. It's so flashy, right? So I'm Reaper, right? I get in, I get my pick, right? And then I reload, right? Or what should I do? I toss them up in the air, right? There you go, toss, right? What if I was Freya? How would I enhance the reload, right? Bro, there's actually nothing you can do with that one. Can I do anything with Maga, right? Where I'm like, right? It almost looks like you're doing that on Winston. Like you're enhancing his primal rage animations by like frantically looking around. And I just want you to keep your camera completely and utterly still so that you can observe as much as possible on the Winston as you are going for some of the most complicated tech that he has in his kit. Make things easier for yourself. Sorry, going back a little bit. Even more? Oh my goodness. We're going back a long ways. Okay. All right, here we go. So you can't see anything. You can't see anything. Oh, safer in, you say, is about to fully int into enemy spawn off, cooldown on Freya. I do like the space that you create. I do like the targets that you're on. I just don't want you to lose those targets next time, Nimbus. Mm-hmm. Have you jumped the Torb instead of his turret? It's just more pressure. And honestly, you can avoid his turret just by staying on the Torb. You can just jump him, turn around, and then just you know, shoot him. And you're cleaving off of him and Rom. Look at when you jump the turret and look at what the team is doing. Yeah, just stay on top of the actual squishies, because the turret doesn't do anything, and the turret needs to go out, but the turret needs to go out early in the fight so that it's less pressure on you. Wait, are you saying to do the thing or not? I'm confused. Yes, always do the thing. Always go in. It's almost always safer in than out. Unless that wasn't your question, Digital. So the turret needs to go out first in the fight, and if it isn't going out first in the fight, then you don't need to bother with it later in the fight, because odds are is that you've already lost, or you already are gonna succumb to the pressure that the turret provides, or that is going to help generate his ultimate charge. So like, it's one of your teammates that, I mean, it's everyone's job to shoot the turret, but like, if no one has taken the job of shooting the turret, then I wouldn't have you take the job of shooting the turret when there's another job to be done. Always do the thing. Oh, the reload thing? Oh, no. Don't do the don't do the enhanced reload animations. They're a lot of fun to do in like all kinds of different games. Other first-person shooters are a lot easier to do it in. I like enhancing my reload animations in like Insurgency Sandstorm. You know, where you slam the mag up into your sniper rifle under your like Barrett 50 cal. And you swing your mouse upwards, right? That's fun. In Overwatch, don't do it. Oh god. Oh god. In Overwatch, don't do it. The reason I brought it up was because that's the silly, funny, goofy anecdote that occurred to me when I was watching it. So I was like, oh, like we're enhancing our primal animations as if we were enhancing our reload animations. Don't do that. But it is fun to do. It is fun. Overwatch reload animations already have so much personality in them. So I find not only is it competitively distracting, but also like I don't necessarily inject any more personality than is already in the reload animation for a lot of these characters. Yeah, don't worry, you can just shoot the turret. No worries. Mm-hmm. Okay. I like earlier jumps. I like earlier jumps all the way around. Your Life Weaver's right behind you here, by the way, so you can just shoot the turret. You should be able to take it down here. From this point, just jump. Just dump bubble right here, right? Make it easy on yourself. Do it now. Do it now, because otherwise, if you wait to do it later, then you'll be forced to wait. You'll be forced to do it off of your terms, not on your timing. We end up having to like move. We end up having to walk onto the point, like where nobody's in range of like our actual damage that we can do with our cleave beyond just our poke, and we don't have our bubble to make our traversal safety or the spot that we end up safe. So we just end up taking a lot of damage here. We did get a leap, which is good. I like the leap and the bubble. You actually do something really good here. You force out their life grip, which is really nice. You also break the bubble. So now jump. Now jump. You have it. So jump. And I would jump back to your team. Are you about to get gripped? It's really important that like while you're doing things, it's really important to just like look around to make sure that you know where everyone is, so that you know where your teammates are, so that as the fight phases persist, you know where you want to bounce to. Tree should have been coming out like really. Oh, never mind. We placed it as soon as we got. Okay. All right, that's good. Good. Careful, you're gonna need to jump. Oh, okay, gotcha. Oh, nice. Okay. I'm glad that he burned. Oh my goodness. I usually lose my teammates in mid-fight anyways. Yeah, yeah. I get that. Yeah, nothing fancy against the ROM. You can just dive right on him. Especially at that health. He's already used his shield. Yeah, no need to cook up any kind of like map traversal finagling. Just jump in, force his cooldowns out. Actually, if you jump him a lot earlier, you get a lot more damage in. It's possible that you kill him. He also doesn't have his arms, so he doesn't have any cooldowns to disrupt you with. Oh my goodness, yeah, you actually have such a good opportunity. You probably don't kill him. I'm gonna start looking at reload here. I'm shooting, and now I'm reloading while I figure out my next leap. That way I can leap directly on him, place my bubble, make it hard for anyone to heal him, and I get to damage him without having to reload in the process. Go for more of these direct onto the target leaps. Understand that they're all playing together, so you don't have a lot of good like land right on top of you leaps in the early fights, but like yeah, that's the point. That's how you're like supposed to not play Winston, is going for like the immediate early on top of you leaps, right? That's why I'm saying leap around earlier, faster, right? So like when you're over here, right, and you're on the torp turret, like leap. Okay, now 6 seconds later, okay, leap. All right, and it doesn't even have to be along this path, right? You can leap. Oh my goodness, you can leap up here and then use this spot to like leap across here and then leap across here, right? You can go wherever you want, but that's the point, right? So leap around until they've followed you enough times that they're spinning around, they're like slightly dizzy, and they're spread out enough that when you jump right on top of them, when you jump right on top of someone, it's not you're jumping right on top of 5 of them so that they all look around or turn around and look at you and you get melted. Instead, you've kind of led them around the map. They've been like, hey guys, the monkey's over here. Oh, the monkey's over here. Oh, the monkey's over here. But like, there's a core that we can push instead. And honestly, like if you're moving around as monkey, you're giving your core reasons to move as well. How do you decide optimal pathing? I feel like timing it is so tough with your team. Look, that's a really hard question to answer for this lobby because it's cold. These lobbies aren't as structured. And I promise you that like you're not coming to these teammates, and if you're coming to these teammates, honestly, I'm a big believer in comms, but also like I'm a big understander that like people hate calming for some reason, and people hate people who calm. So I also understand that like if you calm to these teammates, you're not being heard, you're not being listened to, they're not doing anything with your timings, right? So like just do it yourself. I feel like timing it is so tough with my team. Yeah, in gold it's going to be tough. I don't know why you would want to depend on them anyways. When is a good time to dive? When your team has LOS on the enemy? Or if they start committing some resources or something? Yeah. You know what? I actually, for the sake of making things really easy, I want to not bog ourselves down by thinking about how we have to play around our gold teammates. I would rather you just play according to Winston, right? I think that's what you should be, that's how you should be formulating your decisions. We can start just by thinking about his rule set, right? And his rule sets are that once he walks out of spawn, he wants to leap. He wants to leap, go find positions to play on the map, and he wants to do it for long enough that he gives his team time to set up there. And once he sees that his team is set up, he can start getting like really active, right? That's why I'm saying to jump around, to like as you leap, like look around, right? So like when is a good time to dive where your team is LOS on the enemy, or when they start committing resources? Well, it depends. It depends on the comp, it depends on the player, it depends on the play style, it depends on like how you're feeling that day, how confident you are, what map you're playing on, where you're playing it, and when you're playing it, right? There are so many different variables. I have you just leaping, because like at one point your team's going to be able to figure out how they can play around you, and if they can't figure out how to play around you, then like you guys should be losing, so that you can get teams that may like know a little bit better. But your team isn't going to be able to figure out how to play around you if you don't know yourself how you want to play, right? So like when is a good time to be leaping? How do you decide optimal pathing? I decide optimal pathing based on the damage that I know I'll take on it, right? So I want to go again point A to point B, where point A and point B and the line of traverse is as unthreatened as possible, or if it is threatened, that I can use it to be threatening myself. What hero would I like a replay for? What have we not gotten replays for? We haven't gotten replays for a lot of characters. We've gotten replays for a pretty good amount of characters. But I have not had I haven't had any adventure codes actually. Gonna give you more examples, better examples as we go through it? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And honestly, you know, Nimbus, I already have, right? Like, your turnaround You see the Curie is there. You're getting life blossoms, right? So, like, I want you scouting with more than just your eyes. More than just your eyes. I want you scouting with your brain, right? I want you to understand that, like if you're getting healing blossoms, you're in line of sight of your Weaver, right? You see him right there. You see your Kira right there. And honestly, if they aren't moving with you, that's really bad for them anyways. But they are moving with you, right? But they can't move with you if they're taking the pressure from this turret, right? So you see how, like, you being willing to not body the pressure from this turret, which you should be able to reasonably know you can body, because it's literally only the turret here and the Curie and the Life Weaver are both on top of you, right? Does this really look like you need to figure out how your team wants to play around you? It looks like they already know how they want to play around you. And I wonder if you are getting lost thinking, oh goodness, my Kyrie and my Life Weaver are on top of me. I now have to consider that they trust me how I want to play, even though I don't. No. Just go out and play. Just go out and play and do something, and you don't have to trust them at all. But if they aren't supporting you, you can adapt from there, right? I want a lot more aggression a lot earlier on. So leap back here right now. As opposed to taking this damage, right? Because you actually turn your head to take critical damage from them, right? So leap back there. I'm thinking about not being seen by the enemy till I'm set up. Yeah. Do you prevent... Here's the thing. Don't you have the health to justify that? Aren't you, like, one of the only people on your team to justify taking damage so that you can see what the environment looks like? But it sounds like I'm going too slow and leaving too late. Yeah. It's not even necessarily about going too slow. I think you are playing too safe. I think, look, it is important as a tank player. It is most important as tank compared to any of the other roles, actually. It is most important to understand what damage we're taking and why, right? And like, more important than that, like, is the damage that we're taking worth it for whatever we're doing, right? That damage, right, that you took from the Torpedo, that's not worth it for the one poke, right? If you're taking that kind of damage, I would see you be on top of him using resources. He's using his E right now, and if we don't use our bubble, then that's going to be a really uneven trade, right? So he actually manages to melt us there, right? And this is just something that you get over time. So, like, unfortunately, it's really unfortunate. I can't actually give you the rule book. For Winston. We can look at this and we can point out, like, hey, like, you want to bubble earlier, you want to leap earlier, right? Torbjorn is shooting you, so you want to make sure that, like, because he is shooting you, you are getting something out of that, right? You don't want him shooting you for no reason. You don't want to give them point for free, right? We're talking about, a lot of what we're talking about is you doing something that is risky because it will force them to do something that is similarly risky, right? There's a whole strat in Overwatch 1 that I don't see much nowadays. Tanks are supposed to face tank before your CDs, before your fight, so your support's blow to ult faster. Yeah, we haven't seen that playstyle in a long time, and I think that there's probably some pretty good reasons for that. At the end of the day, even if you're not bodying cooldowns early on, you can get scouting info early on, right? So, like, by moving around out here, how much are you letting yourself not see? So, like, when you finally move out here and you get kind of, like, jumped by 3 instances of critical damage, right? And you're like, oh my goodness, well now I'm gonna move over here, but, like, I'm half HP. When I could have just moved out here, seen that there was, like, a bunch of them over there on my way. I don't even have to jump. I can just continue moving, continue walking until I see the Torbjorn over here, and then I leap on him. I place my bubble. He places Z. I proceed to bubble dance him, and because I came from this angle, I know that my Kiri came from this angle with me. I know that my Life Weaver was there at one point. I'm probably comfortable jumping just right back here, and by doing so, I've made them turn towards this direction. I made them turn towards this direction. I pushed them back towards this angle, right? That is so much disruption, and it's all predicated off of just the fact that I was willing to, like, get a move on. Yeah, be faster. Oh goodness! In gold, especially Nimbus, I don't want you being afraid of taking risks. Oh my goodness! In gold of all places, right? I understand our hero from last game, Dragonor, right, being a little bit nervous in some of these matchups, right? Because holy smokes, some of those players are really scary up in GM. Now, respectfully, some of the players in gold are beyond terrifying. One of my favorite expressions is, I love platinum players. They're so tenacious because you really never know what a platinum player is going to do next, right? They are so creative, and they know that they not only know that they don't have to abide by the rules at times, they also don't know the rules completely enough to even know to abide or not abide by them at times. So you end up seeing some of the most chaotic, frenetic, insane, crazy, professional standard stuff out of platinum players, right? So there are some scary players down here, but, like, how are you going to find them, Nimbus? playing around a corner safely on top of both of your supports while both of your DPS are like actually down main absorbing damage, which forces your Weaver off of you. Wouldn't you rather his resources? And you would get his resources, and you would save your DPS from taking damage down main while they don't have supports just by getting in there. Go do something! Do something, Nimbus! Get in! Cause havoc, wreak havoc, sow destruction and discord. Make them turn around and make the mistakes. They're gold players, Nimbus. How much do you actually trust them to do something about you? Look at them fumbling around your bubble here. They're actually just staring at you and not able to do anything. Rust Fiber, not even I know what I'm going to do. Yeah. But hey, sometimes that's a boon. Now, hey, sometimes it gets us in a ton of trouble too, right? Sometimes we do things that we're like, oh, not even I know what I'm doing here, right? And it actually ends up getting us in a ton of trouble. But sometimes it can work out in our favor. Careful. Camera steady. Oh goodness, you're shaking your mouse around. It makes it very, very hard to see anything. Your sensitivity is really high, and that's okay. Keep it level. Stay focused on the center mass. You see how you're like, oh goodness, stay on the torb there too. I don't know why you leave him. Oh, I don't know why you leave him. You leave him as well for a target that like you don't even scout. A short QP game? Yes, drop the code IQ. Drop the code IQ. So you're on the Torbjorn here, and you turn around, but I don't know what information prompts you to turn around. But it's overtime? Yes, and you should be on the objective, but you have teammates who are also on the objective right now, and it's gold. So guess what? Everyone thinks that they should be on the objective. Now, when you get to Platinum, right, and then Diamond after that, and then Masters, right, when you de-seat me out of Masters, I've got the code IQ, thank you. When you de-seat me from Masters, right, and end up working your way up to GM, right? At that point, yes, you'll be on the objective. You'll be on the objective with your team. But like, don't worry, it's gold. Everyone on your team thinks that they need to be on the objective. So like, you are probably free, and you're also the one with Primal, right? So you're actually the one. If my main tank, if my James, my Winston player, if he has Primal and we're in an overtime fight on the objective, I'm sending him with Primal. I'm sending him off the point because, wow, holy smokes. If he doesn't get a kill, I'm not sending him off the point because he has Primal. I'm sending him to whoever he can kill with the Primal, right? So I don't mind you getting off the Torp. I understand what you mean. I did not notice, actually, when I was like, I don't know why you're turning around. I do know why now. It is overtime. And you're totally right about that. But just because it's overtime, honestly, if you don't get off the point to kill Torbjorn, right? If you don't kill Torbjorn, then you aren't able to kill him, and that makes all of your other kills so much harder, right? Because now you have to worry about pressure from the Torbjorn, right? You have to worry about pressure from the Torbjorn, pressure from his team, so on and so forth, right? So, at the end of the day, you not killing this Torbjorn makes your staying on the objective really, really hard here, right? So it's ironic that actually it's by getting off the objective that you open up the options for yourself with the Primal. If you have a good idea, stick with that good idea, because holy smokes, yeah, staying on the Torbjorn is a really good idea. You need him gone. You need him gone. You need a pick secured. And your teammates are on the point. Don't worry. And if your teammates aren't on the point, then they went Reaper and Torb. They hate the Winston. I know. Yeah, they actually hate the Winston so much. Oh, that's so lame. That's so lame too. I actually hate it. I hate it because like, there's no reason surfing that you should ever have to feel forced off of Winston by like a Reaper and a Ramatra and a Torbjorn and a Bastion in any of the metal ranks. Honestly, like up to low GM, you can still play Winston against that whole comp. Now, I mean, you still have to play him smart. You still have to play him really, really well, right? But so I love seeing that you stayed Winston. I hope that you don't get forced off of him. I just want more activity. I just want you to be more active. I love that you're on the break here. Don't take steps. Don't take steps back when you are tethered to her. See how, like, if you take a step forward, you're not only staying tethered to her and killing her, but you're also injuring the Weaver. Oh, be brave. Be brave. You have the health pool to be brave. I know that you get melted in these lobbies, but you're getting melted partially because you're letting these targets walk away from you. Don't play for your health budget like it's something that can't be reduced. You have to spend your health. You have to spend your health for distance, for picks, for damage, for ult charge, for space, for cooldowns, for timings, and map control. You have to spend your health. Do not be afraid of spending your health. You are the tank. Your health is the resource. Yours is the budget that the team spends. Yours is the definition of how long these fight phases can last. In fact, you have even a perk that makes you heal a little bit, that gives you uptime, that increases your health budget. So, like, don't be afraid of losing that health, especially not on a character like Winston. This character is so strong. His bubble can mitigate so much damage. His armor can also do so much, actually. And so I want you in. I want you in. Oh, man. Not on the turret. On the targets. The ones that give you ult charge. Good, 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 good. Okay. You're like... Oh, man. The point still hasn't unlocked, which is insane. Man, I would love for the point to unlock so that you're free. All right, that's fine. That's fine. I send you on targets. I have you bouncing. You know, I really liked this grab on the mega that you get. You know, I have you bouncing out and up here. I want you jumping to vantage points that give you the scouting that you need to figure out where you need to be. This is good. Stay on the brig. Good. Bob is just a little bit too early, but that's fine. Okay, good poke. Good, good, good. You've got your primal. Excellent. Okay. Okay, all right. You have your tree and your bubble and the tree. I'm sorry, you have your leap and your bubble and the tree is up. And you're very, very close to primal. There is no reason to not jump back here, bubble, and draw their attention. Force them to tree right here instead of right here. This is already like an absolutely horrendous tree. You can make them use a much worse one. This tree should be here on the point, not out here, right? But since they want to use the tree to close distance, to cross distance, yeah, go ahead and make them cross distance. Be like, oh, you guys want to tree out here because you think it's unsafe? Let me show you how unsafe it is, right? And then go in, disrupt that. Oh, what are you, afraid of a tree? No, Nimbus isn't afraid of a tree, but you do not. Oh, goodness. Yo, Nimbus, stop respecting these players. Stop respecting these players. Do not do that. Not on any shallow basis. Not because they're gold. Not because you know they're playing the monkey counters without understanding why, you know, what the reasons to play the monkey counters are. No. Stop respecting these players because they ain't you. They are not you, Surfing. So like, yeah. Don't respect these players, bro. Oh man. You're gonna hit the ladder and you gotta make players respect you, not the other way around. You go ego. You jump right on top of them. You bubble in their face. You stay on top of them. And you sit there and chuckle because they brought out the Reaper and the Bastion and the Torb and the Zarya, and they're just trying to like counterpick and counterplay you, but they can't. You won't let them. All right, good. Let me test him with the Reaper a little bit. That's okay. Okay, excellent. You can poke them out a little bit there. You bubble, and then you walk away, which is really interesting because like you have safety with your bubble. You can actually like poke out a little bit. In fact, your bubble even does a little bit of healing, which I don't know if you actually get your... I don't know if you get healing off of... Do you get ult generation off of healing with Winston bubbles? I don't know. I don't actually know. Hey, that'd be pretty cool if you did, though. And if you get healing off of your Winston bubbles, then, like, bro, absolutely. Come up here, right-click, take a little bit of damage, do a little bit... get a little bit of ult charge from your damage, get a little bit of ult charge from healing. Very, very nice deal. Okay. Da-da-da-da! I want you to open up the map. Big time opening up the map. All right, so you mentioned earlier, you're like, hey, you know, can you tell me what some of these really good positions would be? By the way, on this particular map, it is very, very difficult to justify... or not very difficult to justify a lot of positions. It's just very difficult to, like, make a lot of these positions work for you against what you are up against. So, but I think we're doing, like, a lot of, like, corner hopping on the objective, right? I just want us to open things up, like, big time. Like, don't use 20% of the map. That was a big point of feedback that I was echoing for, like, basically this whole year to a number of different teams. These are actually collegiate and high school Overwatch teams of various ranks, from like actually gold to GM1, man, I hate it when we use only 20% of the map, because we have only trained ourselves to use 20% of the map instead of, like, letting ourselves get creative. Like, so, you know, when you're asking me, Nimbus, like, where else can I be? Well, like, anywhere, right? And it's interesting, like, you don't necessarily have to be anywhere on any particular time. Look at where your team, oh my god, I hate the, I don't hate, I just don't really care for the way that your team is playing this. Like, they are asking to just get blossomed from the backline by a Reaper. Like, and that's exactly what happens. God, what a huge blossom, because, like, the rest of us, I don't know, aren't in. What are you gonna do, Nimbus? Like, what can you, like, where do you actually position there, right? Your team was totally in the wrong spot. If we're thinking about how Reaper wants to play into our team, that is exactly how he wants to play into that. So, like, we like, yeah, like, obviously, like, we let Reaper go up and blossom against us, but, like, did we not expect that? And if we didn't, then we should. If we didn't expect Reaper to flank and ult behind us, then we should expect that, right? And this is the game that we have to learn, that Reaper wants to, as a character, go behind us and ult us, right? Careful, careful. You actually spend so much time turning back, realizing that you're taking damage, turning back and walking back this way. By the way, you actually walk out in the open, right? So you're actually, oh my god, the way that angles work is very interesting. Look at this. Look how far away from that cover you are, right? So actually, Bastion can see you right now, right? Bastion can still see you. He can still see you. He can still see you. He can still see you. See how actually, like, 2 steps forward actually cuts him off? I don't understand Venture. Oh, no! I love Venture. Venture's just timing and map control. It's actually so nice. Venture's, like, the timing map control character, because they're, like, entirely ability-based. It's so cool. So yeah, you end up taking a lot more damage, Nimbus. Just follow through. Just follow through. You know where to go. And this is a more powerful position to start from, right? Because they want to turn and look at you, and you have your cooldown still, right? And they don't have their Bastion shift. And you've taken a little too much damage that you wouldn't take if you just kept moving. Just move. Point A to point B. Because by traveling from point A to point B, and not stopping or getting delayed by any other point in that line is the way to remain the most safe. Give yourself the most options as early as possible so that you end up with more options later in the map. Too constrictive. Too constrictive of a dive. Why are you not trying to leap onto... Sorry, we prefer not to start questions with why. Can't 1v1 Reaper. Oh, man. Now, because why... It's easy to imply blame. So, sorry. I shouldn't be starting my question with why. But, like... It's funny. Like, I don't want to leave my team behind, sure. But, like, I wasn't leaving my team behind when they got ulted by a Reaper. All 4 of them, because none of us thought about, oh, I don't know, the Reaper might want to ult into us that way. Like, every other Reaper player wants to ever ult, because we've all seen the same professional streams, guys. So, why, like, just leap over here. Oh my goodness. Leap over here, make them turn at you, right? And make them, lure them into a false sense of security. Oh, guys, the Winstons are on our side of the map, so now's our chance to go for the Blossom. And now that they're saying, while they're saying, I didn't expect you to still be going. Yeah, oh yeah. Oh my goodness, I'm so tired too. My lungs actually hurt so bad. Because they're like, oh, look at the Winston. And while they're trying to, like, be like, oh, look at the Winston. And they're turning, which takes time, and they're pointing, which takes time, and they're speaking, which takes time. And you know what they ain't doing? They ain't setting up. They're ogling and boggling at you, right, in their backlines. This is too constrictive. I want you so much deeper. Like I said, guys, my insight is not going to help you win games. It's just going to help you understand the process of making options, of developing a framework for options, for sustaining options. So, I can't help you, Nimbus. What you should be doing in these lobbies is, as Winston, look to go all the way in and get... I said it perfectly myself earlier. Guys, go in with the aim to make as many mistakes in as many different ways as possible as quickly as you can to build a matrix of how do I win that same scenario better. To build a matrix of how do I win that scenario better. So, too deep, or too shallow. I like that you're on the Czar. I'm about to start playing much more aggro. That's perfect. That's my philosophy. Oh my goodness. Like, if you're playing passive, like, you're just not playing Overwatch, and like, that's so boring. Oh my lord, it's so boring to, like, not be in, making them be, like, uncomfortable. Oh man. I love it. I love making teammates, I love making enemy players uncomfortable. I love getting in their face and seeing them like... Yeah, a lot of this ends up working out really well for you. Yeah, I really like this Nimbus. I like how things end up working out for you. I don't really like why they work out. And I do want you to win these gold games. And I want you to win the platinum games and the diamond ones afterwards. Because I know that you could... Hold on, I'm thinking. Yeah, up to like D4. You could reliably win games, I think. Well, by the way, like not like as a peak, like not as a cap on your skill set. Just like right now, as you are, you could probably run reliably up to D4 with like no additional training or expertise. Be more aggressive. Go in. Go play the video game. Go make mistakes because otherwise you won't know what else to do. I promise. I promise. I promise. Guys, I promise. 5.3k hours, and I'm still Heartstuck Masters. Guys, this has been the case since Overwatch 1. Since Overwatch 1, I've been Heartstuck Masters. Overwatch 2, I started ranking Platinum on my other roles. I've been a Heartstuck Diamond player for, like, all of these eras, but I still know how to get a GM player to win their games because I've made the mistakes. This does not bode well for me. No, it doesn't. But, guys, you guys will be experts if you guys can get in and make 5.3k hours worth of mistakes. Get in there now and make mistakes, please. Oh my God, commit yourself to errors, because the errors aren't just mistakes. It's actually more like mistakes and risks are virtually the same thing, just in different context. And I'm only in diamond. I know. I'm only in diamond too, bro. Holy. I need another 4K just to get to Masters. No, don't worry. It's not going to take you nearly as long as it took me. Oh my goodness. Yo, what's good, Azino? Oh my lord, dude! Thank you so much for the follows. Oh my goodness, Azino, like for the follows. I saw you on Twitter, on your main, on your alt. Holy smokes, so cool. I actually had to rack my brains a little bit. I had to remember. I had to rack my memory. And think about how I was. Give me 1 second, guys. Yeah, I had to rack my memory and remember getting to see at DreamHack, which was an absolute blast. Hold on, guys. I took it on my my spreadsheet for some reason, so I just got to put this back. 1 second, guys. All right. Alrighty, guys. We're gonna speed through this one, through the rest of this one. With inside notebook, got to frame it. No, you know, so, depending on the player, they would be saying that we got to burn it. Okay, alrighty, there we go. All right, we're gonna speed through this one because we've gotten the gist here, Nimbus. It's not even necessarily that there are wrong and right places for you to be, right? So when you mentioned earlier, when you were like, you know, hey, could you tell me like where and when I should be diving, right? And I'm like, well, I can't, and I have, right? It's not even like there is a good or a bad place for you to be diving, or good or bad timings for you to be diving, right? Because I already mentioned, like I want you to kind of like force your teams to play around you. You are the tank. You are the tip of the spear of your formation. I don't have to review yours if I don't have the time. No, I got the time. Don't you worry. Oh, don't you worry, IQ. And so I want you making your teammates beholden to you, as opposed to you turning around and being beholden to them. Oh my goodness, because look at what happens when you're beholden to them. Oh my goodness, you end up with Zen Lucio, right? Instead, I would rather you guys be on Lucio Kiri and you be jumping all the way over to this side of the map, like by the way, while they're all in this room too, right? So like walking out of spawn from this door, leaping all the way across, waiting here 6 seconds, leaping all the way across again, right? And now your supports cannot play Lucio Zen, because if they play Lucio Zen, they're going to go walked on. Now they have to play Lucio Kiri just to keep up with you, right? I don't want you constricted based on like the way that your supports are playing and what your supports are playing, and what you think your limitations should be on the Winston, because you think that you would have to play around ways or play in ways that keep your supports comfortable. Oh my goodness, if your supports are comfortable, then like either A, you should be winning the game very, very, very much easier, or B, your supports are in spawn. or dead. Make them play to you. I would start just by running around, just by leaping in. And you want to leap off angle, right? So instead of like leaping right in front of them, right, while they're all grouped up here, right, that's not the timing, that's not the map control, right? You can let Winston in, and then you can dive his core, right? You could dive over here so that they look over they look over at you. Bastion uses his shift, tries to peek this angle, and then you're like, oh, okay, unpeek for the Bastion shift, and then just dive right over here on top of here. Honestly, that dive ends up being really nice because guess what? I promise you, the monkey is done by that point. He's leapt in, so you don't have to worry about the monkey. You place your bubble, and how the Moira and the Lucio have to use their amp and their fade to catch up to him. And if they don't, they'll die. And if they do, then you know where to go, which is chase after the Moira Lucio who just lost their cooldowns, right? So, what's your brother got to do to get a VOD review? Azino, just DM me with the replay code. I won't be able to get to you until later this week, but I will be able to get to you. Anything against Godspeed Tracer? No, I know. You're absolutely right. Yeah, but so I hope that makes sense. Is like getting in on the off angle, right? Forcing them to make decisions, drawing those cooldowns out of those supports, and not being as restrictive, constrictive with your leaps. I want you finding ways to use 80% of the map, get in there, find ways to make tons of mistakes. As many mistakes as you can with these leaps. I actually really like the way that you come to your decisions on Winston. I like the patience that I'm seeing. I like how slowly you're willing to play, and how little damage you're willing to body in the process. I think that that's a serious consideration. It's a high-level consideration, right? To sit here and say, I'm not going to take damage that I can't justify taking. That's important. That is so incredibly important. You know what's also important is understanding that in order to win fights, you have to take damage. You have to take damage. Oh, you know how my Discord? It's Lord Ethan. Just like my streamer name. Just all lowercase. Yeah, you have to take damage. If you don't take damage, you've been in spawn the entire map, right? So, so take damage. Take damage. It converts to space. It converts to ult charge. It converts to damage onto your threats. It converts to less pressure. Oh yeah, because more damage does equal less pressure. Yeah, thank you, Goose, for having me covered there. Yep. All right, let's see. I mean, yeah, Nimbus. It's just like if you couple your patience. Oh man. I mean, how many high level players have we been watching lately, Nimbus? Where I'm like, I just need you to be more patient. I just want you to be more patient. Yeah, just a little bit slower. Yeah, just make sure that you've got a complete scouting profile, right? I mean, lobby a friend to make a survey a list of reasons they won't. The reasons are digital on me. Yeah. They're two very big reasons. Nimbus. If we get your patience coupled with just like a little bit of risk taking, holy smokes, you will actually just be injected into platinum. It's not even a climb at that point. It is actually just like we put you in a syringe and stuck you in the heart of the platinum elo and just pumped you right in. But it's going to start by taking some risks. And thank you. Oh my goodness, Nimbus. Thank you for letting me be a little bit unfair to you with some of this high-level stuff, right? This stuff that, like, absolutely is not accessible to you. I think about, like, all the yamping and rambling that we did here on this map, right? Where I'm telling you to play you guys' side of the map, where you're saying, you know, hey, you know, help me understand where I can dive, where I can be safe, what timings I can abide by, right? And my answer is, oh my goodness, my answer is so lame. I'm like, anytime, anywhere, however you want. Play by your rules. Make your team play according to your pace, right? Your tempo, right? But there's a lot of value in that. You save yourself a lot of damage. You save yourself a lot of downtime. You get yourself a lot of ult charge. You get yourself some really clean leaps as well. You manage to discern whether you should be leaping for space or leaping onto a target, right? Should I be leaping so that I make them turn around onto me? Or should I be leaping so that I make them die to me, right? I think that all of that becomes clear. If you just get in and just shake off the mantle of responsibility of being the reason that your teams win, right? The way to be the reason that your teams win is to be the, you know, courageous warrior who is willing to jump in there, body some damage, take some risks, contribute towards a complete scouting profile for him and his team, and go from there. Nimbus, your code was absolutely spectacular. And we ended up having a lot of points of feedback where I was like, yeah, I have you doing this differently. I have you doing this a little bit more. I have you doing this a little bit earlier. But the fact is that, like, I have you doing everything, but just a little bit different, which means you're on the right track. You're on the money, Nimbus. You know what you're doing. You know where you want to be. You know who you want to be on. In fact, you're even you are even a considerate enough player to understand how you want to play in the context of your supports, which is more consideration than I could say for even my tank player GCP Stealth. Oftentimes, I'm telling him to play without consideration of his supports because the support should be playing according to him, right? So that level of awareness is really, really good. Really, really useful, Nimbus. Had to hop off in between, but we'll watch it back soon. That's perfect, Nimbus. I think you're really going to like the feedback that we left for you. Hopefully, it's a lot of enabling stuff. It's a lot of, like, go do what you know to do because it is the right thing. Oh, excellent. There's just a slightly different way to do it. Nimbus, thank you so much. Oh, what a joy. What a joy. Okay, all right, guys. We got one more thing of joy. Because he is so incredibly special. Oh, and a very old friend of mine. I need to re-immerse myself in the IQ Jungle gameplay. This is gonna be the last VOD review that we take a look at, and this is gonna be some and it had to be the Hanzo, of course. We're just gonna take a look at. We're just here to appreciate how oh my goodness, a player re-immersing himself into Overwatch is so awesome. I'm terrible now. I bet it's actually not that bad. Let's take a look. Oh, IQ. It's gonna be hard to. It's gonna be hard to not reminisce. Okay. All right. Leaping up to this high ground. By the way, this is probably the first time that that IQ Jungle has played this map, or at least the first time in a very long time that he's played this map. Here, the soldier. Nice read. Nice scouting. Hey, that's fine. If you haven't played Overwatch in a couple of years, I'm not gonna blame you for missing a first arrow there. Nice, nice. Yeah, his, oh, nice. Okay, perfect. Nice sonar. I love it. I love having the mark on him. Those FPS principles, they don't actually leave you guys. Nice shot. Nice. Yeah. Punish the cast wanderer out in the middle of the open. The break who wants to get aggro. Beautiful stuff. Number one Hanzo. Actually, yeah. No, back in the day, IQ Jungle was actually so terrifying. We would be in queues because the queues for Overwatch 1 were so incredibly long. And we'd be in queues and we would be, we'd hang out in the custom game lobbies or, whatever like that. And we'd spend time doing like the Hanzo, the Widow 1v1s. And I'll tell you, at one point, it was so unbelievably frustrating because IQ Jungle was always winning them. No, this guy's absolutely insane. Mechanical skill is, you got the ride to stop pinning at you? That's awesome. Hashtag make a server. I know. It has to be made at some point. I want to shoot for the end of this week. Godspeed Killua hates putting deadlines on stuff. He's one of those people that's like, look, it's going to get done when it gets done. Nice dragons. Oh my goodness. If you have it, you might as well use it. And you get some really nice picks with it as well. And hey, dying to this Genji, not a big deal. And always shoot the deflect because you actually never know when he's going to drop it and you actually get that arrow. And I promise you that if he drops the deflect here, instead of letting himself hold it, you actually do get the headshot and a really nice kill here. 404 error vibes. Well, that's just, you know what? Mods, take that guy back and show him where he cannot be found. Yeah, server soon. Yeah, definitely. Yo, really nice stuff, IQ. Oh my goodness. Really, really nice. It'll also be really easy to have all of our replay codes like consolidated as well. And it'll probably be easier to have like a schedule, where you guys will be able to see what which replays we take on which days. I'll probably be looking to budget time a little bit better, where we get in and we're looking to get our insights pretty quickly and move on. Make sure that we get everyone plenty of time and attention. We're very much in the VOD reviewing as fun era, as opposed to like VOD reviewing as like a business model. And so as we get, I say we, it's a me operation, guys. But as I get operation refinements, I'm sure those will feel really nice. Okay, excellent. Oh, I love it. I love the fact that you're here on the high ground at this stage in the fight when this position, when the objective is positioned right here, because remember, there is a relationship. It's a very fascinating relationship between where the objective starts when the fight begins and where it ends when the fight results favorably for us. And if there's a relationship between where the objective starts and ends during these fights, then there's also a relationship about where we are starting and ending during these fights. I probably have you playing a little bit more aggressive in like a perfect world. I probably have you starting the fight like a little bit further out here so that you have some options a little bit earlier on. And especially since your Doom is like really aggressive, I definitely don't mind you being a little bit aggressive at around the same time that the Doom is. And I think that the way to get that is to just be here a little bit earlier. But like, holy smokes, you're already on the high ground, like avoiding the Rhine and the break. You're in a really good spot to get her out of there. You're able to deal with the melee units. It's awesome. And your Doom hasn't died either, by the way. Okay. Yeah, kill him. Oh, that's fine. You have to die there. That's A-okay. Oh, okay. Well, you don't have to die there. Yeah, you could be seeking to you could actually just go back over here. You could be looking to jump up over here. There's some really nice angles that you can open up here at these corners. Some nice flank angles around. But that's okay. I think ultimately you actually do have to die there, IQ. I die coming up very soon. Okay, that's a goofy brig. Yeah, most of we're a support player. It's kind of funny. All right, let's see it. Uh-oh. Are you gonna stagger? Oh, don't tell me that you don't stagger. Don't tell me I've been yelling at GM players about staggering, and you're not even going to willfully stagger here. Oh, come on, IQ. Stagger for me. I didn't say stagger the cast. I want you to stagger. I want you to use your free stagger voucher. Okay, gotcha. Oh, I like your scouting and the way that you back away from that corner against the Genji. Oh, I love the FPS fundamentals. They're still with you, bro. Really nice. Oh, I like that sonar as well. That's intuitive. Okay. Hey, shoot that deflect, bro. Oh, use a storm arrow. Yeah, good. You almost like surprised yourself. You're like, oh my goodness, I didn't use storm arrows up until this point. So you use the storm arrow, he dies, and you're like, oh wait, he's already dead. Oh, new target, dead. That's so funny. Oh man, IQ, if you have your cooldowns, use them. Oh, I jest. Welcome back to Overwatch for one game. Bro, don't get sucked back into this, but wow. Wow, what joy. Nice. Yeah, I like that sonar. It's interesting that you don't even end up needing it, right? Because he dives you. You know that. Oh, yeah, you have to die. That's so funny. That's such a worthy trade though. That solo ult terrified me. Oh yeah. Oh my goodness. Did you get sent back to Nam? Like 1 second you're playing Hanzo here on the high ground, sending storm arrows, lobbing them in Genji's direction. The next thing, the mortars are raining down around you as you relive experiences with. Oh my goodness, who was it? Me, you, Kami, Bazada, Rootbeer. I haven't said that name in years. The root beer one. Okay, good. Love the high ground position. Where you're at, who you're shooting. And this isn't, guys, this isn't a competitive code, right? But this is an excellent sample of IQ's gameplay. It's amazing. I'm watching this right now, and it's almost as if, I'm back in 2017. It's kind of insane. I wish my old friends still played. I do not. I wish IQ Jungle still played. I'm not going to lie. IQ's one of my old friends that, I absolutely wish still played, just because I think that the world deserves to see a player as talented as IQ Jungle. Now, fortunately, there's a whole score of players who have risen up to also... to also look really, really good, right? So fortunately, even though IQ stopped playing, we still have a ton of people that we're able to see tons of talent from, which is an absolute. Yo, IQ, thanks for logging on and playing a game just to get me a replay code. That was, wow, what a gift. What a huge gift. And thanks for popping in, hanging out with us for the day. Even going to work and popping back in just to get me a replay code. That was really, really cool. Can't relate. All right, guys. Oh, my goodness. No reason to keep things going on way too long here. We're already a little bit over because we wanted to have a little bit of extra fun, courtesy of IQ Jungle. Guys, thank you so much for the replay codes, for the patience, and for the reception, as well as the overwhelmingly kind, positive, warm, receptive feedback that I have gotten as part of this endeavor. I am really excited to keep things going, and guys, it's really tough because part of keeping things going and part of growing things also means that ultimately we're kind of stripping a little bit of that precious time away from you guys. But it is in the interest of getting some really worthy players also elevated. So keep your fingers on the pulses, guys. Make sure to bump your messages. Continue to post and share replays. Let me know which ones are the important ones to get to as well, because invariably I won't be able to get to all of them. I'm excited to start cutting down a little bit of the time that we spend on as many of these codes, so we're able to get more and more packed in, especially since, again, I'm not slowing down on the advertising of replay codes. There's so many players that are under-recognized that really need to be featured here on stream, and that also, get a little bit of help with coaching, have some reasons to feel more confident about their gameplay. If you guys know anyone like that, then feel free to share the stream with them. Send them my Discord information or the YouTube channel. I upload all of my VODs there. Feel free to watch any of them. I should get a timer. Yeah, actually, timer that's like 1 hour per VOD. That would be convenient. Possibly a little too constrictive for my style, but drastic times, right? See what I did there, times. if you guys know anyone who, needs to be elevated and recognized, then be sure to share the stream over in their direction. It's not necessarily, I know, yeah, that an hour would be impossible. It's not necessarily absolutely essential that you get all your friends here. But if you know anyone that, again, is underappreciated in Overwatch, right? If you've got a code, you have a friend that's like, oh my God, my team flamed me even though I was playing pretty well. Hey, bring them over. Get their replay codes. Have them screenshot the chat log so that we can shame review their teammates and validate them, right? So, if you have friends, not gonna lie, if I was doing this, it would be like 30 minutes. Yeah. No, it's easy for me to spend up to an hour on these maps, as we've seen. So feel free to share that with them. You guys don't have to. Honestly, probably works out better for you guys to not share my stream with your friends so that you are the one getting featured with your replay codes. Continue feeling free to submit those. And guys, thank you so much for watching, for hanging out with us this afternoon and spending it's been 6 hours that some of you guys have been with me here. Thank you guys so much for the joy, for the insights, for the commentary. I love seeing the chat light up with all of you guys' jokes, perspectives, and bits. Holy smokes, you guys are so funny, very charming, and bring me you guys are not just funny and charming, but you guys are also a font of great joy for me. We'll be live again tomorrow from 3 to 9. We are streaming weekdays from 3 to 9 ET right now. The schedule might change a little bit, and on Fridays we like to do a little bit of RPG gaming. I thought that I had a little bit more. Oh, be sure to follow the channel if you guys like the content. You guys can head over to my YouTube as well and subscribe. Like I said, I upload all my VODs there, and hopefully I'll end up like editing some of these so that we chop them up a little bit and make them a little easier to watch. I think that's it, guys. Thank you guys so much for watching. Have a wonderful rest of the evening. Be good to each other, and I'm gonna see you guys again really soon. See y'all tomorrow. Thank you guys so much for watching, and have a wonderful rest of the evening. Good night, everybody.